Well.
I immediately need to cough. 1 second.
Oh, everybody in Jad's, go to Dragon's Den to look at Bubbles the dog. Bubbles the dog, my beloved, has been posted in Dragon's Den. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. Go give love to Bubbles the dog. How's it going, chat?
Squeak, squeak,
Yeah, Bubbles
squeak.
is great. Yeah.
Where's
squeak,
Bubbles?
Squeak.
I want to see Bubbles.
Bubbles is you just gotta scroll up a little bit. I got pinged with Bubbles. There's a
I see
video
Bubbles.
of Bubbles. Yeah.
Oh, Bubbles is viciously murdering that poor blue octopus.
Yeah, the poor innocent octopus. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We love Bubbles. This is a Bubbles positive stream. Gouge the octopus and chill. That's a +2.
Bubbles.
Nothing on 8 legs is innocent. Octopus is my favorite animal. I love octopuses.
What?
Octopodes even. What?
They're your favorite animal?
Yeah, I love them. Yeah.
Okay.
Octopi is not the correct pluralization. Following the rules of language. You would think such a pedantic chat.
I think it should be octopuses. For sure. I thought it was debated. Uh-oh. Anyway, we have Fanart today. 1 second. This is a very cute expression. Wow. Okay, let me get the window capture on. Look at this like sly expression of the mousetress here. Like
me baiting chat with a language discussion within 2 minutes of going live. It looks like this.
Why is Erica also a mouse?
She's a rat. The fandom calls Erica a rat. She's known as the rat.
Why?
Do you not think she's kind of a rat from what you've seen so far?
She's more of a brat. Rat? Is that where it comes from? Okay, she's kind of...
Oh, they're Umineko fans. They can't remember words longer than 3 letters. You have to give them a break.
Okay. All right. That's how it's going to be. Okay. All right. So we got Fanart today, and we're going to use some dolls. We're not doing Time Gusser. Sorry. Answers week 2. The rat eek. Okay. Anyway, let's do the dolls, and then we will get into Fanart, and then we'll get into the game. All right, this is a Star Wars game because I can see an X-wing. Oh no, it's a TIE fighter. This is Battlefront. I don't know which one. Battlefront 2 new. It was that one. Wow, I've never played a Battlefront game. Are they good? No. Okay. All right. Artwork. This is Umineko Answers Arc. No, it's Ace Attorney.
Oh shit! Yeah, it is Ace Attorney.
The first one.
It's the one with Dolmek in it. Yeah, it's the one with Dolmek
it's
in
Dolmek,
it. Yeah, that's Dolmek. Yeah.
Coggers. All right. Damn, we're getting through today. All right, time for Bandle.
Okay.
By the way, is mouse loud enough? We have to do some audio tweaks to today, so we'll have to probably fuss with it a little bit when we get into Umineko. It's fine. Okay, can you hear it?
Oh no, it's another one that has the same chord progression as every other song. Oh shit.
Oh, he's coming.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, look, this is a long sample. Okay, chat can hear it. All right, I'm going to get rid of chat. All right, here we go. So 2010, quarter of a billion views. Very hard.
Okay.
Okay, you have to get out of my face, bro.
It sounds familiar, but this chord progression is just like the most common chord progression on Earth. So what are we doing? Let's see.
2010. How old was I? 25. 25. So Bad Romance era. 25. It's not The Weeknd. Okay, I don't know what it is. All right, let's go. Glockenspiel.
Oh shit. Oh fuck.
I'm not getting it. Do you have it?
Let's get the backing vocals.
It sounds familiar.
Oh, dear God. This is from the era where I stopped listening to normal people music and started listening only to weird people music, so I'm probably not going to be able to get it. This was my weird people music era. This was the era of Godspeed You Black Emperor and Black Dice for me. Like, there's just no way in this time period I was going to get any human music.
See, in this period, I was listening to a lot of the, like, normal people music, so I should get this, but I can't place it. That sounds so familiar. Oh. I think we're gonna have to glorp.
Are we gonna have to glorp? Okay.
We're gonna have to glorp. It's embarrassing. We're gonna have to glorp.
It's okay. It sounds like an Animal Crossing song with a glorp on it. I have no idea what this is. I was checked out for this entire era of music, sorry.
I don't think I know it either. With the clue we can do it. It's fucking. Oh no! It's is it Gorillaz or Coldplay? What the fuck is the song? Is it Gorillaz? How do you spell Gorillaz? It's on Melancholy Hill. Fucking hell! God damn it!
I obviously wasn't paying attention during that one date with that guy that I talked about on my stream. That's pretty funny. If you weren't there on that stream, guys, I went on a date with a guy who talked about 9/11 conspiracy theories the whole time and then left to go work on his Gorillaz podcast. And that was like the one of two times I used Tinder. That's what Tinder in LA nets you.
Gorillaz podcasters. Okay, I don't really. In my defense, I don't really like this Gorillaz song. I'm not the biggest Gorillaz fan actually. I like a couple of their songs. Clint Eastwood is a banger. Like everyone has to agree, Clint Eastwood is a great song.
Yeah, but I do like Clint Eastwood.
But Gorillaz is not my favorite band in the world. I will listen to some of their songs. There's like 4 or 5 songs of theirs that I like. I do not like On Melancholy Hill. I don't know why. It's not I don't dislike it either. But yeah.
Someone in chat asked what the second Tinder date was. The second Tinder date was a guy who looked me in the face 10 minutes into the date and said, "I'm terrified of you." And then still made a pass at me at the end. Good for him. All right. Anyway.
Stories that rely on details might even contradict themselves in order to appear. Okay, all right, this is the witness video. Done. Easy.
Done.
Easy.
Done. Good. Appropriate for a day I'm on stream. Shall we listen to it?
Yeah. The result being something close to trying to hold on to a fish with epilepsy. You can't even begin to grasp it. I always thought that was a funny line.
Light on details and might even contradict themselves in order to appear deep.
Baby Joe.
The result being something close to trying to hold on to a fish with epilepsy. You can't even begin to grasp it, which is when you're left with forming your own opinion.
All right. Let's do Scrandle. Let's do
Scrandle.
Scrandle. Here we go. All right. Sausage versus chicken tikka dirty fries. Wow.
That's a big sausage.
That is a big sausage. Yeah.
I vote for the fries, but
I also vote for the fries. Sausage. Yeah. Wow, that is really high. Almost everyone wants that. Okay.
The sausage looks like a guy from The Boys. Chat.
What?
No. Don't worry about it.
What the fuck? Okay. All right. Let's keep on target. All right. Pork sandwich with crackling. What's crackling? Pigskin?
Yeah. So it's the parts that get crispy afterward, right?
Okay. Pie, chips, and gravy. Okay. I think left. It is twice as expensive though. I think left. What do you
I
think?
still think left. Yeah, I still think left.
I think
Yeah.
I think left.
Well,
Yep. Wow.
That's crazy.
That's the highest pie I've ever seen rated. Like, what the hell?
That was really high.
Yeah.
Who out here getting spring rolls at the game? Which, I mean, I guess it's fine.
With gravy in it.
It wouldn't be on my mind.
It's half a pound though. It's basically
that's very cheap. That's
basically
very cheap.
free in the eye of a Scrandal pundit. So I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna go left for the self-respect, but I feel like right is actually going to win here. What do you think?
I also feel like right is gonna win here. So.
Do you want to go right then, or should we go?
I don't know. Chat says in all caps, "If you don't pick left, you are ignorant." So now I'm worried.
I don't want to be ignorant.
I don't want to be ignorant. I think we gotta pick left.
Yeah, okay,
I think we gotta pick left. Yeah, we gotta pick left. Yeah.
What? 0.5. Oh, it's back! Yay! All right, if I remember correctly, the one on the right was like 29%. One on the left has to be more than 29%, right?
I'm keeping my mouth fucking shut. I don't want to know.
It's gotta be. Yeah, all right. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Mitrillette versus cheesy chips. These cheesy
We're
chips.
still being a little funny. If I ordered cheesy chips and got handed that, even for £3, I'd be so fucking mad.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that.
It's got to be left, right? It's got to be left.
It has to be left, surely.
Yeah. Oh, that's a little too high.
11%. Yeah, that is too high. But I think the one on the right deserves 11%.
How is the one on the right still like significantly lower than fucking the bugs? Yeah.
Because bugs are normal food in like a significant part of the world. Also, some people on Twitter are probably voting ironically.
It's got to be right.
I think it's right. Yeah. I think it's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
What?
Wow.
Whoa! It's pie and chips day today on Scrandal. Holy fuck!
Pie and chips
All right.
day.
Bacon and egg roll. That looks really good for the price. Holy shit! Versus Coxon has and beers, shredded chicken in a fried batter.
I do not think the left looks good. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like when bacon is that is not crispy. Yeah, I like crispy bacon.
That's the American view that you're bringing.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Anyway, I think it's right.
Yeah. Also known as being ignorant. Left is really good. Okay, I'll go right. I'll be a gentleman and go right. However, I would choose left. I think you're gonna be right though. It also has a pint buff. Here we go. That was high on the left. Wow, 77%.
It was pretty high, yeah. Higher than I would have guessed.
Okay, roast duck Yorkshire puddings.
This is such a shit picture.
Yeah, versus cheese dog. I think it has to be left.
I think it has to be left, but I think this person needs to take a class in food photography because what are we doing?
For sure. I also, like, what's your take on this, Mouse? I think that ketchup on fries should be separated from the fries. You should never, like, pour ketchup all over your fries.
Because it gets mushy. It makes them gross. I don't know, like, but I like vinegar with fries. So how do I resolve that contradiction in my head?
Well, I feel like that is a contradiction. I feel like that's
yeah.
I feel like if you dip chips or fries into vinegar, it's going to be too strong. So like it's like with salt. There's no other way to do it, right? But with vinegar, vinegar. Why? Oh man, you're catching strays for vinegar. Vinegar is great on fries and chips.
It's crazy that I just got called American and now I'm catching strays from the ignorant Americans in chat about vinegar. That's insane. That's insane. This is just a cycle of hatred that needs to be ended somewhere. It's not going to end at me because I'm a spiteful little bitch. Huh?
Malt vinegar or white vinegar?
No, I like malt vinegar.
Yeah, malt vinegar. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I think it's got to be left. Yeah. It's got to be left. You know what? I think 21.2 is too low for that. I feel like it would get a lot higher if there just was no cheese. Like the cheese slice is insulting. Okay. Cheeseburger with chips, meat and potato pie. Okay. It's the day of pie on Scrandle, and this burger looks okay. It has a pickle debuff though, and we know how bad. I think it has to be right. Why are you laughing? The pickle debuff, or is Mouse zooted on the poll?
I'm laughing at his mouse zooted because I'm completely sober.
Pickle debuff?
But maybe I'll
hold on.
Maybe I'll have a drink during break.
Whoa, pickle debuff. Remember last time there was a great burger on here, and it should have scored like plus 90, but it had a visible pickle, like a woman showing some ankle in the 1910s. And fucking like people were fucking like oh my god, it was only got like 50% on Scrandle. It's crazy. I don't even think pickle on burger is that bad. I personally prefer not to have a pickle, but like that pickle ruined that burger. I feel like it's right. I feel like the pickle is gonna ruin this. What do you think, Mouse? Also, this cheese looks unmelted.
I think burger's gonna take it, but I respect your streamer authority, and I think you should pick right. Yeah, the burger seems just perfectly done. So I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
It looks a little over. Okay, all right. Okay.
You should go right. You should go right. You should follow your heart and go right, because if you go left and I'm wrong, chat's gonna laugh at me, and I want them to laugh at you instead.
Okay. All right. I'll be a gentleman.
All right, cool.
And they can laugh at me.
All right. Yeah.
94. You didn't say you were gonna laugh at me too. This is crazy. All right. Pepperoni pizza. Okay, I have a hot take about the slice of pepperoni pizza. Do you want to hear it?
What?
I think that there's no love in this pepperoni placement. I feel like it's too mathematically trying to get the best amount of pepperoni spread, and they went too far with it, and it's too clinical. There's no love in this pepperoni placement.
This is so funny because I was looking at this pepperoni pizza and I was like, wow, this looks like someone lovingly distributed all of these pepperonis so evenly because they're so like me, and they really wanted to make sure there's a good distribution on the pizza. So I actually had the exact wrong take, which is going to explain a lot about our respective opinions of Umineko episode 5 later.
Don't you think that it's too much like on a grid? Look at the straight line pepperonis on the top left here. Like the first, it's better in the middle. It's like, okay, they got a little fun with it, like I don't know. I feel like it's too clean. That's not straight.
It's too clean.
How would you know what straight is? You're in my chat. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, what do we think? Yorkshire pudding wrap versus pepperoni pizza.
The Yorkshire pudding wraps look subpar to me, but that's partially because of the photography. Like the pizza also doesn't look like the pizza also does look like it's been sitting out for a while. So I don't think either of these looks particularly like 10 out of 10. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I don't think I've ever had a proper good Yorkshire pudding, so I don't understand the hype of Yorkshire pudding, but people seem to really like the Yorkshire pudding. But a wrap is different. I'm feeling the pizza. I'm feeling the pizza.
Yeah, let's do the pizza then.
Okay. Wow.
Well, there we go.
Okay.
Worse at Scrandle together than we are apart. That's
Apparently, wow. Okay. 6 out of 10.
Right.
Bad luck. God, we need
Loveless
caught
pizza.
so bad. Why? Why do we need caught? What do we need that for?
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Sorry.
Insane payout? Wow. Not voting for that burger was throwing points away. This should have been an easy 7 out of 10. Okay, I'm sorry, Jelly. I'm sorry. What the hell was that? Oh no, they heard the cute variant of your sneeze. Oh no. Oh no. Let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. Yeah, it had to happen sometime. Let's go full screen. Let's go. Okay. Can everyone see fan art?
I love that they've decided I'm zooted when the actual thing that's happened is that I streamed for like 4 months and now no longer get nervous about being on your stream and just have no shame anymore. I kept streaming and powering up over the Umineko break, and they've just not been there for that. Oh, good pin. Good pin.
Toast Stream has no love anymore. It's just the same systematic mathematical routine every day. Dolls every day. Fan art on Saturday. How original. Wow. Wow. How is breaking the fan art day format unoriginal? Okay. Anyway, let's go. I have my timer set for the on phone. This is why Atoriv art, Umi5 up the streams. The Jelly Jonah dichotomy regarding the character has been very funny. Oh, does Jelly like as Erica? We're gonna have Jelly back on soon.
Jelly has been like Lamau in stream chat the whole time.
I also think that she's funny, but I feel like she's also ruining my life. So I don't really, yeah. You know, I'm feeling some cognitive dissonance, and I'm putting the diss in it, like for real with there when it comes to Erica. Yeah, this is one of the most adorable Mousetress depictions ever. This is a very 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 cute expression. Damn.
Yeah, this is Clear. Clear does an amazing job. Get this
thing out of my VN. Wow. Holy shit! The screaming tantrum that this dragon is doing. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Artist also known as Clear. I fixed the name tag, but you have not refreshed after 30 minutes ago. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to refresh? Would that make you feel better, Baldur? 1 second.
Mouse, what is Erica saying? She's saying good.
I'm upset I didn't get Melancholy Hill. I'm upset. Thank you, Clear. Thank you.
Your life is really so hard.
This is my life.
Yeah,
is
this
so
is.
Hard.
I love Clear's art.
My life is so hard. It's so hard. It's so hard to be me. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so difficult. Yeah.
By Epic. Read left to right, you weebs. Wow. Do you want to read this one out loud?
Streamer Joseph Anderson claims to not be a weeb, and yet 90% of the games he plays are weeb games. Therefore, we can deduce Joe is a weeb.
No. Epic. Umi5, where Joe is. With only Joe's channel, this deduction is possible for Furuto Erica. What are your thoughts, everyone? On a side note, it's great to see how much Joe just loves Erica. Makes me really happy. Umineko has 178 fan art. Holy fuck on the tags.
First of all, that's 176. Second of all, yeah, Umineko like multiplies the amount of fan art being produced by a significant amount.
Holy shit. Holy shit. I think I need to go. Oh my god.
You know when like everybody was mad at Jeff Keighley after the previous year's Game Awards, so they brought on Statler and Waldorf to make fun of him for the next year's, just so everybody could feel better about it. That's what I'm doing on stream right now.
Okay, all right. You know, that worked actually. It really did work. Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Nagas, for the resub. 66 months. When you say something is for the girls and the gays, can you include Joe in that as well? The girls, the gays, and Joseph Anderson, if that's not too much trouble. Thanks, guys. All right. Thank you, Nagas. Thank you. Okay. Implying he is neither. Wow. Oh, we have a lot of fan art today, by the way. We're up to 28. Wasn't it less before? Fewer?
It was 24, but they
last minute additions? Wow.
Did you change to fewer because you knew you thought I was gonna get your ass for saying less?
No, you're reading too much into that. No. Okay, you're reading way too much into that. Yeah. We did fan art last week, didn't we? Last Saturday?
Yeah.
So we generated 28 fan arts in a week?
Yes,
oh my god.
Yes,
wow.
we did. Yeah.
By Crystal. Here are emo versions of Battler and Beatrice. Next time I'll probably send 3 edits because there's a lot, and I don't know if I should do the 7 sisters or do the 7 sisters. Okay. Emo Battler.
Yeah, looking very Gerard. Crystal let me pick the next ones she was working on at one point this week, so I got to pick some, but I can't tell you who.
Why not? Why can't you tell me?
Because that would be spoiling the fan art.
Okay. All right. Battler with the nail polish. If you put nail polish on, is it dangerous to bite your nails, or is nail polish non-toxic in small quantities?
There are some non-toxic nail polishes, but a lot of stuff has come out over the past few years about a lot of nail stuff being pretty toxic. There's like now a non-toxic nail movement. I would not bite your nails with nail polish on. It's not a good idea.
All right. Okay. I don't bite my nails at all really anymore, but just curious. That's where my mind went when seeing this. Battler.
You can get clear nail polish to get you to stop biting nails that taste bitter. Yeah, that's one of the ways to stop biting nails.
Oh, that's an interesting thing to try. Huh.
Yeah.
Someone asked in chat a while ago, like how to stop biting nails. They didn't like the habit. Yeah. So there's more after emo battler. There's whoa. Oh damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
I gotta say, kind of an improvement for me. Not for battler. Definitely an improvement for me.
Here are emo versions of Battler and Beatrice. Next time I'll this is the same message.
That's not Beatrice. That's Ebony, Darkness, Dementia, Raven Way. Good, very good reference. Very good reference. Excellent job, Chatter.
Blonde Beatrice. Yeah, it is good to see her finally blonde. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. She's definitely pulling this off, but I think Beatrice could pull probably anything off, to be honest. Yeah.
Do you recognize Ebony, Darkness, Dementia, Raven Way?
I do not know.
That is from My Immortal, the the infamous Harry Potter fanfic that has a Mary Sue self-insert protagonist, who has a lot of she does a lot of dating, but especially Malfoy. Especially Malfoy. Yeah.
I thought you were going to jump off the springboard that was that she can pull anything off, Mouse, but don't worry. Simple got us covered with just blatantly in the chat, she can pull me off.
Wow. Can I make Joe read My Immortal? No, I can't make Joe do anything. But if he decides to do that on his own, then on his own head be it.
My Immortal. Okay. Put it on that. Lock it in.
My Immortal, now locked in. Okay. Nope.
There's a third one from Crystal?
Yeah.
Oh, the goat.
The
emo goat. It's been a long time coming, and now it's here. The emo goat. Also pulling it off? Pulling it off, yeah. I've thought about getting snake bite piercings like that, but it's bad for your teeth, so I haven't done it. What are the snake bite piercings? The ones are they like the bottom lip or top lip?
Below your lip.
Below?
Yeah.
Thank you, Annie, for press for the resub. Thinking of funny sub messages is surely possible for Furuto Erica. Fortunately, I'm not Furuto Erica. Unfortunately, I can't think of anything funny to go here. Something boop fetish. Something boop fetish. All right. Thank you, Eddie, for press. Boop. Thank you, Kirkenis, for the resub. Umineko Day. Nothing can go wrong. Absolutely nothing. It's going to be a great time. Great time. And Fadman Loki with the message, reminder that the Sifu Alliance is here, silently waiting and watching. I mean, I feel like the Sifu Alliance needs to increase their club size if they want me to actually play Sifu. I feel like there's not a lot of people demanding the Sifu. Just dozens so far. Anyway, thank you, Crystal. Queenin, I can't read that. Sorry, Queenin. Baldur's Gate 3 certainly cannot fail, or the miracle will not occur. What the fuck is this? This curled thing here. Annoying but based. Now imagine how much funnier the joke would be if you read Jomurashi Nanaku Koru. What the fuck is this?
I believe that's a mouse lambda delta with a curly tail.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I realized with the mix of ADHD and being busy working on the Umineko mod, the what? I forgot to actually.
Throw that in there. Throw that in there.
I forgot to actually post this little comic. So here's to celebrate Lambda Sama's game. You can tell this was from a while ago. Crying cat.
The casual mention of the Umineko mod is killing me.
What the fuck is the Umineko mod?
I don't know. I saw someone say this and I thought they were joking.
What is this covert joms down here too? I like the weeb avatar insert with the commentary on the joke. That's a good bit. I like it.
Okay, there's a video preview of Umineko in Jazz, and so far Maria has been turned into Joms and Battler has been turned into Glorp, and Rosa is mouse with green hair, I think. Put it on the screen. I don't know if we can or should. Oh, it's in share stuff you made today, like literally right now. Literally
sounds
from
like
right now.
This sounds like Zoomer shit. I understand the boomers more every day. Every day I understand the boomers more. Yeah, that's what's happening.
It's in share stuff you made.
Okay, let me see if I can pull it up after we're done with Fanart then.
Okay.
We'll see the Glorpo mod. The Glorpo mod.
Okay. All right.
Holy shit. All right, thank you, Queenan. evil lambda delta and Mercustle expressions.
Mm-hmm.
The dragon being, oh my god, just the worst character. Skywine. Umi5 got inspired by someone's comment on Umiden. Awesome lesbian couple, evil and intimidating Erica. Okay,
I love this Erica so much.
I understand this reference now after the evil horse. I get it.
Yep.
That is like a mix of cute and disturbing there on this face. Holy fuck.
Yeah, it's about right for her. The rat.
Chat, is it possible for two women in fiction to hang out on stream without becoming a lesbian couple to chat? Is it possible? Can it happen?
No, and that's how it should be.
That's how it should be? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I need to steal that image. It's yours. You can steal it. Thank you. Delete TF for the resub. I feel like Oomphy Boomfy and Mr. Poopy Butthole would be friends. I think Oomphy Boomfy is one of the best times that I've started talking without realizing what I was gonna say. Had to like roll a 20 in the middle of it to finish the sentence, and just turned into Oomphy Boomfy. What's Oomphy Boomfy is a character that showed up out of nowhere in 13 Sentinels, and when she showed up out of nowhere, I just went off and said, "Why the fuck is this Oomphy Boomfy here?" Like, and that's. Oomphy Boomfy jump scare is great, yeah. Thank you, Guitar Jaime, for the resub. Or is it Hime? I'm not sure. Hime? Firstly, a pleasant day to you both. Secondly, thank you for the streams, Joe. They have offered me some consistency and routine. Really? Now that I have been living on my own for the first time, keep up with the great work. Oh, that's nice. I'm glad that I can help you out with that. Is it like watching the VOD a part of your day, or like when you can catch it live? Like, yeah, well, you know what? We haven't been too bad about starting at around the same time. For since I got to the apartment. That's true. I have been off like for a week or so there, but yeah, it's been pretty good. Thank you, Cryburst, for the resub as well. Episode 5 is my favorite, and I should be upset Joe hates it, but his piece was controlled by Jonathan Blow these past few streams, so it's fine.
Oh fuck! No way! Wow. Well done, Cryburst. That was a good joke. That was good. And thank you, Kami Mummy, as well, for gifting a sub to... Oh, for fuck's sake. Gifting a sub to Bukaki Milkshake. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Also, thank you to Skywine. Thank you. This bit is... Apparently, the bit is back. Also by Epic, The Detective... Eat cereal and milk separated. Wow, what a monster. I hate her more every day. Villain. I love it. Lego Erica, though.
Lego Erica
is really good.
When are we going to get Lego Umineko? That would be fun. Little sketches and fun stuff of our great rat lord Erica, greatest detective of all time. Umi Lego.
Yeah, Umi Lego does just work, and it was right.
Lego Umineko, the complete saga. Yeah, imagine all the battle scenes that you could play as one of the Lego pieces, smashing everything. That would be fun. I think it would work. This is a kind of a creepy Erica grin down here, kind of getting some Maria vibes down there in the bottom left. Thank you, Deal7, for the resub with quite a long message. They often say life imitates art, and the Answers arc is no exception. Tom lives every day in Moncton terrified of a rodent showing up under his blanket fort, a modern Rickenjima, if you will, and spouting Reddit atheist quotes, belittling her thoughtful opinions on jet fuel and steel beams at him before totally altering the trajectory of his stream career. I also want to be mean to Mouse in this message. Pants mod.
Very thorough message. Thank you.
How are they expecting you to install said pants mod? Like just tell me to do it and I would do it?
Just send it to you and you would go, okay, yay.
Okay, yay. Okay, all right. Have you read Nox's 10? I did look up Nox's rules. Yes, I did. I can't remember them offhand though. I just kind of skimmed them. Yeah. One of Nox's rules, if you just read it blindly without context, can come across as kind of yikes. But then I spoke to Mouse about it afterwards, and like what was your What was like that your read on it, or does it have some like historic basis for? Like,
no, there's an actual quote from him on Wikipedia saying that he basically said it's not like it's bad to have people from different countries in your novel, but if you walk into a bookstore and pick it up and you find out that a woman is being menaced by like a creepy Chinese man, it's probably a shitty book.
Yeah. So in
Yeah.
a way, it's trying. It comes across without context. It comes across as a racist rule, but it's actually trying to do the exact opposite of that. It's supposed to try and like not have otherize a race and make them automatically the bad person. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Nox is woke. You love to see it.
Apparently, so Keen Viper, to celebrate Joe's collapse into weebdom. Thanks for the streams. They've been great. I'm talking about live streams, not the ones that go in the. Oh, for fuck's sake! Thank you, Keen Viper. It's Nan Joe Dragon Nan Joe.
Yeah.
I worked at a doctor's office for a while. And I had to wear a lab coat like this every time I was there.
Wow.
I know. I felt so grown up. Do you think Elder Ring would make a good movie? I think it could, yeah. If with the right kind of like vision and director, but like it wouldn't really be based at all in on the story that happens in Elden Ring. It would probably just be something that takes place in that world. Yeah. So I don't know.
The Elden Ring movie would be
yeah.
The Elden Ring movie would be you sit in the theater while there are panning shots all over the world, and then at the end of it they call you stupid if you didn't understand the story that told.
They really would. Yeah, they really would. They're making one. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I saw it. A24 is doing one. Yeah, I think it has the potential to be good. I don't know if it's gonna be like a good story, like oh my god, that was a great plot, but it could be just be an entertaining kind of like visual spectacle for a while. Yeah, I think it could be all right. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Keen Viper. Bucket? Whoa, everyone's here. Oh, it's Weekend at Kinzo's with the glasses on.
I love this.
Drew some Umineko stream bits that I enjoyed. One of two. Weekend at Kinzo's. Kraus, Natsuhi. Oh, Kyrie being like, Everyone's mad.
Over under on Twin Peaks references in the Elden Ring movie? Anyone?
Gotta be at least one, right? Gotta be at least one. Thank you, Potential Pizza, for the bits. Having read Umineko, I have a different perspective from you on the game and the Red Truth, but your takes are interesting. I never considered some of your points, and I have to think about how they fit with my full story understanding. It won't spoil my conclusions, of course. Episode 5 is still my favorite, and I hope by the end what I love about it works for you. In other words, Sumari, you're going to be so mad when you realize Episode 5 is peak, but in seriousness, keep bringing your honest perspectives. Thank you, Potential Pizza. I don't think I'll be mad if it's peak. If it's peak, then it's great. I'll enjoy it. Thank you, Potential Pizza. It's a nice message. Thank you also that last curry rice for the resub. Thank you for the great streams, Joe. It feels great when I burst into laughter in public and the couple sitting across from me looks at me like I'm about to become the Joker. Have a great day. Thanks, that's the last curry rice. And also, Paul is mouse suited. That's how long ago that was when it came in.
Wow.
Thank you, Bucket, as well. Let's see the second one from Bucket.
I love Bucket's art, by the way.
We're not seeing the second one from Bucket?
I guess not.
Is it deeper into the fan art? I guess we'll get to it when we get to it. Keen Viper was playing the Miles Edgeworth games for the first time, so I combined Ace Attorney and Umineko. Objection. I am not stubborn. I'm right. So true. So true. I'm looking forward to getting back into the Ace Attorney games. I think that would be good. I don't know. Are they all released in trilogies? Because if they are, I don't think I want to do them like one after the other. I think I would want to break between them. Boulder Mode, it's fine if it's out of order. It's okay. Don't hate on Boulder. Oops, sorry, put this one too high. That's all right. Don't worry about it. Just do TGA, the Game Awards. The great Ace Attorney. I think we're gonna do that, and we're gonna do Miles Edgeworth Adventures. And if we still like the series after that, and then we'll do some more as they come out. I think there's like 3 sets of games that we could do. Isn't there 3 or 4? I'm not sure. This is cool, Keen Viper. Thank you. Mod the whole thing. Oh, here it is. Bucket. Drew some Umineko streams I enjoyed.
I was just excited to see Bucket art again.
Just like Beato, I hate slow story progression. Burn, are you going to play? I'm thinking Umineko Epitaph Solution. The laughing. I hate Eric. Yeah. Synchronicity. Yeah. Poor Battler. Poor Battler.
Poor Battler. Poor Joe.
Poor me. Oh, you even got the pumpkin on Burn. That's a cool detail.
That's lame. You can't even keep them straight.
Yeah, they're both the same in my head. Yeah. Thank you, Doc Hooliday for the resub with a claw fist. Plumpy Plums as well for the resub. Love you, Joe and Mouse. Thank you. Thank you, Arjun Design, for the bits as well. Hey, Joe, Tom, and Mouse. I can rarely make it here live, but I've been catching up on the Umineko streams and having a great time. Hope you continue to enjoy it. 100% agree with you on that one chapter 4 scene where Battler is made to say a thing in red. Chapter 4 scene? Episode 4 scene? The end of episode 4? Yeah, that was a weird one, but like it was resolved fairly quickly, so I don't want to like simmer on it unless the story makes me to. It makes me, like, air quotes makes me. It's all right. Thank you, Bucket. Whoa, holy shit, the perspective. What the fuck? Epic 6, Umi 5, where Joe is. Joe finally met the greatest of all time, so I can post this art finally. Welcome, Joe. Welcome to peak. Cackle E. A miracle with certainty. What's this on the book here? Is it Umineko?
I have no idea.
This is really cool. Look at that, man. That does not say Umineko. Does anyone know what it says? Is Epic here and can say, or?
It's a mystery novel Erica mentions at some point.
Ah, okay.
I'm thinking Japanese post-COVID.
I was just reading that, yeah.
You can't, I read it first. It's my chat now.
Wow. Look at all these pieces. Look at that. Oh, that's cool. Good hand too. Damn. Thank you, Epic. Holy shit. Also, thank you to Astrologist Magi for the resub. Curious as to what your favorite part of your favorite characters are right now. Least favorite aspect of least favorite characters? Favorite characters are right now. Least favorite aspect of least favorite characters. I'm not sure if I can go into that right now during a fan art segment. Definitely the interactions between Beato and Battler are my favorite in the story right now, and I like their dynamic together. I also like them separately. I don't really like Beatrice as much when she is solo interacting with Ronave and co. That is less interesting to me, especially in episode 5. But I really like them together. I also really like the reversal moments where you think someone is cornered and then they turn around and they're like, haha, no, fuck you. Like, it's like, even if it doesn't make perfect sense, which it might still, I don't know. But even if it doesn't make perfect sense, it's still really cool. It's like, it's just really fun to have that in a story. My least favorite aspect are still like Burn and Lambda. I just hate them. I hate them in almost every single context. Although I will admit Lambda did genuinely get a laugh out of me last stream when her sprite snapped from the left to the middle when she was making fun of Erica and Burn. She was such a brat. Like that was funny. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I also really like the idea of Erica. I just don't like her implementation. The idea is fire. The idea is so good. Yeah. Anyway, hopefully that's a decent enough answer. Thank you, Epic. Holy fuck, Crumbs. Hi Joe. I've known you I've known you from your lengthy video essays before, but only recently have I gotten into watching your streams, and you and Chad have offered me countless hours of entertainment. The Umineko streams especially have been fantastic, and I really hope you get to see it through till the end. As such, I made this piece of fan art depicting you and Mouse as your Umi counterparts to show my gratitude and affection towards this community. I hope you like it. I really like it. Oh my god, this is gorgeous. What the fuck?
This is really good.
God damn. Oh, there's a little... There's a little tooth sticking out there too.
There's a fang.
What oh man. Holy. That is gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the suit too. Look at the it's hanging over the arm and everything. Damn. Maybe I should get a white suit.
Episode 8 finale, we go on camera and cosplay.
Mm-hmm. You know, white suit.
Fantastic.
Should put that in your wall.
Maybe.
Has there been any split fiction fan art? Yeah, there was some split fiction art. Yeah, fan art. I think so. Yeah.
Mr. Sunrise did some banger work.
Yeah, there was a really good one of the sci-fi motorbike scene. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
God, this is like gorgeous. Thank you, Crumbs. Thank you, Cinnamon Bun as well. For the resub, hey, another month getting closer to the marble. Question of the month. Have you played Mortuary Assistant? I have not. I've never even heard of it. It's a pretty decent horror game. You'd have a better time with it than the FNAF Fridays or whatever it will be. Do you know this one, Mouse?
I know this one, but I want to play it because it's the kind of game I like, but it's really scary and I'm scared of it.
Aw. Do you want me to stream it to you, just to you, and then you can experience it? And then it won't be
No,
scary?
I want to play it and maybe do it on my stream or something so that I can be brave.
Would streaming it make you like less afraid, maybe, or
Yeah, having people around makes me less afraid.
Okay, all right.
Mortuary assistant.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I have to do FNAF because I'm streaming FNAF because I'm playing FNAF anyway. I'm playing FNAF because the kids are interested in FNAF, and I need to find more about it. But I'm going to stream it this October. It's not a pressing thing, but I think we're going to do that. Has any music from Umineko aside from the intro stuck with you? Any favorites? Yes, but I haven't looked any of it up because I'm really afraid of accidentally seeing a spoiler. So I haven't looked up the OST or the OST names or anything like that. There's quite a bit. I think Golden Slaughter is a good one. I really like the music that kicks in when there's that reversal moment and Beato and Beatrice are having the back and forth. But like I haven't looked it up yet, so I can't name any of the tracks off the top of my head. Sorry. But
it's probably Dread of the Grave.
Dread of the Grave. But I think that the original opening is my favorite. I have listened to that quite a bit on my own time. Yeah. And thank you again, Crumbs. My God, what the fuck? Clearer. Umi5 up to streams. This was funny. It's a video. Okay,
pre-laughing. Pre-laughing.
Pre-laughing. Cackle. Let me play it and tell me if it's loud enough. Behind the bookshelf. Behind the closet. Whoa. We good? Audio's good. Okay. Behind the bookshelf, behind the closet, under the carpet, under the floor, above the ceiling, behind the wallpaper, inside the sofa, inside the chair, inside the bed, inside the blankets, inside the walls, inside a rock, inside a stone, inside the room. Check finish, check finish, check finish. I don't believe you. Who the Oh no, it glitched. No. Hold on. Let me refresh it.
No, that's the best part. No.
Okay, I'm gonna have to play it without it going in full screen because I know that messes it up. That's why.
Okay.
He said go into full screen. Hold on. Behind the bookshelf, behind the closet, under the. Check finish, check finish, check finish. I don't believe you. Who the Who checked the ceiling? Let's do the last half of that again. Check finish, check finish, check finish. I don't believe you. He's so mad at the little thing. Who the Who checked the ceiling? Great equalizer is the oh man.
Has anyone explained to you the lore of why she talks in capital letters?
No. Do you want to do that now?
Yeah, I would love to do that. So in the original Japanese, she is finishing her. So Japanese is typically written in a combination of kanji and hiragana, and katakana is used for borrowed words. But she finishes all of her sentences and uses random words with katakana, as though they were borrowed words. And so that is represented in the Witch Hunt translation as capital letters. And death sounds like des. In Japanese, so it's a play on that. That's why she keeps saying des, and death all the time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's completely lost on me. Yeah, okay.
There you go. Does Joe know what katakana is? I just explained what katakana is. What do you mean?
It's a type of vampire in the Witcher world, isn't it?
All right. Anyway.
I'm sorry. Bucket's back. What do you think, everyone? Miss Erica, are you sure this is the right path? Of course. This level of navigation is possible for Furuto. Erica. Oh, over the cliff. Yeah.
Right over the cliff.
Umineko cliff. Okay, this car. What are we thinking? 1989? 1990? Or before? Later? No time guesser? Time guesser's banned?
It looks like the ones that they go off the cliff in Delma and Louise. Yeah.
It's in black. It is in black and white. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It's anyone's scran. Thank you, Kever Larung. That was hard. I almost failed for the bits. That is why UmiChat says, "What are these boobs?" To remember the good times they had with the streamer. It was their oldest and most ooh spell. Oh no. Oh no! Thank you, RR Dino, for the gifts as well. 5 gifts up. Thank you very much, RR Dino. Oh, also with 500 bits to follow it up. In other words, Sumari, if Battler is my favorite character in all of fiction and Tosif Anderson is literally Battler, that means that Joe is my favorite streamer in all of streamerdom. Wow! By the simple existence of these streams, this level of reasoning is possible for RR Dino. What do you think, everyone?
My favorite part of this is that they, if you can't see this, chat, is that they spelled out their name phonetically so that he couldn't mispronounce it. They typed this.
They did. They did. Yep. They did. They did. I really must be their favorite streamer. They know how to communicate with me. Yep. Yep. Thank you, Mixed Skies, for the resub also. Without Joms, it cannot be seen. Ooh. Joms. Thank you, Bucket. Thank you. Parkir and Honda. Joms? I was in need to draw Bikoi so that it stops haunting my dreams. Oh, and also I saw Weiwei's Jomsif art and thought it was very cute. This is a Joms inside the Bikoi. Wow.
It was Joms all along.
Jomsif.
Whoa.
Oh my god, I was wrong. It was Joms all along. They speak fluent Joe. They do speak fluent Joe, yeah. Man, Parkir and Honda's art is just fucking... Sorry to just use the G word over and over again. Just gorgeous. Oh my god. Look at this.
Yeah.
Look how much you can zoom in here, too.
Bikoi wearing a Bikoi shirt goes crazy.
Hey, it's true to the lore. Should the Bikoi on the shirt also have a Bikoi shirt and it keeps going forever?
I think
it's
so,
just
yeah.
fractals?
I think so, yeah. I think so, yeah.
Damn. Pincerata for the bits. Hello, Joe and Mouse. Hope you're having a fantastic Umi Saturday. I'm really looking forward to hearing y'all discuss this episode and the future ones as well. Thank you for the fun streams. I don't think that Mouse and I are going to be doing much discussion on it, although if Mouse thinks that she can manage the tightrope walk of like speaking about it without spoilers. But I think we will probably have an in-depth discussion when I'm done completely. I remember you saying you want to do that, right, Mouse? We can have a big discussion about it at the end. I don't know if it's gonna happen right when we end, or if we're gonna do like a bonus like epilogue Umineko stream, and we'll have people on and we'll talk about it and like have a big discussion with chat, maybe go through the story, that sort of thing. I don't know if that's. I'm not promising to do that because I don't know if that's gonna be fun. But we'll see if we can. That might be a good time. Jelly's co-host again soon. Jelly will be on. I think beginning.
We need to figure out timing exactly.
Yeah, I think it's beginning of episode 6. We're actually almost done episode 5. I think beginning of episode 6, Jelly will be back on. I think there's a plan for having all 3 of us on at one point soon.
Yeah, probably not the very, very beginning of episode 6, but if we can wrangle it so it's a little bit further in, I think it'll be fun. And chat knows why.
I don't know about a dedicated stream, but we could schedule the final stream to end a little early, maybe. Normally at the end, like I'm guessing the end is going to be very dense and intense, and I don't think I'm going to have it in me to just immediately be able to just process and go through the whole entire story with like the respect it deserves or anything like that. You know, I don't think I'm gonna have like the energy left in me at the end of it. So like maybe being able to go and collect thoughts, maybe even write some notes to follow with a discussion, treat it like an actual podcast. Like today, hey, welcome to the podcast. We're actually gonna be discussing Umineko today, and we actually have like a formal thing. I think that might be interesting, but we'll see. Maybe that won't be.
I think we should. I think we should get into a knockdown, drag out fight on stream about what I like about Umineko and you don't, and we should get heated and make chat really uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We could do that. Yep. We have a good history of making chat uncomfortable, so we could do that. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Parker and Honda.
In cosplay? Yeah, maybe.
Oh, we got some Baldur's Gate 3 fanart. Uncredited artist Shan. Cringe mommy heart. Unleash me. I love Minthara. What is your opinions on Minthara, Mouse? Do you like her?
I killed her in my playthrough. She just died, so I am experiencing Minthara for the first time watching your streams, and I'm really enjoying her. Yeah.
Unleash me. I think, I don't know. I haven't played Baldur's Gate 2 in a while, but Minthara is a drow elf that comes from the same place that Viconia does in Baldur's Gate 2, and this is the first time I can say this, like I think pretty clearly that this type of character is written better in Baldur's Gate 3 than it is in Baldur's Gate 2. And I really liked Viconia in Baldur's Gate 2. I feel like Viconia in Baldur's Gate 2 was a little too like leaned into the cartoonishly, oh, she's evil, so of course she's going to have these stereotypical evil opinions. I feel like Minthara is not a nice person, like, but you know, she comes from a place that's very hostile and savage. But she seems to have more like complexity and like things that present as contradictions in her opinions. You know what I mean? I really do like her. I don't think Viconia would ever have like the amount of accountability, like, yeah, I messed up here, I made a lot of mistakes, that Minthara shows as growth in Baldur's Gate 3. Minthara is a very interesting character to me.
That's awesome.
Didn't she advocate for debt slavery last time? Look, come on. Yeah, she did. No one's saying she's a nice person, but she's, you know, interesting. She's interesting, you know, like she's interesting. Thank you, Uncredited Artist Chan. Thank you, en passant, as well, for the bits. Everyone always asks, what are these boobs? But never, how are these boobs? Okay. Thank you, Siggy3 as well. Siggy Fido for the resub. Hope you have fun with episode 5, even if you don't end up enjoying it. Erica is great. Is she? Is she though? I think Erica is a great concept again. But like, yeah. I want to see where it goes before I pass full judgment. But yeah. I know literally nothing about Minthara other than listening to her last stream and melting over the VA. Her VA is really good. I think it's a shame that she is apparently quite hard to recruit to the party, because her VA is really, really good. It's probably not as good as Astarian's. Astarian, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of VA, Astarian is the star of the show, no pun intended. My God, that VA just nailed that performance so far. Like I don't know, man. Like, really, really good job. But Minthara is also great as well. The narrator, though, oh yeah, you know what? The narrator might be better. It's just hard to think of the narrator as like a character. It's kind of like I have this weird problem in some media that do you know how everyone knows the show Dexter, right? In Dexter, the dad is a ghost and like follows is all in his head and he speaks to his dad like in a lot of scenes. And to me, like, I have this weird disconnect when it comes to characters that are not real in the context of the show themselves, that I don't even process them as it being actually a performance almost. I don't get it, why I have this problem. I just forget, like, that he's actually, like, obviously an actor had to be physically present to film those scenes. Like, he's fake twice in my head. And it's the same kind of with the narrator. The narrator is just like this floating voice that I really enjoy, but then I forget about her as a character when it comes to considering it. It's not spoilers. The dad is dead right from the beginning. Like, it's, yeah. Have you watched the Dexter prequel? I have not watched the Dexter prequel, no. Thank you, Incredible Artist Chan. Is there more Baldur's Gate 3? This is... Oh, it's Doom! Poor Joe, not getting to just enjoy gameplay games. I know, right? It's so hard to be me. Umipiko, unsubbing unless you read me Steins Gate. Stop playing actual games, Joe. I swear this next one will win the Weeb's Gambit. ASMR streamer boyfriend reads you a bedtime story by Haydener. What are you drinking here?
I think this is like my VTuber, my PNG tuber avatar thingy, which has a mug with unknown substances in it.
Unknown substances. Very French?
Very French, yeah. Probably your tears. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Good answer.
Why is it there are some games? What are the games? It's consistently Bethesda games. Whenever we play like Oblivion, Starfield, anything like that, like I feel like I'm in this weird place where chat hates it like considerably more than I do. Doom was like that too. Have there been any other experiences like that? Is it just the pure gameplay games that have that reaction? I'm not sure. I don't remember chat being like that when it came to something like Pizza Tower, or Katana Zero, or Celeste. What was another like big gameplay game we played recently? Nine Souls. I feel like chat wasn't like that with Nine Souls. Returnal. I feel like chat was more negative on Returnal than I was. I feel like I enjoyed Returnal more than chat. Right? Maybe not. Oh no.
I'm keeping my big old mouth shut for this one.
Uh-oh. Thank you, Haydener. Thank you, Beb is real for the resub as well. Hey Joe, one time I was watching a Baldur's Gate 3 VOD while folding laundry and I couldn't stop laughing. My roommate later asked what was so funny about my socks. Thank you for making me look insane. Wow. Thank you, YSF for the bits. Jack Black as Tarnished. Tibia Mariner. fucking chicken jockey. What the fuck are you doing? Also, oh shit, that's my bit message. Thanks for drawing it, Bucket Oars. Wow. Jack like his tarnish. Tibia Mariner. Okay. Mouse, did you see the Minecraft movie yet?
No, I'm not gonna see the Minecraft movie.
Wow.
It's going into the pile with Ratatouille. I'm not gonna watch these things. What do you mean?
Okay, chat. I didn't say it. I'm moving. Oh my god. I'm moving on. Thank you, Haydener. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh my god. By Dara Frost. Speaking of Ratatouille, my friend was watching the Persona 4 VODs for the first time and told me he was laughing so hard at how Joe was simping for Rise. So I got the stupid idea of combining Joe's real waifu with Joe's fictional waifu. Mouse plus Rise equals Mouse. Oh man. Mouse, can I tell you something? Can I tell you something? If you ever wanted to owe me really, really hard, I would absolutely hate it if you called me senpai. I would just like, it would like make me really angry and mad. So if you ever like want to like piss me off or get me back for like some bad Umineko opinion, you just like, just say senpai, that was a really bad take or something like that. Okay. I would just absolutely hate it.
Okay. Okay.
He's
click
so
to
fast.
The next, click.
How fast chat is moving right now.
Click to the next fan art.
Senpai. Wow. Squeak, squeak. Caught in 4K.
Now, I did research before this stream, and I went and I listened to the cadence in which she delivers that word, and I was going to own you by saying it on stream, but now that you said all of that, I can't do that.
Oh, no.
So you played yourself. I played myself.
You
played yourself so hard.
God damn it. Yep. I should have been patient. God damn it. The cell phone. Yep. How will I ever recover? What the fuck?
Maddie, oh no.
I regret being part of this community.
To return to the issue of Ratatouille briefly, for people who don't watch my stream, it's a meme that I haven't seen Ratatouille and I don't want to watch it, and everybody, like, I get asked like 3 times a stream at least if I've seen Ratatouille, because of the mouse avatar. So when I say I'm putting Minecraft movie in the pile with Ratatouille, I just mean it's in the pile of things people will ask me if I've seen and I won't watch.
And also, it's a condemnation of their equal quality to you, that they're both the same.
Exactly. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you, Penguin05, for the resub. Hey, Joe, I've been away from the stream for about a month now because unfortunately I got a job. However, congratulations on getting a job. However, I'm happy to see that you fully accepted Glorp into your heart. For without love, a green alien cat cannot be seen or something. Glorp cannot show up in the chat still, actually. Are you gonna stream the share stuff you made video? I think we're gonna show that at the end of fan art.
This is the end of fan art.
Is it? This
isn't it?
It's 20. I think we have 7 left.
We have 7 left. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I thought we were at the end.
We have 7 left. Also, but that reminded me that I didn't put YouTube chat on, even though it doesn't matter because it's Umineko, but I just turned it on. So thank you for the reminder of that.
Okay. All right. Zooted. Oh man.
Zooted. Thank you, Haydener, for gifting a sub to Crumbs248 as well. Thank you, Haydener. Fan artists gifting subs to other fan artists. Wow. Thank you, Dara Frost. Wait, this is on YouTube. I don't think I'm going to upload the Umineko streams, but I'd like the option to do it in the future if I am going to do it.
You can find it on Nodge's channel.
Did Joe say tub of insects?
I forgot these are here. That's right.
Tub of insects Chan holding a tub of insects with the insect's feet. God.
And antenna.
She skips feet day? Look at the skinny. What the hell with the antenna, yeah.
She's a little glorpy. A little glorp.
Got some glorp vibes, yeah.
Glorp. Yeah.
How is there a 2 next to the tub of insects Chan tag?
Glorpian.
Glorpian.
I think you should look at the next one.
Glorpian.
I think you should look at the next one.
Is there another one? Fucking Glorpult? Oh my god. Let's say thank you to some people just to brace for what's coming. Thank you, Cakewalking Remaster, for the bits. I'm the biggest Umineko glazer, and the past few streams have been fire. Hopefully some of the more unhinged fans didn't sour it for you. Also, cheers, Mouse. Hopefully one day I'll become unemployed to be awake for your streams. Aw.
Everybody's dream.
They're not going to ruin it for me. Don't worry. And thank you, Junie Day Streamer, for the bits as well. Hello, a fellow Undercourt mod. For FNAF, did you clarify if you're just doing the first game or up to sister location to round out the OG ones? Should be fun regardless. I think I'm only doing the OG. I don't know what that means. I'm going to play the first Five Nights at Freddy's. I don't know if I'm going to play 2 and 3. I don't know. Just going to be number 1 so far. I just want to see what it's all about, and we'll see how it goes. We're going to be doing that around Halloween this year. All right, here we go.
Here we go.
By Ash, I know Joe has a vor fetish because of the Astrobot streams, but I wish he wouldn't force it on his fans by asking us to chantify a tub of edible bugs. The amount of jokes in this image. Oh my god. This is where Kafka's Metamorphosis truly begins. This is the Witcher bug, right? Witcher bug. This is the Witcher Geralt bathtub pose. Yep. Joe, please stop commissioning these. What do you mean? Imagine missing a Scrandal. Fucking hell. Oh my god. Fan artists, is it better to have like Joe like be like, oh my god, I like this is such a like gorgeous piece of fan art, like holy fuck, or is it better to own the streamer via the fan art delivery? Like, what does it depend on like what it is? Like both at the same time? Oh, fucking hell. Thank you, the Jellyfish, for the resub. Joms, I have been enjoying Umi streams so much that I ruined my sleep for months. I am really enjoying the Umi peak, and I am Umi hopeful because I know that you will walk out with your own Umi experience. Oh, thank you, the Jellyfish. I can't tell you to do it to fix your sleep because my sleep is also ruined at the moment. But hopefully it gets better. Thank you, Ash. Thank you. Tub of Insects Chan too, and we've seen both, so there's no more tubs of insects. So we're good for the next one. What could go wrong? Ooh. He's back.
He's
wow.
So emotional.
I know,
so
right?
Emotional.
What the hell? Pincerata. A Waffles it's so hard to be Wizapon. A Waffles Wizapon sketch based on his camp look from a recent stream. Hope I captured his kicked puppy vibes sufficiently. He is the most pathetic, dirty character ever, and it's strangely attractive. We all know he represents whatever percentage of bisexual that Joe is. What?
You fucking manifested your own dark urge into Waffles. The dark urge is bisexuality.
I think it's just a perfect storm of like accidentally doing a lot of dark urge options, trying to resist it, the game making me do it sometimes, and how Waffles can't oscillates between like being into it, smiling unhinged in some scenes, and then like reacting with with horror. Like man. The end of last stream went so hard. The very last scene we had was just like, I don't know how Baldur's Gate 3 like so often ends with just an amazing scene. I really enjoyed the playthrough. I'm sad that the viewership hasn't been great on it. It hasn't been that bad though. It's picked up a bit.
No, it's been getting back up. Yeah.
Yeah, like there's been some really good ends of that. Yeah, Wizapon. Men will be like, I'm resisting the dark urge, and then the dark urge is just bisexuality. Thank you, Zeta Program 142. Dalnor just tells you she checked, regardless if you think she didn't. Now, if you think about it, Erica just pulls out a deck of cards, screams that it is time to duel, Chotler, you weeb. So what do we think, everyone? What are you cooking, Zeta? What are you cooking? Am I saying Dalnor's name wrong, by the way, Mouse? Is it?
It's said Delanor in
Delanor.
Yeah.
So like lame because she's lame. So the Delanor.
That's a stretch.
Okay.
A stretch.
Delanor. I'll try and remember, but I might just say Delanor. Sorry, Delanor.
You say Delanor. You wanna Delanor?
Wow,
hit it.
No, I
Hit
can't.
it in the Japanese. Yeah.
I can't hit it. No, I can't hit it. No way. I'll hurt myself in confusion. Thank you, Huli Godot, as well for the bits. I think it's time to address the elephant in the room. Last time, I felt some very weird energy between Joe and Battler. Every scene they were in together was so strained and tense. I think we should kick off Battler and just keep the regular characters who've been there all along, like Poochie and Poopy Butthole. Thank you, Huli Godot. Thank you. Okay, we're home stretch on fan art. I think there are 4 left. Yeah. By Jelly. Is this Binthara? Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Unleash me. I'm not fond of this phrase, pushing up daisies. They are an unruly plant which forces a patient hand. Is there a follow-up? The act of death is a mere pittance by comparison. You really got her, Jelly. Menzo Baranzan is home to many a gray thumb. Nice, +2. I would love to have some Minthara gardening sections. Menzo Baranzan. Is that how it's said? Menzo Baranzan. I sent this as a message last stream, but you didn't see. I know it was quick. Oh, I didn't see. I'm sorry, Jelly. I'm sorry. It didn't get pinned? Wow. Thank you, Despre. Thank you, Despre, for the resub. As a blind VOD watcher, these have been some of my favorite streams of yours, so I hope the story pulls you back in. Been loving all the wacky theories so far. Oh, thanks, Despre. Glad you've been enjoying it. With a Heinz Gate. I'm surprised Heinz Gate still gets use all this time later after Steins Gate. And Haydener for some bits. The sound that erupted from my mouth at the second bucket of Bugs Chan just sent my cats careening out of the room. 4 cats. Thank you again, Broman Guy Zero. And thank you to Decagon Plus for the resub. Hey Tom, been a VOD watcher for about 4 years, still catching up on Baldur's Gate 3 and the Sekimea collab. Sekimea is getting interesting, I gotta say. I'm surprised. Thanks for always making things fun and being yourself. Always, as well as introducing us to Mouse. Love your streams too, Mouse. Appreciate you both and hope you're well. P.S. Ryukishi's works unironically how... Hold on. Okay, it does make sense. Ryukishi's works is unironically how I met my lifetime best friend many years ago, so I've been loving all of your Umi streams. They're amazing. Much love to you and Mouse and chat. The same heart. Loves everyone. Thank you, Decagon Plus. That's a nice message.
Yeah, that's very sweet.
Thank you, Jelly. By C806256. Jotler's Furniture in all sizes. Blanket Fort Chan. Plunger Chan. Yes, Plunger Chan. Squeaky Chair Chan. And... Small Microwave Chan. What the fuck?
I love her hair being the microwave power cord.
That's pretty good. Yeah. This tiny, even smaller microwave pin on the hat. Does this still count as a beret, or what kind of hat is this?
I have no idea. I think so, but I don't know if chat will correct me very quickly if it's not a beret.
It's a chef hat, is it? Okay. Blanket fort. I'm still in the blanket fort. Yeah, it's still here. I need to move it to the other room.
The eyes are a timer. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. That's the last bunny girl that died off screen. Is that the first time that Squeaky Chair Chan has been here with an actual kind of like neutral / happy face? Usually these are like kind of awkward for her.
Yeah, she's usually looking pretty stressed out.
Yeah, for sure. Crazy that I know that. I can remember that. Thank you, Harmva, for the bits. Mouse to Joe. Senpai, Joe drops his jaw, drops his fork, thinks, who the fuck does that? Full screen flashback to Risei Persona 4, calling him Senpai. Music swells. Thank you, RR Dino, again, for the bits. The Waffles Family Gathering, a hidden pile of great vegetables. Who dies first? Ooh. Thank you, Post, for 1,000 bits. That's a lot of bits. A small donation from the Read Fate Stay Night Super Pack. Thank you for the relaxing work ambience. I never catch these live and barely use Twitch, so hopefully I send this correctly. It came through. Thank you very much, Post. I don't know about Fate Stay Night.
I feel like visual novel lovers are trying to speed run you hating the entire medium. It's what I have to conclude. It's what I have to conclude. There is a cabal of visual novel fans out there who are trying to see how fast they can make you just discredit the entire medium as worthless.
Wow. Is that what we started with Steins Gate? That's true. That's true.
Maybe. Yeah. That's why I said they started with Steins Gate, weird contingent of people insistent that you should read Higurashi. Now apparently there's a Fate Stay Night super pack. Like what are they doing? Like,
or they hate it. Oh, that's an interesting take actually. Maybe I'm being weaponized against the fandom.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Unleash me. Like this would be like, oh, that would be awkward. That would be awkward. Made him read Sekimei too.
I'm not saying any of those things are bad, chat. I'm just saying that if he read it, we wouldn't come out with a good opinion of the medium, okay? Oh my god, the numbers on this poll are so funny.
Unread me? Oh man, thank you, Dominic, for getting us up to C8. The fan art is on the screen now. Thank you, Dominic. Dominic appreciates what he's seeing. Thank you, Wayward524 for the resub as well. Remembered hearing some ask to consider Void Stranger earlier in the year, and after playing it a good bit, I fear I must echo those calls for it as a someday game. Looking forward to the Metal Gear Solid Saga. Void Stranger is the one that looks like a Game Boy game, right? And it's a puzzle kind of thing. I feel like some people have suggested it. A lot of people say that they like it, but they don't want me to stream it. They just want me to play it. I don't know if it would be a good stream or not, but yes, it would be dog water streams. Yeah, that's what I've heard too. I don't know if it would be good streams, but maybe we could like go into it with like the disclaimer that I'm only going to do one stream just to see, because I really don't like not finishing things once we start them. If it gets more than one stream, like there have been a couple times where we've only played a game like once and then just been like, I'm done. Also, chat made me like not finish Monster Hunter World, but I made me not finish Steins Gate. But I think those are the only ones that we got like more than one stream in, and then we called it. It respects your time as much as Blueprints does. Oh my god. Okay, maybe not then. Thank you, Sybil from Jads, for the bits. Joe, do not read Fate Stay Night. It is porn. It's porn? What do you mean it's porn? Isn't it a game? Is there a game Fate Stay Night as well? Or no? Am I getting some of them mixed up? It used to be porn, but it's not anymore. There was porn here, but it's gone now? They removed the porn. It got better. They remastered it and removed the porn.
So my little brother, who's an anime voice actor, anytime anybody brings up any kind of like new visual novel or like he's a giant weeb. So anytime anybody brings up a visual novel or an anime to me, I run it by him to be like what would I think of this? And when I was reading Umineko, someone mentioned the Fate Stay Night, and I mentioned it to him, and he just like put his head in his hands and he was like, "Please never get near that. Please never get near that."
That good, huh? That good.
And then he told me more about it, and I was like, "Oh, you're so right. You're so right."
I assure you, the lore that sex is the best way to transfer magic power is of the utmost importance. Oh, it's one of those shits. Okay, all right. Wow. All right, and thank you, Paust, again for the bits. It's a one-man super pack, and that's what want. The crash outs would... Oh, that's what you want. The crash outs would be incredible, even if he thinks it's good. Oh, this is the Fate Stay. Oh, my God. Oh, no.
I see. Yeah, the crash outs would be incredible. They want you to crash out.
They're
doing it. They're doing it on purpose.
Yeah. But then the Fate Stay Night Taurus wouldn't want it. It would be awkward. You should read Witch on the Holy Night, which is good for sure. What's that? What's Witch on the Holy Night? Okay, you know what? Fan art. Last fan art. Thank you very much, CA. Thank you. And the last fan art today is... Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, so this is mine. I made this last night when Isla asked in Dragon's Den, can I have a shitty MS Paint rendition of why Shadowheart had to die in Baldur's Gate 3? So then I made this. My favorite is the 20-sided dice coming up as fuck you when we tried to convince her not to. And then, yeah, so this is, you know, this is how it happened. Yep.
Yeah.
You killed Shadowheart. She came right at me. She was reaching.
She's reaching for her weapon.
And she had the best weapon in the party. So yeah, it took me so long to decipher this. What do you mean? What's the decipher? That's the angel in the circle that's keeping Ketherick alive. This is. I even drew lines so you could see the order that you're reading it. So it's like, I will kill. No, please. Roll. No, fail. You'll have to kill me. Okay, yeah. That's an angel wings. Yeah, right here. Angel wings. I thought they were stink lines. I mean, there's no shower in the circle, so maybe. I don't know. Thank you, Stickly Kingdom, for the bits. Knowing basically nothing about either of them, do you think you would like Fate Stay Night or Echo the free psychological horror furry visual novel more? Fate Stay Night. Fate Stay Night. Fate Stay Night. Shouldn't the Joseph Anderson tag have 2 entries? Maybe. Maybe it was from, maybe the tags weren't active then. I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. Anyway, that is fan art, and also caught up with bits and subs saying thank you at the same time.
Now we should watch the video from Share Stuff You Made.
Okay. Is it by Queenan? My Umi
that's the
Glor. Okay, can I see it in how am I gonna show this? I don't want to share my Discord screen, is why.
Yeah, you should. Can you download it and play it in like VLC?
I could, but then I'm not gonna be able to hear it on OBS. You need to download it and drag it back into the browser. Can I drag a VLC clip into the browser and it'll play in Chrome?
Oh yeah, you
Is that
can.
something you can do?
Yeah,
I didn't know you could do that. Okay, let me see if I can do that.
Okay.
As long as it's
it is
MP4.
MP4. Yeah, it is MP4.
Oh man, I did not know I could do that. This is 3 minutes long. Wow.
It is 3 minutes long. Yeah.
Let's see if I can bring this back.
The browser can play video. It's commonly used on YouTube. Thank you, Bond.
Spoiler Glorpo. The browser can play video. Yeah, I didn't know you could just drag a video file into the browser, though. I didn't know you could do that. All right, let's see. I thought you had to upload it and it had to access it somehow. Makes sense. All right, here we go. Can we hear it? We good? Audio's good? When I looked over, I saw that he was greeting Aunt Lime, who had come... Aunt Lime?
Yep.
If it isn't Lime-san, Jomiya-chan, long time no see. Oh shit! +2!
She's Lime Cat. She's Lime Cat. All of the adults are old memes, is what I was told.
-2. It's good to see you again. Oh, George, no! What'd they do to you?
They didn't do anything to him. That's just George.
Oh my god, it's just replaced some words. It's still this. Oh, holy shit! You know what? This really does fix Umineko. Is there more replacements? Jomiya.
It's Glorpless. It's all Glorpless.
Oh no!
Oh, I see. We're getting the. Oh my god.
Oh god.
Shiromua Jomiya.
It is pretty damn weird. Yep, that's true. Can you read it? The first part is my family name, Ushiro Miu. It's a fairly plausible Japanese pronunciation so far. Yeah, sure. For fight and person, and it's pronounced Glorpler. Ushiro Miu Glorpler.
Me Glorpo when the space cats cry.
To release ideally before Joe finishes Umineko, but I make 0 promises.
Oh god. I completely completely forgot until right now that we're reading Umineko today.
We are reading Umineko today. At least that was the plan. Like, yeah, we were supposed to be reading Umineko today. Wow.
Oh my god, the pin is gonna kill me. No.
It's actually a translation issue. In Japanese, the foreign L and R sounds are often confused. He's meant to be called grope. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my god. Wow. Wow. Joe, please watch the 17-minute Steam Hams Umineko parody. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's just delay it even more. Sure,
no, not right now. No. You can watch it after you finish Umineko. No, chatter. No.
Spoilers?
No.
Spoilers?
No.
Spoilers?
No.
Too many spoilers.
That is full spoilers.
Umineko project. Okay. Thank you, Lassisis, for the resub. Aljor? I can't... What the fuck is going on with my name changes right now? Can't believe your reaction to the Chaos trailer is going to turn 4 years old in June and you still haven't played the game. Love you, Joe. Please never graduate. We should play it at some point. Yeah, we should. Yeah. Thank you, Lassisis. Thank you, Amiccordian, maybe, for 1,500 bits. Holy shit. Hey, Joe, here is a generous donation from the Fate Stay Night International Conglomerate Super PAC.
Oh my god.
We hope to see you in Fuyuki soon. All the best. Please don't turn this into a thing. No. Oh, shit. Please don't turn this into a thing. Can we break down before reading? I need to start. Yeah, I think we are going to take a short break before we start because we're almost at 2 hours. And I kind of need to pee, and also it just makes sense before we jump into it. Yeah. Very, very long intro today. We had a lot of fan art and also, you know, the dolls and everything. But it's okay. Like, sometimes we'll start a bit late. Also, do we want to commit to what we spoke about before, Mouse?
Why not? Let's fucking go.
Okay.
Let's fucking go.
Hopefully, as an olive branch for starting late, we will be finishing Umineko episode 5 on Monday. That's a whole 24 hours earlier than was planned before. And Mouse will be here for that one too. So Mouse will be here for today and on Monday, and we will read together. So we're going to be finishing on Monday. That means that there probably won't be Umineko on Tuesday. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. But I might begin episode 6 solo. But if not, I might take Tuesday off, or just do more Baldur's Gate 3. So we're going to be doing Umineko on Monday.
Yeah, Memorial Day gift. Thanks, America. America did something right and gave me the day off so I can finish episode 5 with them.
I don't know if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow Baldur's Gate 3 or if it's just going to be Sekimea tomorrow. I've been streaming a lot of days in a row at this point. And I will still be streaming tomorrow with Sekimea, so I'm still going to have like my streak going. But I don't know if I want to do a full stream myself before reading more Sekimea. But we'll see how I feel and how it goes. We do need to finish Baldur's Gate 3. So yeah, we will be doing, on Monday, we'll be doing more Umineko. Thank you, Tafcom, for the resub as well right now. Joe, please watch the 17-minute stream. Oh, that's the Steam Hands thing that I read out loud. I didn't know it came with a message. Sorry, with a sub. And Kaylee Gal used to say, all of these weebs asking you to play 100-line Expedition 33 and Fate Stay Night. What we really need is an Ace Attorney stream. I miss my gay lawyers. Also, the Tiny Corey theory is real. You won't get this. I don't get it. Yeah, Tiny Corey. You know what? I agree. Tiny Corey is real. Tiny Corey is real. For sure. For sure. Okay, so I had to mess with the sound settings today because last Saturday, I could barely hear Mouse for the whole entirety of the stream, and it was really hard to like strain and hear her. You guys could hear her fine, but it was hard for me to hear her because my sound was really loud on Umineko. So I've messed with the sound settings a bit, so you can tell me if it's too loud or too quiet as we go, and I will tweak it on OBS, but it should be fine for what's going on. Can you hear any of the rain right now or anything like that, or no? The rain should be barely audible, but you should be able to hear it. Barely, yes. If you can barely hear it, then that's probably about right. This is a quiet scene. Let me turn up a little bit. Okay, it's at -5 now, and we'll see. So the first time someone talks in Umineko today, it might be a bit loud, but we'll see how it goes. Anyway, let's take a short break before we start. So fan art in the intro is over. I know it's like an hour and 40-minute intro, sorry, but that sometimes happens when we have a lot of fan art. And you know, we're just like riffing a bit and having some fun. But yeah, we're gonna start reading in about 5 minutes or so. Is that okay, Mouse?
Yeah, sure. That's okay with me.
Okay. All right. Let me mute you, and I'll mute myself. And yeah, we'll be back in a bit. Okay, you are muted. Okay, we're back.
Okay.
I'm worried that the first person who shows up on voice is gonna blast chat, so I'm actually gonna turn it down to -20. Or am I
You can go
supposed
into the
I'm gonna
sound
go to-
settings and click the portraits there to
Yeah,
check.
that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Alright.
just to make sure.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
let's go. George, our goat.
Or what? Or what?
Okay, so it should be really quiet, like barely audible, or is it okay? It's low. Okay, I'm going up to -10. I could also turn the voices up by 1. Georgeless. How's this now? Too loud for voices? Loud, I think. It's loud. Okay, what about if I turn it down? Is that better?
フルトエリカです。フルトエリカです。奇跡の魔女ベルンカステル。エンジよ。
南條です。
Okay, most people are saying it's fine, but some people, I'm not getting good feedback from chat right now, unfortunately. Baldur, what do you think? Do you think I should turn it up by, put the voice up by 1? Do you want the effects and background music up by 1 too? Or is it like, is this better? Just on 1 is good. The reason why it's on 1 is because I need to make sure that it's quieter on my end and I boost on OBS, because if it's really loud on my end, I can't hear mouse. Unfortunately. I think it's good right now. Okay, it seems like fine. It's not gonna blast any eardrums. Okay. Thank you, Down, for the best. Lambda Delta, you little fucker. You made a shit of peace with your trash game board. It's fucking bad. This trash episode 1. I will become back my gold. I hope you will in your next time. A cow on a trash farm, you sucker. Yeah, that's how I feel. And thank you, MarkLord45 as well for the resub. Joe, if you start crashing out, remember that you should just have read the original material. Then you would know that the deepest pit of hell is cold or something. This was supposed to be about the Umineko cliff of today, but I got confused. Thank you, MarkLord45.
Okay.
Are we good with assignments?
Yeah, I put voice assignments for the first 2 chapters into mod chat, and then after that, I'll get it at the next break probably.
Okay, I'm gonna read them on my phone because I'm paranoid that if I alt tab out of it, it's going to just glorp the window, and I'm gonna leak mod chat.
I would hate to leak mod chat.
Would hate to do it. All right, so I am really okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Are we good to go?
I believe we're good to go.
We're good to go. All right, here we go. In the Golden Land, the quiet rain just kept on falling. In the arbor sat the sad witch whose eyes had lost their glint, and Battler. Virgilia could also be seen there. She sat next to Beato, knitting quietly. Lambda Delta's game had passed the climax of the first Twilight, and they were taking a short break. Gazing out at the golden rose garden soaked with rain, Battler considered the present, what was to come, and what had happened so far. To Battler, the act of thinking was its... To Battler, the act of thinking was itself a battle. Even when the game stopped and Beato unable to speak, he could still keep on fighting. Virgilia suddenly stopped her knitting. Battler noticed it too. Because, though none should have been able to visit this rose garden, she had noticed a silhouette approaching.
That's unusual. Not many people are capable of reaching this place.
It's her. Really? Okay, I know that was just a couple lines back and forth, but is the sound okay between Mouse and I and the Umineko? It's good? Okay. That silhouette, which walked amidst the quietly falling rain without so much as an umbrella, was the Lenore.
That was a spectacular garden maze, a splendid way to enjoy the roses.
Why are you here?
It's been some time, Mrs. Beatrice. No, wait, now it's Mrs. Virgilia, is it not? Long time no see, Delanor. Come over here. We aren't ones to leave a guest out in the rain. Don't worry, she hasn't come to fight.
Do you know her?
She's one of my old friends from heaven. This really takes me back. That it does. Mrs. Vergilia possesses a deep knowledge in heavenly studies. I've often argued with her over interpretations.
Oh, me too.
My many intellectual adventures with you were quite enjoyable. I'd like to do it again sometime. Yes, let's do it again sometime. I'd love to fight with you again.
They used the word fight, but it didn't sound like they meant anything unpleasant by it. It sounded like something old chess rivals would say to each other. Unlike Beato, it seems Vergilia always behaved properly and courteously. So she had many friends in various other worlds, including both heaven and the demon world. Surprisingly, Delanor was one of them. Delanor, who had crossed swords with me just a short while ago, ducked her head like someone taking shelter from a sudden rain and sat in the seat Vergilia pointed out, like a guest.
Is there any type of black tea you would prefer? Anything. Any tea you make is superb. Then how about some Darjeeling? Battler, Beato, would you like some more?
Yeah, Beato and I would like a refill. Right? As usual,
Beato said.
As usual, Beato didn't answer, but if you quietly gave her a cup, she would sip it from time to time. There was still some black tea left in that cup, but it had already chilled. So Battler asked for a refill for Beato as well.
I have heard the rumors. How pitiable that Beatrice, the endless witch famous for her cruelty, has been reduced to this.
She's no longer participating in the game. Lambda Delta is the one controlling the Beato that's on the game board. Sorry, I had something stuck in my throat there.
I know. However, she is the original master of this world, and you are the proper guest invited by that master. That is why I have come to pay my respects.
On the game board.
Do you want to comment?
No, I don't have to comment. The story is saying everything for me. Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. Yeah. On the game board, Beato and I met Delanor, but those were the game pieces of those witches. They weren't Beato and me ourselves.
Is that why you went out of your way to greet Battler-kun and Beato here? I see you're as conscientious as ever. That is my way of doing things. Greetings, Mr. Battler. It is like Delanor. It is like Delanor. Someone in my Discord said it was Delanor, and now I heard it, and it's Delanor. Sorry.
Is it Delanor?
Delanor A. Nox. I think so.
Okay. Delanor
We
A.
play
Nox.
opposing rules, but it's a pleasure to meet you.
Sure. I'm Ushiromiya Glorpler. Pleased to meet you.
Glorpler. Greetings, Miss Beatrice. I'm Delanor A. Nox. And Beatrice says.
Beato, she's saying hi. She says welcome.
Thank you very much, Miss Beatrice.
The witch and the Inquisitor of Heresy, whose job it was to hunt witches, greeted each other around a tea table surrounded by the aroma of black tea. It was a strange sight. Yeah, that's kind of normal by now. Vergilia made gold butterflies sprout from the palms of her hands, and transformed them into a teapot and a can of tea leaves. It was a very witch-like way to make tea. Of course, she actually was a witch, so that scene wasn't particularly bizarre in itself. Though I was a bit concerned about whether Delanor, an Inquisitor of Heresy, could watch such a spectacle.
Do not worry. I am not so boorish as to complain about how my tea is served.
Even though the tea is being made with magic?
There is a tea set hiding in the shadows, and Mrs. Vergilia is making us tea with it in secret. We interpreter judged that it was made with magic, and it is written as such in the tale. That interpretation is allowed by Nox's Ninth. Oh my. I do believe the interpretation of the Ninth is such a delicate problem that it's viewed as a taboo, even in the Great Court. Even though it's just a personal opinion, if it became known that the head Inquisitor of Heresy said such a thing, you might be sacked. No matter what interpretation I record it with, there are no lies in the taste of your tea. Therefore, I do not worry about how it was prepared.
Okay, so the idea that Nox's rules are something to be interpreted and fought over is very brave, but kind of interesting. I like it. Aha. Though she looked cold, she was a surprisingly tactful person. If Delanar were to deny that the black tea had been prepared with magic, this magic would surely be crushed in an instant. However, the possibility had been presented that a tea set existed and had been used to make the tea normally. So the fact that Virgilia had made tea was, in the end, undisputed.
Magic that hides the resultant darkness is evil. I will not permit it. However, magic that enshrouds the process is not necessarily evil. My foe is evil itself, not magic.
I see. The important thing is you're being served some tea, so it's just common courtesy to avoid complaining about how it was made. That's right. When someone makes tea for you, it's common courtesy to be grateful. There's nothing elegant about pushing your way into the kitchen and criticizing how they brew it.
Be grateful for the visual novel, Joe. Don't criticize how it was written. Sorry.
I wasn't going to say it, but okay, all right.
You don't invite your guests into the kitchen. And when you set the table, you should adorn it beautifully in the spirit of hospitality. Here you go. Careful, it's hot. Thank you. I would like some sugar and milk. You still can't drink it straight? I'm a kid. It must be sweet.
So then, is magic a gentle lie?
The word lie makes it sound bad. The word embellishment is probably more fitting. When giving a child candy, you can take a crumpled up one out of your pocket, or you can use some clever sleight of hand to take the candy out. The impression given by each method varies greatly.
Well, yeah, it'd look cooler if you took it out with a little magic trick.
Wrong. There is meaning in the fact that the result, giving them candy, has been adorned to be even more beautiful and fun. Think of when you gave Maria-chan a candy. There's a huge difference between taking it out of your pocket to give to her and slipping it into her pocket and saying a fairy gave it to her for being such a good girl. In my opinion, it would be boorish to then question everyone about their alibis and pinpoint who it was that slipped it into her pocket. The important thing is the result, that the girl received the candy and rejoiced. And it is significant that it was embellished in a way that made her rejoice.
That's surprising. When you showed up, I got the feeling you deny anything that went by the name of magic.
That is how I act in my capacity as an inquisitor of heresy. It is my job. However, when I am away from my job, I don't enjoy being quite so cold-hearted.
Man, Beatrix too is going for the long con, huh? So you set your personal feelings aside when on duty? You do it well.
As an inquisitor of heresy, hunting witches is my job. However, I personally find witches pitiable. Despite this, I carry out judgment mercilessly as an inquisitor. In the end, that doesn't change the fact that I sentence witches to death. In the end, my pity is nothing more than a useless embellishment. Whether I have it or not, nothing changes. So it would be better if I didn't. That's not true. Even if the ends are the same, what's in your heart makes a big difference. Your mother's cookies are clearly more delicious than those made by a good pastry shop. That's because you know that they were made with heart.
That's right. Even if the result looks the same, whether or not there's warmth behind the feelings of whoever gave it to you makes a big difference.
Is that so? Whether I have a heart or not is completely meaningless.
Delannor's gaze fell to her cup a little sadly. That's not true. After hearing all this, I've changed my view of you a bit, and that's why I'm certain the heart isn't meaningless. Virgilia was a little surprised to hear the words she should have said coming from Battler's mouth. After all, understanding the heart is the first step towards finding the essence of magic. By now, perhaps Battler has unconsciously started to understand, bit by bit, the essence of Beato, the essence of witches, and the very first essence of all, magic. Whether you want to become a witch or vanquish them, the very first step is learning about magic. Virgilia was sure that she'd felt this faint change within Battler.
As for that last fight, thank you very much. I'm grateful for the mercy you showed me at the very end.
That me wasn't me. Lambda Delta was controlling him. Hold on. Anyway, let's continue. I joined it on the 5th game partway through. I still haven't participated at this point in time. So until I do join in, the piece me is probably being controlled by Burn Castle or Lambda Delta. Just what kind of whim's guiding them, trying to make it look all cool. They made me look like some kind of knight coming to save Beato. It was pretty fucking cool.
Lady Lambda Delta wants both witches and humans to be in balance, resulting in a draw. With Erika's appearance, the scales tipped strongly in the favor of the human side. So she manipulated the tail in a way that supports Beato. I'm aware of that. However, pieces cannot do things that are impossible for them, and they specialize in actions appropriate to their original personality. Therefore, that was certainly something that Battler, was capable of. That is why I'm grateful to you.
That makes sense. It feels a bit weird to be praised when I didn't actually do anything. After the game continues a bit more, I'll probably regain control of my piece. Not sure I'll be able to go easy on you then.
Are you familiar with like the Commedia dell'arte, or other things like that, where there's like a set number of roles and each of them have like certain characteristics and they get used in different stories?
Oh, intimately, but just for chat, can you explain it so we're all caught up?
So basically, it's like a type. There's a couple of different like instantiations of this, but it's basically like a type of theater where you have kind of like archetypes, and then those archetypes kind of get substituted into different stories, and the characters get used in different ways. But each of the characters has like a core set of characteristics about them that remains the same, and they represent like that archetype. So thinking about this part, I always like to think about that kind of like theater and the fact that the family in the stories is not necessarily like discrete personalities so much as like these archetypes that when Lambda Delta is controlling the board get kind of like shoved around. You know what I mean? That's what I wanted to tell you the other day that I said I couldn't say till we were on stream.
It could be like that. I don't know. It depends on what I don't know the limits yet. Obviously, I don't know the limits of what the Burn Castle and Lambda Delta can do. Until this game, I thought that the pieces were could not be directly controlled by anyone, and it was just that the variables could change. So it's just like Natsuhi is always going to act like Natsuhi does when no matter what. You can't change someone's personality or their thoughts or anything like that, but you can change the variables at the beginning of the game to nudge them in different ways, and they still have to like play out in that way. I think that if that is the case, then or if that's what the intent is, I feel like Lambda Delta and Burn Castle have already broken that and have controlled Battler in ways that just because he could do something doesn't mean that he would do that, and that's a big distinction I think me and Chad are going to argue on in the future, because to me they're almost the same thing. The example I had that I said in stream chat the other day was that just because Battler could learn how to play guitar and could spend like days and days and weeks practicing and could learn how to play guitar does not mean that Burn Castle can just assume him and be like, oh yeah, now he can just play guitar. Like that I don't think that's fair. And it's the same way with solving the epitaph. Just because Battler could sit there and solve the epitaph, I don't think it's fair that she just made him have the answers because, we're just glossing over the fact that he could have sat there for hours like off screen and did it. Like I feel like there's going to be a distinction there that chat and I are not going to be able to, like some people in chat are going to agree, but I feel like that's an impossible way to have a set answer, and it's just going to be like, do you vibe with this or not? And I feel like I'm not going to vibe with it all the time, and I feel like some people in chat are, and we're just going to have to agree to disagree on that. But It depends. We'll see how it goes.
I think that some people in chat are pointing to the chess metaphor, which I think is a really good way to sum it up, which is like at the beginning of the episode, they introduced it as like, okay, like you have two witches playing chess. They have all the pieces. The pieces have to follow certain rules, but like the witches are doing things with the chess pieces that might not happen in a game between like actual chess players. Like they're doing things with the pieces that aren't considered like the optimal moves or like what you would do if you were like playing fairly, right? They're following the rules as written, but they're not following the rules as intended, essentially, So I think that you're right. And I think that you're right that they're not necessarily doing things they would do. And I think that Chad is right to say that Erika is here to act like an agent of chaos that is like helping to encourage people do things they normally wouldn't. Like, for example, she's been the one prodding She's been the one prodding Battler to like think about the epitaph and stuff, right? Like she's serving that function. They also did say flinging the pieces is what they were doing. That's true, yeah.
I would say that it's like, my view on this, to use the chess analogy more, would be that let's say that Natsuhi and Kraus are both bishops. Okay, they're both bishops on the board. Beato would be able to switch, for instance, which side of the king that those bishops are. Like in game 1, maybe Natsuhi is the bishop on the left, and in game 2, Kraus is the bishop on the right. And she can switch those places, but in her game, the bishops can only move diagonally. They can't do anything other than move diagonally. In Lambda Delta's game and Bergcastle's game, the bishops can move like rooks. Like, she doesn't give a fuck. Like, she can like move them all over the place. And that's the distinction I'm seeing from how they approach the games. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's how I see that Lambda Delta and Bergcastle are breaking the game in ways that Beato would respect it.
Mm-hmm.
No, what the fuck? Again, this is where we're going to disagree. I think that Lambda Delta and Bergcastle can make the pieces do stuff that they otherwise wouldn't, and I disagree with what Delano is saying here. Right? I don't think this is true. I want to see more of what happens first to see, but I think that this has already been broken. And this is why I say, like, the could and would, we're going to disagree on this, and we're not going to have a good way to compromise that, but we'll see how it goes. But that's where I'm coming from it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, should we continue?
I think how did she put it? They can't do things that are impossible for them, and they specialize in actions that are appropriate to their original personality. So I don't know. To me, that says that they're doing things that are in their capacity, but it might be stretching it to the very limit of what their capacity is. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But it's definitely a matter of interpretation for sure. Okay. It's the same with me. The next time we cross swords, I won't hold back.
Bring it on. I'll be your opponent. Come at me with all you've got.
I promise, with everything I've got.
Delano, huh? I thought she was an emotionless killer doll without a heart, but maybe she actually is pretty approachable. Though, of course, neither of us will show any mercy when fighting on the game board. For a while, we gazed at the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoyed our tea.
There is one thing I must apologize for.
With a sudden sigh, Delano muttered something. What is it? If it's about that fight a short while ago, it's already over. We both fought with everything we had. The outcome was just luck of the draw.
No, it wasn't luck of the draw. I couldn't just let it be, so I came here to apologize.
What are you talking about?
You're saying you threw the match, aren't you?
What? Virgilia spoke softly without hesitating in her knitting.
That is correct, Mr. Battler.
Okay, I'm a little confused who this even is right now. Is this an independent consciousness, or is this Lambda Delta?
She's her own. She's separate from Lambda Delta here. We're off the game board here.
Okay, I'm surprised that she can even do that. Huh. So what is she then? Is she like another entity, like Lambda Delta and Bergcastle are? I know you can't answer that. I'm just thinking out loud.
Yeah, that I won't answer. I won't answer.
Yeah, I'm also like, now that I think about it, I'm also kind of a little confused that Virgilia is here too, because Virgilia is meant to be Beato's, like, one of Beato's furniture in my head. Maybe that's wrong. I don't see how that could be wrong, but I feel like that she is Beato's furniture. Yeah, I don't really know what's going on. That's not a bad thing, chat. I'm just saying I don't really know what's going on right now with like maybe even saying real is too loaded of a term for what this is. But like there are different versions of every single character. It's actually kind of cool, but it's also very hard to follow. There's a lot going on, especially for something this long. Okay, that Mister's really awkward. Just Battler works fine.
Battler, I apologize. We did not give it everything we had. I know. Kinzo is dead at the starting time for all games. Beato has already spoken that truth. In that battle, Battler couldn't hittingly have achieved a draw at best. He most certainly had no chance at all of winning.
You're right. If you just say that, the whole fight's already over. Why didn't you use that red? Don't tell me it was because of a stalemate or something like that.
Noxus second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. We cannot use the red directly. However, I gave Cornelia, who was protecting the window, the red truth that the window was never opened after it started raining.
Boom. That's checkmate. Why didn't that girl use that trump card?
This is... allow me to speak. There is no way to defeat my red. Know that your wish will not be granted.
Though she had fought calmly up until that point, she quickly got flustered when I dashed forwards. Okay, so not to dwell on it, just want to quickly say it for his reaction. I think they've already broken this rule, but with the door not opening after 11. But I don't want to talk about it. Just saying it for note for later, when we do talk about it much later or in another stream or something like that. I thought she'd been frightened by my sudden attack, but the truth was different. Even though she had held a trump card that can completely repel me, she suddenly became unable to use it and hesitated.
I don't understand. All of a sudden, in that instant, use of that trump card became forbidden. Once we lost that, your victory was guaranteed. The Game Master, Lady Lambda Delta, probably interfered.
That bastard. So in the end, that whole fight was a farce in the palm of Lambda Delta's hand. She made us play out that entire act according to her script.
I do not like it. However, since you told me to fight with everything I had no choice but to let you know. Please forgive me. Still, even though you lost your trump card, you kept on fighting all out with your remaining cards. I don't believe anyone could find fault with what you did.
That's right. On the contrary, you should be mad at Lambda Delta for butting in.
Kinzo does not exist should already be an established fact. Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Berncastel should know this well. And yet, they're both leaving room for Kinzo to exist as they continue in this game. It's almost as though the two are conspiring to prevent Kinzo's existence from being denied.
Why would they do that? In other words, Sumari, they intentionally let grandfather escape?
Yes, they must be after something. That is a bit odd. Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Berncastel should always be in opposition unless the witch side is in a superior position. It's hard to imagine that these two are conspiring together at a time like this. I can't help but think that they have some sort of wicked goal. I came here because I wanted you to know that.
So you came all the way here to tell us something like that. Okay, so their goal is not really to have a proper competition. They're putting on a fake competition to like spur Beato into action in some way. What is that? Are they just trying to intentionally piss her off so she gets so angry that she's like, come back and let me show you how it's done, something like that? Or what? I wonder what the goal is there.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Thank you to Paus for another 1,000 bits. Okay, this was a bit, but I have acquired $200 worth of capital. What? The super PAC is now real, and I'm willing to make Teapot Dome look like a joke with my levels of corruption. I mean, lobbying. Holy fuck. Okay, I don't think Fate Stay Night is happening. I'm sorry. I don't think it is ever happening. I don't think so. Sorry. Should I say it in red? It's not happening. American politics arc? Wow. Anyway, sorry, Mas, go ahead.
Yes, which means that my business here is finished. I think I will leave now. The game will probably resume shortly. I must aid Erica during the rest of this game.
Delana gulped down the last of her black tea and stood up.
Next is the battle of the second Twilight. At that point, I will once again raise my merciless longsword. So I ask the same of you, battler. Show no mercy towards me.
What was that boss in Elden Ring? Has 2 swords and in blue armor and Shadow of the Erd Tree. Rolana, that's it. Rolana. Yeah, Rolana. I understand. If I went easy on you, I'd have my own head smashed in.
On the game board, I'm nothing more than Lady Berncastel's piece and Furuto Erica's subordinate. In the future, we'll probably stand across from each other as opponents many times. However, my heart is always neutral. No, please forget that. Such has no meaning considering the relationship between the two of us.
It does. There's no doubt you're a fearsome opponent. You don't piss me off anymore. Though that Erica totally pisses me off. You know what? I'm with
Good.
you.
Furuto Erika also pisses me off.
Yeah! Delanor's expression finally softened slightly. At the very last moment, it felt as though we finally understood each other.
Furuto Erika is a very evil entity. She's lost face with her recent defeat and is burning with a desire for revenge. Even I don't know what she is planning. However, it can't be anything good. Please take care. Good.
Just knowing she's burned Castle's peace tells me I can't let my guard down. Delanor nodded as though satisfied, left the overhang of the arbor, and walked out into the rain.
To think I'd serve as a subordinate to such evil. Why was I called to this world?
Delanor let out a small sigh. Pieces can do nothing except fulfill the function they have been given, and that function is given to them by the one who controls them. She probably can't disobey her own player, Berncastel.
Lady Berncastel may be the one who called you here. However, the one who let you into this world is Beato. If this child didn't wish it, you would have never been able to make it through the garden maze and arrive here. Right, Beato? Miss Beatrice, what is it that you want from me? I do hope that I can help you in some way, though I may be a subordinate of evil.
She spoke to Beato, but of course there was no response. After bowing once more in thanks for the black tea, Dalnor disappeared off into the rainy rose garden. But Dalmor...
I love Delanor. I'm gonna reveal to you at this point that this is one of my favorite characters in the visual novel.
Really? Okay, I hate her on principle. I hate her on principle.
That's okay. That's all right.
Yeah. You've had too many victories lately. I'm taking one away from you. I hate her.
All right.
I hate her forever.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So no one can reach this golden land if Beato doesn't want them to?
Yes, this child is the one who called Delanor here.
What's Beato trying to say then? So Beato called her here so I could meet with her. However, I know of a person who reached this place despite Beato's wishes. It's Angie. In the last game, Angie reached this place by herself, even though she was an uninvited guest. Was that also something Beato wished for?
I am here. You're here. Beato is here. Delanor was invited here. All of these things happened because this child wanted them to. Even the bit of time you and Delanor spent together drinking tea.
Beato, what was I supposed to learn from her? Was that something to do with finding your heart and letting you rest in peace? Delanor A. Knox, the natural enemy of witches, an inquisitor of heresy, a vanguard of mystery who denies fantasy. Is she here to help by gouging out your heart and choking the life out of you? Smash.
No smash.
No
Not yet.
smash.
Please stand on one leg. Huh?
Cornelia slowly got up and stood on one leg, as she had been ordered. Her hands were clasped behind her back, because she had been ordered to do so. Then, with a thump, Erika pushed her from behind with both hands.
Bitch. What the fuck?
Cornelia landed on the floor face first with a thud.
I hate her. Please stand on one leg.
Cornelia rose shakily. Then, once again, she stood on one leg as she had been ordered. She had been ordered not to hold her ground, so she had fallen on her face over and over again. She had barely managed to protect her nose, but after smashing against the floor so many times, her face was bright red. She wasn't shedding any tears. No, she couldn't shed them, because she was forbidden to do even that.
Please stand on one leg.
Thump, thud.
Please stand on one leg.
Thump, thud. Thump, thud. Thump,
Somebody
thud.
just called her Umbridge in the chat, which is funny because you called her that the other
Yeah,
day.
I called her Umbridge on call with you the other day, yeah. Erika repeated this falling torture over and over again. At times like this, Erika hated counting things. So she decided that once she ran out of fingers to count the number of times, she would just repeat it until she lost interest. However, Erika's main redeeming feature was that she never lost interest in anything. So the torture continued on and on. Erika didn't know why Cornelia had been unable to fully protect the window, so the whole time since then, she had placed all the blame of their loss on her.
Please, allow me to speak. Forgive Cornelia. She's already repented enough. Oh, is that true? Then please take her place from now on. Gertrude has done nothing wrong. Gertrude, please stand. On one leg. Clasp your hands behind you.
Gertrude followed the order and clasped her hands behind her back, standing on one leg.
You mustn't resist or hold your ground. You're not permitted to bend your knees. You're not permitted to shed any tears. Got it? As you wish. Gertrude.
Erika made a show of walking behind Gertrude. She even enjoyed making her wonder when she'd push. At that time, Gertrude and Cornelia burst with a bright light and disappeared, because Dalnor, who must have returned at some point, had sent them back to the heavens for the time being. Erika, who had her fun spoiled, gave Dalnor... Am I saying her name wrong twice now? Delanor, an openly malicious look. Delanor.
You can say it however you want. People love your pronunciations.
So true.
Miss Erika, I will bear the punishment for all my subordinates' faults as their superior. I ask that you let them go. No, thank you. Punishment only works because it causes pain. There's nothing interesting about an unfeeling doll girl that I can't leave a single injury on.
It's weird that in all of the fucked up things that have happened to characters in these stories, that the simple act of her just relishing in just stand on one leg and let me push you over and over again is somehow in the top tier of like, what the fuck is wrong with her? Like, even though it's nowhere near as bad as what happened to Rosa and everything like that, it's just the sheer amount of pleasure that she is getting out of it is despicable. It's easier to imagine. Yeah, it's also more real. It's less fantastical. Like you could see her actually doing it instead of like Rosa endlessly falling into the fucking gumdrop ocean. Like, yeah. Erika slowly grabbed hold of the back of Delanor's hair, tugging unrelentingly. Delanor's neck tilted upwards, creaking.
You may not cause a physical injury, but you do injure. As if you had a heart that could get injured. You lowly witch-hunting murder doll. Are you trying to talk back to me? Me, the envoy and double of the Great Ladyburn Castle? No. I got scolded by Ladyburn Castle because you guys are useless. Never fail so lamely again. Understand?
The hair she grabbed was stretched back as far as it would go, along with more creaking. This didn't cause Delanor any physical pain, but she could clearly feel Erika's ill will.
My apologies. Forgive me. Filth.
With a sound like a bowstring being cut, several of Delanor's hairs were pulled out. Then Erika waved her hand about as though trying to brush off something dirty that had gotten stuck to it.
Well, that's okay. I'm done. My anger's finally settled down and my little gray cells are tingling again. Please call those two useless people back and reconstruct the crime scene. Let's start the reasoning game. Understood. Gertrude, Cornelia? As you wish.
The two of them reappeared behind Delanor and reconstructed the crime scene for Erika, the one who had just been tormenting them.
Kinzo's disappearance was nothing more than a bonus round after the first Twilight. Let's start investigating the first Twilight itself. But before we do that, did you realize we were actually given a riddle before the murders even occurred? Yes, the letter with the mark of the one-winged eagle, which appeared at 2400 last night along with a knock by some person. That's right. The tale creates the illusion that the events of that instant would be impossible for any human, making it seem like an unknown witch exists. Let's start by crushing this illusion of the witch. We'll first check the situation in the dining hall last night when the letter was delivered. Understood. Gertrude, Cornelia, reconstruct last night's family conference in the dining hall. As you wish.
The family conference last night was held with the adult relatives and Battler. And partway through, the servants had arrived to serve tea.
Let's check everyone's location at the instant the letter arrived. How did that go again? Please, allow me to speak. Before the family conference, Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa left the mansion and moved to the guest house. Please, allow me to speak. Of those who remain, only Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji were in the second floor corridor, while all others were in the dining hall.
Okay. Okay, alright, sure.
Because the family conference was proceeding and the mansion was completely locked, all other humans were unable to enter the mansion. That'd mean there was no one inside the mansion who could have knocked and placed the letter there, right? Yes. The witch side will probably claim the one who did this was the witch who wrote the letter, Beatrice. Ridiculous. A stupid trick. There's no guarantee that the letter was placed there at exactly midnight. It's only sensible to consider it might have been placed there earlier. Just a few minutes before the letter was discovered, Shannon and Cannon came in to serve tea. When they entered, multiple witnesses confirmed there was nothing suspicious like a letter in the hallway. Most likely, one of those not in the dining hall, Kraus, Natsuhi, or Genji, simply saw their chance right after that and placed the letter there. No, wait. It should be possible for the people who supposedly went to the guest house, too. We've heard that the mansion was locked and that no one outside could get in. But if someone only pretended to go to the guest house and instead hid inside the mansion, it's perfectly possible that they could have placed the letter there. Do you want to take the nuns so that you're doing a little bit of talking here?
Sure. I just want to read these reads 1 second. Before the family conference, and by the family conference they mean the scene that happened at midnight, right? For the family conference, Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa left the mansion and moved to the guest house. Okay. Of those who remain, only Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji were in the second floor corridor, while all others were in the dining hall. Of those who remain. Okay, this isn't criticism. I don't understand how this is leaving room for someone to knock on the door. There's something about this I'm not understanding. For the family conference, left the mansion to the guest house. Okay, of those who remain, only Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji on the second floor. Those are done. Is this leaving room for like right now? Erika is talking about how maybe this is what Gertrude is about to address. Right now, Erika is talking about someone could have like hidden or snuck back in, right? Something like that. I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going. I don't know. There's something about that I don't like, but I can't place it right now. Okay. I'll take Gertrude and what's her face? The other one? Cornelia. I'll take Gertrude and Cornelia.
Yeah, just take the nuns.
Sure. Allow me to speak. Blue truth. Valid.
In that case, the problem is the knock. Unlike the letter, someone would have to exist there at the instant of the knock. I see. So this is the so-called proof that a person who shouldn't be there, a witch, existed? This is just so ridiculous. Do they think that I, Furuto Erika, would surrender to something like that? Firstly, I question whether the knock was even something hitting the door to the dining hall at all. For example, the mansion's construction may be such that when a certain pillar on the second floor is struck, the noise is transmitted down the pillar, and it sounds just like a knock on the door to people in the dining hall.
Oh, Noxus rules aren't gonna like that.
Or they could have misheard some other random sound as a knock and misconstrued it in a similar way. Or a tape with the sound of a knock recorded on it could have been secretly playing, which had been carefully set up to be heard at exactly that time. Either way, I can think of many ways to make them hear a knock, even if no one was on the other side of the door. How's that, my master? How's my reasoning? Is you?
It's shit, that's what she says, so what do you think?
Well, it looks like your cute piece gave it her all thinking up those blue truths, so I guess I'll be nice and give out a few reds. I guess I'll start with the letter. We have both the knock made when the bell of the large clock rang out, midnight, and the letter sitting there in an envelope bearing the one-winged eagle crest when the door was opened. It's so obvious to suspect that the people who weren't in the parlor secretly placed the letter there, right? Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji did not even touch that letter.
Oh ho. Then, when Shan and Cannon came in to serve tea, who was the last human to enter the dining hall? Let's say it was Cannon. Wouldn't it be easy if Cannon, the last person in, secretly dropped the letter there when he closed the door?
Not a single person in the dining hall. No, there's a simpler way to say it. Among all those inside the mansion at midnight, not a single one of them placed that letter in the hallway.
So you can't say that no one touched it?
Obviously, they touched it when they picked it up. Of course, I couldn't say that none of them touched it.
I see. Then let's interpret it this way. Someone who existed outside of the mansion at midnight placed the letter somewhere other than the hallway beforehand. Then it moved by some means and ended up placed in the hallway.
Just as an example, let's say it was deliberately stuck to the underside of the serving cart carrying the tea set, which the servants wheeled into the room. It was simply affixed there in a way that would make it come unstuck after a certain amount of time, such that when it eventually fell off, it would become the letter left by a witch who shouldn't exist. In other words, Sumari, this is a classic trick where the true sender gives themselves an alibi by making the letter appear at a different time.
Allow me to speak. Blue truth valid.
In other words, the fact that it landed just outside the dining hall door was just the culprit's good luck. At worst, it might have happened in the kitchen, the corridor, or even inside the dining hall. Good! If it had happened inside the dining hall, that would have been even more wonderful. Within everyone's sight, a letter would suddenly appear on the floor. And that wouldn't even violate a red truth saying no one in the closed room of the dining hall touched the letter unexpectedly. Well done. If the letter was stuck to the bottom of the serving cart, then anyone could be the culprit. That may work okay regarding the letter. However, will that same type of argument apply to the knock as well? Let's try this again, shall we?
Please, go ahead.
Neither Kraus nor Natsuhi nor Genji knocked. This isn't the limited meaning of them knocking on the door, okay? It means they didn't use a pillar to transmit the sound, or push the play button on a cassette tape they'd recorded, or create that knock sound by any means. Of course, this includes all direct, indirect, intentional, coincidental, and unintentional means.
This wedge has already been knocked in, but I'll repeat it. Maybe someone other than Kraus, Natsuhi, or Genji made that knock, or else a sound that could be misidentified as a knock. Please, allow me to speak. At midnight, except for Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji in the second floor corridor, all of the people in the dining hall, no other humans existed inside the mansion. Sorry, and all the people in the dining hall, no other humans exist inside the mansion. Okay. Please, allow me to speak. In addition to Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji, none of those in the dining hall knocked. Where knocking includes all direct, indirect, intentional, unintentional, and coincidental events that could create a knocking sound. Is this me? A direct knock refers to someone literally hitting a door to make a knocking sound. An intentional knock refers to someone creating a fake knocking sound with intent to make it appear that someone knocked. An unintentional knock refers to someone unintentionally creating a fake knocking sound. A coincidental knock refers to some kind of coincidence creating a fake knocking sound. Okay.
In other words, it is impossible for anyone who is in the mansion to have been the source of a knocking sound. In this case, anyone also includes any people who might have gone undetected or unobserved.
Okay, so there was no knock. They all just hallucinated it. They're all just pretending that there was a knock. Anyone who is in the mansion also includes any unknown person X who is secretly hiding in the mansion. Therefore, this literally meant that it was impossible for anyone inside the mansion to knock with no wordplay allowed.
I see. No matter how much I toy with it, it's impossible for anyone except those in the guest house group to create the knocking sound, right? Like me, for example. What if I, Furuto Erika, recorded a knocking sound on a cassette tape, secretly installed it somewhere, and set it up so that it would start playing at exactly midnight? Of course, I wasn't in the mansion at midnight. There aren't any problems with this, are there? No problems. However, though the knock did serve as a way of informing them about the letter on the other side of the door, I do not think it would have worked if the letter had fallen elsewhere.
If the trick in Erika's theory about the letter being stuck to the serving cart was accurate, then the location that the letter fell was a matter of luck. Because it had fortunately fallen near the door, the people in the dining hall noticed it due to the knock. However, if the location it fell was a matter of chance, it might have landed in the far-off kitchen, or remained stuck even after they entered. If that had happened, the knock would have been ignored as though they'd just imagined it. In other words, Sumari! The knock by itself wouldn't transmit any message at all. Okay, I'm curious now if the game master could control luck. It only made it appear as though someone had been there. Sorry, it only made it appear as though someone had been there because it was paired with the letter. In that case, the random location the letter fell to off the bottom of the serving cart couldn't be connected with the knock. For the letter to be found thanks to the knock, it would have to be reliably positioned on the other side of the door. However, it was announced in red that no one in the mansion placed the letter in the hallway.
I reword that bit about placing it in the corridor a bit. No one in the mansion placed the letter in the hallway. That goes for every conceivable possibility, directly, indirectly, intentionally, coincidentally, and unintentionally. For example, let's assume there was a device on the serving cart that drops the letter when it stops moving. In this case, you'd think they could predict that the cart would probably stop just once when those two knocked on the door to the dining hall, and by doing so, they'd be cleverly making it so the letter drops right in front of the door. But even this doesn't work, okay? The action of stopping the serving cart would indirectly lead to placing the letter in the hallway. That would mean Shannon and Cannon, who were pushing the cart, had indirectly and unintentionally placed the letter there. So even this is no good. Furthermore, setting it up so that the letter peeled off with the passage of time would mean that the people pushing the serving cart had coincidentally and unintentionally placed the letter there. Of course, this is also no good.
Repeat it. At midnight, only Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa existed outside the mansion. What if someone in the dining hall didn't exist in the mansion right at midnight? For example, what if they'd slipped out a window just before? With this wordplay, it might be possible to get around the red truth.
Repeat it? Even though I'm nice enough to give you all this red for free? Aren't you being a bit greedy? I'm not an idiot like Beatzo, so I won't go around saying everything my opponent tells me to repeat.
Okay, so Nanjo went into the mansion, placed the letter on the floor, then jumped through the window, got out his collection of tennis balls, and threw the tennis balls at the door to simulate the knock. Then the tennis balls bounced down the hallway out of sight. Then he closed the window and went back. I'll give you a full body massage in the bath with marshmallows and the conpeto sometime soon. Enough to rub your skin off.
Now you gotta keep that promise. I'm not making a slurping sound. Okay, then here's a freebie. I'll respond. At midnight, only Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa existed outside the mansion.
In other words, Sumari, no matter how much they struggled, those 8 people, including Erika, could not have existed inside the mansion, much less in front of the door. At that same time, no matter how much they struggled, those inside the mansion could not have existed outside the mansion.
Not even through the window. In that case, the letter might have been stuck to the ceiling of the hallway instead of the serving cart. The ceiling of the hallway is surprisingly high, so even if you just stuck it there out in the open, maybe no one would notice it. This way, it would certainly fall in the corridor. And you can slip by the red if someone outside the mansion did this. Good job, me!
Please, allow me to speak. The letter never existed on the ceiling of the hallway. What about on top of the door frame? With some shot put balls lodged there that simulate a knocking when they fall. Please, allow me to speak. Note that the letter never touched the serving cart.
Who cares about that? Anyway, some human outside the mansion used some kind of trick to place the letter there. If you try to use that letter in the knock to argue that Beatrice exists, it definitely won't work on Furuto Erika.
Please, allow me to speak. It was impossible for anyone outside the mansion to influence anything inside the mansion after the start of the family conference.
Then, someone outside the mansion set up some kind of device before the family conference. Something other than the ceiling or the serving cart.
Allow me to speak. Blue truth invalid.
Why? That's the only way, right? Someone outside the mansion used some kind of device other than the ceiling or the serving cart.
Allow me to speak. Unless you can specify or theorize as to what that something might be, your blue truth will not be acknowledged. Allow me to speak. All of Lady Erika's blue truths regarding the letter have been lost.
They've all been lost, you say? Watch your tongues a bit more, useless furniture. If I can just think of that device, it's an instant checkmate. What do you mean, all of them? What do you mean my blue truth is invalid? How dare you say such a thing to me, the detective? Furuto Erica!
Erika's face twisted. These words seemed to deny Erika. No, Erika's reasoning were the worst form of torture and humiliation for her.
Miss Erica, why don't we postpone the riddle of the letter for now? Your blue stake about someone outside the mansion playing it with a cassette tape is still valid. If it was possible for sound, perhaps it wasn't impossible for a letter as well.
As Erika made to grab and pull Gertrude's hair, the liner stopped her with those words.
That's right. My blue truth regarding the knock is still valid. It's not true that everything's been denied. My master, I will solve the riddle of the letter without fail. Please allow me to postpone that for now. However, I will definitely figure out the riddle of the knock here. I've hit you with the blue stake that someone outside the mansion set things up with a cassette tape or something to make a knock sound play. You really are a cute kid, piece of Burns. Very lively. Anyway, Erika's yelling that you forgive her because she solved in one of the two riddles, even though she resigned on the other. So, will you forgive her?
Sure. Normally I'd never forgive my own piece for the shame of surrendering, but if you managed to solve one of the riddles, I guess I'll let it slide for now. Wait, it's solved?
They can't refute the blue truth.
Okay.
My master.
When Berncastel said she let it slide, Erika couldn't hide her relief.
Then it's time to get punished, Erika-chan. None of the characters would misidentify a knocking sound.
Oh? What's that supposed to mean?
Misidentifying a knocking sound means this. They would not mistake a sound very similar to a knocking sound for a real knocking sound. Hitting a pillar to make something similar to a knocking sound is no good. When you record a knocking sound on a cassette tape and play it back, it becomes the sound of a tape with a knocking sound on it, and not a knocking sound. So that's no good either. In other words, Tsumari, all of them would correctly distinguish a knocking sound of something truly hitting the door, and they definitely wouldn't mishear it. It's totally impossible that any sounds except hitting that door directly would be misinterpreted as a knock.
Okay, so now they just refuted it. Okay.
Yep. What the? But that means at the time the bell sounding midnight went off, no one existed could have hit the door. No one existed who could have hit the door. Ugh. Yep, they don't exist. After all, the Golden Witch Beatrice hit it.
So in other words, so Samari, there's no way to make it work unless you actually hit the door. So what about this? There was some kind of device that could knock on the door. There was something like an automatic door knocker, and that made it possible for someone to knock without touching the door with their hands.
To knock means someone hitting a door with their hand. I wouldn't accept hitting with some device. They heard a knock at the same time as the midnight bell. At that time, everyone inside the dining hall definitely heard it. And none of them would misinterpret a knocking sound. Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji had no involvement in any knocking. No one else existed inside the mansion. And a knock refers to the action of standing directly in front of the door and hitting it with a hand. Hey, Bern, what do you think of my red? Don't you think this is pretty simple and enjoyable despite being before the first Twilight? The Golden Witch made her graceful appearance with a knocking sound.
God damn it, that went on so long the chat stole my joke before I could do it. God damn it! God damn it! Looks like a job for Gale, Nanjo said as he stood out the window with his collection of Gale hands and just threw them instead of the tennis balls at the door. God damn it. Berncastle. Giggle, giggle. Interesting. This really is riveting, Lambda. Wouldn't have it any other way. Yes, how amusing. Ha 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 ha. The two witches doubled over laughing, as though this was the most fun thing in the world.
My master, don't worry. If you just give my little gray cell some time, I will definitely reach an answer to this pitiful red.
Is that so? Thank you. And I'm disappointed, Erika. You've bored me, Erika. As my piece in double, the fact that you have nothing is so pathetic, it's comical. If you don't know the answer, then be silent forever, please. And please open your mouth only when you know the answer. You're nothing but a lowly piece. Your absence wouldn't hinder my progress in this game in the slightest. If you can't think of any theories in particular, please just go back to the piece tray and gather dust or something. Useless pieces are painful even to remember.
Yeah, get her. After all, Burn's pretty forgetful. If you don't try a little harder, Burn's gonna forget you, okay? You'll collect dust in that forgotten peace tray, awaiting your turn that'll never come. I imagine that'd be pretty harsh, don't you think? Don't worry, Lady Lambda Delta, and my master. I promise that I'll keep you entertained and never let you down again.
Oh, how reassuring. I guess you're my double after all. Then make sure you really are giving it your all in more ways than one. If you don't make an impact, I might forget all about you. Okay, so what's the answer here? A detective wasn't in that scene, therefore none of it is reliable, therefore like there was no knock and the letter was somewhere else or something like that. But the red truths are the red truths? The red truths are pretty suspicious how they're being specific without maybe? As the two witches giggled, they continued discussing the letter and the knock. There was no reason for Erika to step in. If she contented herself with that, she would literally have no place to go and would be buried in an eternal oblivion. Erika endured this with a hideous expression, looking with shame at the back of the master who ignored her. And with both fists clenched, she thought frantically in search of some kind of breakthrough. I'm the detective. I am Furudo Erika. I am the peace and double and servant of the great Lady Burncastel. I'll definitely make her satisfied. Satisfied. Definitely. Definitely. Gah! Gah! Ushumiya battler, how dare you humiliate me so? And she stood there, ignored by the witches shrouded in darkness. It looked like someone had told her to go stand all alone in the hallway.
They should have too.
What do you say fuck battler for? What? Thank you. YSF for the bits. Erika Furudo is pissing me off. I am the original _Noxwalker. Holy shit. Thank you, YSF. Thank you, Kuzuro-kun, for the resub. They talk a lot in this game. Huh? Yeah, it's mostly talking, yeah. Yeah, it's mostly talking, yeah. That's the medium. Thank you, Mirot, for the resub as well. Thank you. With the crime in the early morning, we'd completely forgotten about breakfast, so we now had our first meal of the day at a time that could never be called breakfast time. Even Goda-san's wonderful meal, which has supposedly been in the works since yesterday, provided no comfort. The several empty seats quietly burdened us with a pain-filled sadness. Then, in the middle of this meal that felt like a vigil, Erika suddenly stood up. Everyone focused on her to see what was the matter. Her expression was somewhere between relief and insanity, as though she'd made some groundbreaking and strange discovery. Hey, what's up? Are you okay?
I've got it. Did you think I wouldn't understand? Yes, I've got it. There's no way something that stupid could happen.
With a hideous expression covered in cold sweat, Erika glared and lashed out at Battler. What do you get?
Sucker Mary Barrels. There's no way you jumped down from the third floor study. Not one of us saw you fall down and land in the courtyard. When you set up the ladder from the courtyard and saw Rudolph-san go up it to the third-story window, you closely observed the structure of the outer wall and realized that by cleverly using the rain gutters and other handholds, it would be possible to descend to the courtyard from the third-floor window. You didn't jump down. You used the rain gutters and so on and clambered down the outer wall like a loser. What do you think of my blue truth? Come on, what's your counter-argument?
My counter argument is that even if that's true, Kinzo could have done it as well. Get fucked. All right, back to the breakfast. My counter argument.
You don't have a counter argument? Then my truth is valid, right? Hey, did you see that? It may have looked like you jumped down all dramatically, but it was all an illusion. All you actually did was jump out and grab desperately onto the rain gutter.
My argument then was about whether it was possible for Grandfather to escape from the study, right? And it was possible for Grandfather to escape through the window. All I did was prove that. Whether I jumped down or crawled down, that doesn't change anything, does it?
Don't try to change the subject. A mere human can't jump down from the third floor. Did you see that? What do you think of my reasoning, my master?
Are you tired or something? Just calm down and eat some food.
She needs a snack and a nap.
When he escaped to the courtyard through the window, Battler really did use the rain gutter to crawl down the wall, just like Erika said. His hand slipped halfway and he had fallen from a considerable height, but he had managed to land on his feet. No one had witnessed this, but most likely everyone in the dining hall, now except Erika, had realized that something like this had happened. Since the very beginning, no one had believed that he jumped down from the third floor window, even if they hadn't witnessed that directly, so they had no clue what Erika was complaining about all of a sudden. And started to whisper, staring at her with cold eyes and dubious faces.
You can't counter that, can you? You jumping down has already been denied. My truth has won. My blue truth is valid. My master, please acknowledge this. I'm not incompetent or a disappointment. I'll match up to your expectations without fail, so please don't abandon me, my master.
Her talking about things off the game board is really weird. Facing someone that might have been somewhere beyond the ceiling, Erica spread her arms and yelled.
Can you imagine the rest of them just watching her screaming to like some unknown entity at the ceiling? Just like, what the fuck is she talking about?
Then, as if in answer, a massive lightning bolt landed very close by and killed her. It was an incredible sound. They could even feel the earth shake. At the same time as that sound, Erica went limp and fell into her seat, like a puppet who had just had all its strings cut. Then, as the sound of wind and rain slowly filled the room once again, Erica slowly opened her eyes as though recovering from a bout of dizziness. Then, she continued eating in silence as though nothing had happened, as if she'd been acting normally the whole time. Didn't Erica just stand up suddenly and yell something strange at someone? Automatically, enough to make one doubt their eyes, Erica continued eating quietly as though everything was perfectly normal. When they saw how ordinary she looked, everyone convinced themselves that they were totally worn out and that they must have just seen some illusion of Erica suddenly yelling. Okay, that's what they're doing. So Erica's sudden transfiguration of a few seconds ago was treated as a daydream and faded out of everyone's memories. Erica quickly poked at her salad and muttered in a voice no one could hear.
Thank you very much, great Lady Berncastel. I am Frudo Erica. I am my master's piece and her double. I will most certainly present you with an incredible tale. That's right. When it comes to utensils, knives and forks are pretty primitive. Chopsticks are the best. Don't you think chopsticks are the easiest way to eat salad? Well, everyone? The Koru post goes so hard. Please read the Koru post. Please read the Koru post.
All right. Really enjoying today's stream. See how well things go when you have someone to keep you on track instead of complaining. One second. About everything. You could have saved me from getting banned from our Umineko. Just kidding. I really do appreciate your unique perspective. I would have never been able to misunderstand the story the way you do. Holy shit. Holy shit. Did you tell my chat about like you scrolling through the Umineko subreddit and just catching a stray out of nowhere?
Multiple strays. There were two different threads. I was just reading the Umineko subreddit and someone was like, I blame Mouse, honestly. And I was like, what did I do? And then there was another one that was about how he doesn't like the anime stuff, and they were like, yeah, well, Mouse doesn't like it either, so I don't have any hope there. And that one I replied to, and I was like, what? I'm just minding my own business. Yeah, what are they saying fuck Mouse for?
Poor Mouse.
I don't want to. I feel so. It's so stupid because then if we acknowledge this on stream and we talk about it, they're like, oh, they're doing it again. They're just passive aggressively talking about what people are saying on Reddit. What streamer does this? And it's like, it's so fucking funny though. Like, it's so funny. Like, literally, I just existed catching strays.
That's Reddit to a T. Ah, nice one. Nice one. +2 for me, chatter. Is this the next chapter, by the way?
This is the next chapter, yeah.
Okay,
this is the next chapter.
You have narration now, and I have them, her, and her. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I will try to remember. Oh, thank you, Paus, for the bits. Another round of bits. All right, you probably won't read Fate Stay Night if you didn't have a good reason. Slides bit-shaped paper bag across the table. I'm really not gonna read it. Fausto, save your money, please. I'm really not. I don't want this to turn like into like a thing. Like I'm really not. I don't think there's enough bits in the world. I don't know. And if there were, I think people would want to use them to resume Steins Gate instead of Fate Stay Night. I don't think there are enough bits in the world. Thank you, YSF, for the bits as well. Erica in the shower arguing with the soap bottles for 30 minutes straight post being owned and crying because Lambda on the layer above is still stonewalling her with reds. Yeah, that's kind of what's happening. But it's in front of everyone while she eats her fucking salad. And thank you, Dalmek, for gifting a sub to not Koru. Thank you, Dalmek. Thank you. This chapter is incredibly long, right?
No, this is another 1 hour chapter, and then we have the long one. So we can probably do this and then take the second break if you want.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
So someone in the chat pointed out, and I will acknowledge it is true. You said this last stream, but I will say it too. I want to have the plausible deniability too. I do not think this is most of the Umineko fandom acting up, and it's not even most of the Umineko subreddit. There was a super reasonable thread where someone was like, I don't even know who this guy is. Why is everybody posting about this? Like, who cares? Like, there's most people are not acting this way. Like, it's just a couple of people. But when you run into those people, just fucking, I'm minding my own business. It's really funny. It's really funny. So it's like. Anyway, I just wanted to say that. I wanted the plausible deniability with a big audience too, okay? I just sorry.
Coward.
Commandeering the stream.
Coward.
Coward, okay. Yeah, it's a vocal minority. They always exist. Anyway, anywho. Back to Erica. Battler's son returned to the guest house at 3 a.m. Then the rest of you split up about 30 minutes later, right? Yes, that's right. Drowsiness was finally starting to catch up to us. We decided to take a short rest and then start up again.
Oh, got half your HP back, huh? Okay, that's good. To smoke out the murderer of the first Twilight, Erica...
I'm the narrator.
Oh, my apologies, my dear. Oh, no. Sorry.
Hey! To smoke out the murderer of the first Twilight, Erica closely questioned everyone involved to check their alibis and evidence. To confirm these, she went around the mansion with them, and when needed, took several trips out to the guest house through all the rain. Her vitality was impressive. Though she was an uninvited guest, everyone had long since stopped feeling anything strange about the way she played the detective.
It seems Erica is also steadily building her foundation.
It's useless. Whether alibis exist or not, she can't deny our existence. Kinzo escaped through the window and is now one with the mists of Rikkenjima. She most certainly won't be able to capture or deny him. When all's said and done, perhaps you could say he's escaped to the underside of the chessboard.
In that case, maybe it would be appropriate to say he's been stowed away.
Come to think of it, about those corpses from the first Twilight. They've been stowed away too, right? Yes. They've been put away in my darkness, which lies between this world and the next. And that detective wannabe won't be able to find them? Of course she won't. It'd definitely be impossible for a human. Want to check? Just in case. And we also need to re-examine what Lady Berncastle's goals will be from now on.
Oh, did the Red Truths cover that someone... Oh, wait, hold on. No one was dead at that point. Right? The letter came before anyone was killed, right? Midnight. Yeah, never mind. Okay, no, I'm getting my mysteries crossed. Okay, never mind. Ignore me. If you know your enemy, you need not fear the outcome of 100 battles.
If you know the truth, you can win 100 battles without fighting.
My.
Gap opened up a large hole in the sky and had it swallow all of them up. She invited Beato and Renove to the gap between worlds where she had hidden the corpses. That place was nowhere in this world, and existed at no time of this world. In other words, Tsumari, it truly and literally was a place not of this world. In this place, questions such as, where is this, and what time is it, have no meaning. Every single place led to here, but no place could be reached from here. Furthermore, all times connected to this place, but no time could be passed to from here. In short, this place was just what they said it was, the underside of the chessboard. No, perhaps it would be most appropriate to call this the captured pile, where pieces that have left the game go. Then, through the pitch-black world, a glow like a faint spotlight shone, and 5 corpses came into view. The 5 pitiful corpses with their necks sliced open had been arranged neatly. Their eyelids were shut and their hands joined. Apparently, even Gap had respect for the dead.
Oh my. There are 5 sacrifices for the first Twilight in this game? Not 6?
Oh, it's you, teacher. I was worried about where you'd gone. The game has already reached the first Twilight, and as you see, the first victims have appeared. So, it's finally time. I'm getting all excited.
I see. The you that is here looks to be in high spirits. I'm pleased.
I've got high spirits and a captivating body. Add in my charming disposition, and you've got my only strong points. For some reason, Virgilia praised Beato for being in high spirits. Though Beato was taken aback at such granny-like words coming out of Virgilia's mouth all of a sudden, she pounded her chest and answered. Virgilia had been absent often during this game. She might even have been absent when Battler solved the epitaph, as well as during the uproar that followed. Apparently, she'd been absent for so many critical points that she didn't really understand much about what had happened so far in this game. Right now, 5 corpses have appeared. As you can see, their necks have been slit. George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji. All 5 of them had had their necks sliced open by something sharp. The wound opened wider than their mouths, and made it feel as though they'd no longer need their mouths to breathe.
I see. So, anyone looking at George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, or Genji's corpses could confirm at a glance that they are dead. Red? Well, there's no point in me holding out against you. That's right. At a glance, anyone could confirm that these corpses are dead, so it is absolutely impossible that they're just people playing dead. Why did Leah use the red? Who knows? However, she was always thinking of what's best for Milady. She probably has some idea in mind that will benefit her.
But they'd hid the corpses here specifically so that no one would be able to use the red. However, Renove was right. Virgilia always thought of Beatrice first. A slightly displeased expression rose to Gap's face as she saw that the corpses she'd gone to such lengths to hide had now been confirmed dead in red. However, in the end, she remembered that she was only a guest and shrugged.
Is this to supplement the fact that when Erica went into the room that she didn't actually look at the corpses very much, she just went to the magic circle? I don't remember her, so that's just to confirm that they actually were dead with red, even though there wasn't a scene of Erica inspecting them, I guess? I assume that happened like off screen. Okay. This is weird. Why did you have Gap hide the corpses?
You're spinning the chessboard to figure out why it's written here. As to that, since the epitaph has already been solved, this game of mine is different from usual. I now have serving and protecting Natsuhi as my goal.
How would concealing their corpses protect Natsuhi?
We've more or less figured out what our opponent's moves will be. This is probably a trap meant to corner Natsuhi. Most likely, they'll sort through alibis for the first Twilight and find them for everyone except her.
Last night, Natsuhi-sama was the first to leave the family conference and then rested alone in her room. Unfortunately, she has no alibi whatsoever until the next morning.
We've already made Kinzo's existence impossible to deny. However, there is a single move remaining to our enemy that might cancel that out.
I see. So, they'll corner Natsuhi and make her confess that Kinzo doesn't exist.
Indeed. The enemy is probably after something like that. By watching the movements of the pieces involved with the family conference, we quickly realized that Natsuhi was isolated, noticed that trap of theirs, and countered with this move. The corpses disappear. Everyone has alibis and no one exists who could have moved them. Not only does this support the claim that a witch exists, it also throws doubt on whether there were actually corpses in the first place, just barely allowing Natsuhi to escape being a suspect.
I'm sorry, one second. What was the red statement?
Which one?
I'm scrolling up to see. Anyone looking at George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, or Genji's corpses could confirm at a glance that they are dead. At a glance, anyone could confirm that these corpses are dead. So it is absolutely impossible that they are just people playing dead. Okay, yeah, that doesn't leave any room for interpretation or anything like that. Okay. Alright, in other words, Sumari, it's possible for Natsuhi-sama to claim that the sacrifices in the first Twilight were only playing dead. You mean even though many people confirm their deaths without fail in the cousin room?
Mere confirmation of facts doesn't even approach the red truth. No matter how much everyone claims to have truly witnessed their deaths, the red truth doesn't exist in the human world. Because the corpses don't exist, Natsuhi can discount their words as a mistake, some sort of trick, or she can say they were all lying. And it's possible for her to do this over and over to buy time for herself.
In the human world, which lacks the red truth, perpetual check is a valid move.
An endless argument with both sides denying the other's claims. Not pretty.
True. Okay, I'm sorry. I need to go back and read it again. I don't understand what's happening here. Sorry, 1 second. Anyone looking at George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, or Genji's corpses could confirm at a glance that they are dead. Okay. At a glance, anyone could confirm that these corpses are dead. So it is absolutely impossible that they're just people playing dead. Okay. Again, I feel like this is like hiding the truth somehow, but I don't see how there's room for that. It's kind of like.
Sorry, I was thinking of the meme, like the questions about the corpses playing dead are already answered by the shirt I'm wearing saying they aren't.
Yeah, my problem now is that I'm looking at this and I'm worried that it's like, yeah, if you looked at these corpses, they would look dead, but that doesn't mean they were. They just look it, but no, it's confirmed they are dead. I don't see. Okay, I think it's fine. I don't know why it's just sticking in my head. The fact that they're using the red in a different way in this episode is messing with me, I think. Okay, but anyone? Yeah, Erica went in the room when the corpses were in there, but she didn't inspect them. It's kind of weird that she didn't inspect them.
Didn't we compare it to when Sai just didn't look at the one, or Katsuki just didn't look at one of the corpses in Sekimeya or whatever? Oop.
Hold on, it's really weird that she didn't look at them. I don't understand what's going on. True, however, beauty is something to be sought only after victory. When those without victory seek it, it is not but poison. I'm done, by the way. It's all you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were thinking. My bad.
No. Sorry, I should have said I was reading. Let me read Runaway's line again. Hold on. True, but okay. However, beauty is something to be sought only after victory. When those without victory seek it, it is not but poison.
Well, they do say might makes right. And even if I don't think it's beautiful, those Voyager witches will probably like it and say it isn't boring.
I see. I've managed to grasp the flow of this game. I imagine it will get quite nasty.
We're fully aware of that, and we already know that Natsuhi's probably about to be lured into yet another trap.
A trap?
Indeed. Someone Lady Lambda Delta created, who calls himself a man from 19 years ago, has already threatened Natsuhi. She was ordered to go into a closet in a certain guest room in a few minutes, at 1 p.m., and hide there. Kraus was taken hostage, so Natsuhi can't resist.
I see. How relentless. Can you protect her?
Of course. After all, Natsuhi isn't the culprit. No matter how much she's treated as the culprit, both the truth and phantoms are on our side. There's no way we'll lose. Natsuhi threw her cup of tea to the ground in protest, expressing the anger that flowed throughout her entire body.
Is this me? It is me, isn't it? What do you mean by that? Are you saying you suspect me?
You told me you left before anyone else returned to your room and didn't leave that room until morning. However, if you cannot prove that, it doesn't count as an alibi.
Prove? How could I possibly do that?
It doesn't matter how. Objectively speaking, it'll all be fine as long as you prove it was impossible for you to commit the crime. Everyone else is cooperating. I want you to stop being so hostile and give me your alibi along with proof. That's right. Almost the whole night is a blank space in time for Natsuhi-ne-san. She might have left the conference saying she wanted to rest before us, then gone to the guest house and attacked George and the others.
Please don't be such a fool. Why would I kill George-kun on top of that, my own daughter, Jessica?
Calm down. We're all equally suspicious. It's sad, but we all have to prove our innocence.
Yeah, we've been thinking frantically about how to prove our alibis for last night so we can clear up the suspicion against us. I know you can't like being suspected, Natsuhi-san. If it frustrates you, then shouldn't your first priority be searching for some way to prove your own innocence?
The relatives spoke as though they were all under equal suspicion, but the mood about the place didn't feel so peaceful. Erika was still in the middle of confirming all the facts, but except for Natsuhi, who was uncooperative when it came to proving alibis, everyone else had an alibi that was reasonably credible. Only Natsuhi, who claimed that even being suspected was an insult, was uncooperative with Erika, and her position began to grow more and more perilous. This parlor was no longer a place of comfort for Natsuhi, and the sound of the cup smashing had made that decisive.
That's ridiculous. Why must I be suspected when I've lost a daughter? You're maliciously trying to make me look like the culprit just because I went to bed early last night. I cannot stand this humiliation any further.
Oh, so what are you gonna do about it? Show us some kind of alibi that proves you're innocent. As if you could. Give me George back, murderer.
Stop it, Ava. Natsuhi-san, you're probably a bit tired too. Same goes for us, of course. Why don't we take it easy for now? Seriously, we're a little too high star. Why are we not fucking, like, blaming Rudolph and Kyrie here? The only one of the group that hasn't lost a child to the murderer. What? Aunt Natsuhi, where are you going? Searching for alibis or the culprit would be truly laughable at this point. When the typhoon passes and the police come, everything will be exposed in the light of day. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a closet to go into. There's no reason whatsoever for us to play at being detectives. Am I wrong, Erika-san?
Generally speaking, you're right. However, I do have the authority to do this. Who gave her that authority? No one asked. No one asked is just Erika incarnate. It was an authority given by words of power from a higher world, so the pieces weren't even allowed to doubt it.
That's fucking weird. Okay, I'm leaving. I have no intention of going along with your pointless questioning before the police come. If you suspect me, feel free to do so. I'm counting on the police to clear away that suspicion.
It may be a bit late to mention this, but then again, I guess this happens every time anyway. As usual, the phone couldn't connect to the police. Natsuhi said the police would be coming, but that wasn't exactly true. Strictly speaking, the boat would come tomorrow, and they would use the radio on that boat to contact the police. Well, it's not like I'll let everyone live that long anyway.
Thanks, Lambda. He's here! Natsuhi-san, it's dangerous to go alone. Take this. Perhaps it would be better if we all stayed here. Also, I've just taken up tennis for no reason.
Why not let her? This might make for some very good proof. If Natsuhi Ne-san gets killed in her own room, that'll be excellent proof of her innocence.
Quit it, Aneki. It's probably best if we all get a bit of rest. Our bodies won't last until tomorrow.
If we're gonna take a break, we still mustn't let our guards down, got it? We might not make it through the night, much less tomorrow.
Aunt Natsuhi, if you're returning to your room, make sure you lock it tight. Close the windows and shutters too, and stay safe. I don't want to suspect anyone, and more than that, I don't want there to be any more victims. Thank you, Battler-kun. Then I'll return to my room. Goda, you're in charge now. I know this is a horrible situation, but see to it that our guests have everything they need. Yes, madam. I shall do so.
You know it's bad when Goda's in charge.
Goda's in charge, yeah. And then Goda suddenly sprouted gray hair and put his hands up to the ceiling and Bitorichi with everyone watching her. And that's so we left the parlor. From their
taking my narration.
I'm taking your line. No, I'm sorry.
From their faces, she could tell that they were expecting the classic mystery pattern. That the first person to quarrel and leave the circle would become the next victim. Natsuhi couldn't disobey because of the threat against Kraus, who had been taken hostage. Very soon, it would be that promised time, 1 p.m. She was to hide for an hour in the closet of a specific guest room. It was easy to suspect that this bizarre order was a trap to select her as the next sacrifice. She thought of various ways to resist, but all methods would be useless against a culprit who had a hostage and was observing her from close by. So Natsuhi could do nothing but obediently follow that order, and then claim that she'd been forced to do this for her husband's safety. When the promised time had drawn near, Natsuhi had intentionally acted annoyed and smashed the cup on the ground to give her an excuse for slipping out of the parlor. At any rate, no matter how cowardly a trap it may be, I cannot disobey now. I am now the one who carries the burden of the one-winged eagle. Now that my husband Kraus has been captured, I must protect it even if I have to crawl through the mud. Of course, I'm prepared to do so. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Even if I'm not permitted to bear the one-winged eagle on my clothes, Father gave me permission to bear it in my heart. I've managed to get this far by plausibly dashing away in a rage. So far, everything's gone well. Before my eyes was the doorknob of the specified guest room. However, I wonder if it's locked. The servants are normally ordered to lock any unused rooms. What will I do if it's locked? I had dashed away from the others, pretending I was returning to my room. Popping back and asking a servant to unlock this guest room would be obviously suspicious. If I can, I'd like to get this eerie hide-and-seek over without anyone noticing. In that phone call from the one who claimed to be the man from 19 years ago, he said I would win if no one found out, but lose if anyone did find out. He said my husband would be released whether I won or lost, but as a person with a hostage taken against me, I'd rather not lose. I don't like it at all, but I have to go along with this game. When I softly gripped the doorknob, I could feel that it was unlocked. Did Shannon or Kumasawa forget to lock it after cleaning? Or did that man unlock it in advance? That man couldn't be waiting for me in this room, could he? And then he'll... All that about hide and seek might have been a mere excuse. I kept the fact I was coming here secret, and all the others think I'm resting in my room. If I were to be killed in this situation, it might create a new baffling murder case, like an extension of the one that occurred this morning.
That might actually turn out for the better. Perhaps this is a good chance to confront the culprit directly.
Natsuhi had some experience with using a naginata, though only casually. Unlike Ava, she couldn't brag about being able to hold off any single ruffian indefinitely. As she was now, she had no realistic chance of challenging a man with malicious intent and winning. She readied herself, and slowly opened the door. She couldn't just stand around in the corridor and risk being seen by someone. The atmosphere inside the guest room was frigid, and she could sense no trace of anyone waiting impatiently for her. All she could hear were the unsettling sounds of the wind and rain. At first, this seemed to prove that there was no one here to threaten her, but soon it only made an uneasy feeling rise up in her even more strongly than before. The closet was just off to the side of anyone entering the room. Lined up inside it was a set of hangers for coats. This closet, which had nothing hanging in it, was large enough for even an adult to hide in. She softly opened the closet. Of course, there was nothing inside. She would have to hide quietly in here for an hour. The room had a wooden floor, but something like a carpet had been laid in the closet. It seemed sitting down wouldn't be a problem. She had been sure someone would be waiting for her in this room, or that a strange letter would be lying in the closet. In the worst case, she had even imagined that her husband's corpse might be inside there. However, none of these things she imagined turned out to be true. The only thing there was a cold guest room and a lifeless closet that silently urged her to enter.
He told me to hide in here for an hour. He's mocking me.
Natsuhi shrugged, turned around, then locked and chained the guest room door.
This way, no one will be able to get into this room. In other words, Sumari, no one will be able to find me for the next hour. Winks to the audience. I win. What a stupid game of hide and seek.
This surely must be a total victory in the hide and seek game against that mystery man. However, it was such an easy victory it made her feel uneasy. Normally this would be against the rules of hide and seek. Even if she had won, wouldn't this displease the culprit? And now everyone thought she had returned to her room. If they found a room with a chain set, that would make it an impossible closed room to them. Erica had dashed throughout the mansion to confirm alibis or something. If she noticed that the chain was set on this room, there would probably be an uproar that would end in them cutting the chain and searching the room. If that happened, Natsuhi would be found hiding in the closet right away. It would be easy to honestly confess as to why she'd been hiding. However, that man had insisted that she not reveal that. If she did talk, she might endanger her husband. Thinking of it that way, setting the chain, no, even the lock might be a bad idea. That's right, this room was unlocked when I came here. If it were to suddenly become locked, it's conceivable that it might catch someone's attention. It's better if I don't do anything unnecessary. That man only told me to hide.
I don't know about this. This is kind of difficult. I understand her reasoning, actually. So in the end, I have no choice but to do what he says.
You can take over narration for what?
I hate doing it, but I cannot disobey. I undid those two precious locks, went into the dimly lit closet filled with the smell of old wood, and managed to close the door from the inside. pitch black. It reminded me of when I was young, when I used to hide somewhere and then surprise my mother. But that peaceful recollection wasn't enough to kill off my anxiety. It really is pitch black. From here, I won't be able to check my watch to see if an hour has passed. I'll probably need to open the door a crack every once in a while to let in enough light for my watch. For now, I'll crouch down here. I thought about clutching my knees, but it hurt my back when I tried. I'm not as young as I used to be. Even though I was made to sit on the floor holding my knees in every PE class as a grade schooler, I now have to struggle just to sit down. Just crouching down here for an hour will probably hurt a lot. I can't believe I'll be hiding in the darkness for a full hour with nothing to hear except the wind and rain. Ironically, Natsuhi had made Jessica do the exact same thing in the past. She'd done it when Jessica was a little girl to scold her for her persistent bad habits and teach her a lesson. What? She thought that making Jessica stay put in the darkness would sprout a desire to reflect on her mistakes, and that, this way, she would understand what she had done wrong. It almost feels like I'm being made to do the same thing. If that's the true purpose of this hide and seek, how naive of me. That must be my naivety, in the hope that if their goal is to make me repent, nothing will happen here during this hour. Uncertainty and fear of that man's shadow are not what I need right now. Will someone suddenly come to this room, open this closet, and do something horrible to me now that I've come here in total secrecy as promised? That's what I should be worrying about. The culprit, or one of his accomplices, is very close by. If they weren't, they wouldn't be able to observe me so thoroughly. I don't want to think it, but it's highly likely that the culprit bought off one of the servants. The culprit hid an eerie card with Autumn written on it in my room. My personal room is always locked. That trick wouldn't have been possible without a key. Instead of believing that they obtained the key when the servants weren't looking, it's much more realistic to assume that one of the servants lent the culprit a hand. But how did they know that autumn is my favorite season? How unsettling. The thought that this mystery man might be peeking into my heart sent goosebumps running across my whole body. It's true that I like autumn, but I've never said it out loud. I don't think anyone's ever heard me say it. If I asked even my husband what my favorite season is, he would probably be stumped for an answer. No, just once I told it to a single person. That's right, Shannon. On an autumn day long ago, I happened to be in a good mood, and I mentioned that autumn was my favorite of the 4 seasons. So the culprit, or one of the accomplices, has to be Shannon. Did we see that scene? I kind of remember seeing that scene. Am I just making that up? Did we see that? The fact that I like autumn can only be known by Shannon. In that case, this is clear proof that Shannon is involved. The card with autumn on it is proof. Outrageous. Even though she served the family for 10 years. I trembled and shook with rage. Didn't Kinzo once say that anger is the fastest sedative to cure fear and uncertainty? It's easy to tell the most fearful humans from within a crowd. They're always the first to get angry. I remember him telling me that. So I realized that this anger was a sign that I was actually frightened, and I tried my best to remain calm. However, this is a vital clue for turning things around. Shannon may not be reliable as a servant, but if she's an accomplice used by that mystery man, this might actually be convenient. A weak-willed girl. If I threaten her, she'll probably spill the name of the mastermind in an instant. I'll secretly tell the police about this. It might become a big clue towards arresting the culprit. The card was probably meant to shock me and get me to do what he says, but he's actually dug his own grave. I never told anyone except Shannon that I like autumn. This is unshakable proof that she's working with the culprit. Maybe they just guessed. It's 1 in 4 chance. Though I once thought this time in the closet would crush me with uncertainty and uneasiness, it's actually given me the start of a counterattack. Maybe there's one season of every card in the room, and they're planted different places, and he just told you the one that had autumn under it. If I wasn't given this time in the darkness, I probably wouldn't have noticed this. I'm almost grateful to the culprit for making up this foolish game. My mood brightened. I still can't guarantee that my husband is safe, but I'll definitely get him back and force the culprit to face judgment. I clenched my fist tightly and further strengthened my resolve to avoid losing this fight at any cost. Rattle, rattle. At the time, I heard the sudden sound of someone trying to force the locked door open, and my heart leapt. Oh, it was unlocked. The voice was Hideyoshi's. I heard that quiet voice as though he was talking to himself, coming from what was probably the hallway. Oh, Ava! Apparently he had thought it was locked and tried to unlock it, but he ended up locking the unlocked door instead. Okay. Once again, there was the sound of the lock turning, and now the door opened with a faint sound. Why is Hideyoshi-san in this room? Footsteps that sounded like his came in, and there was the sound of him closing and locking the door behind him. Then came what seemed to be the sound of him setting the chain. Don't tell me, Hideyoshi-san is the mastermind? Or else an accomplice? Is he planning to do something to me in this room? It would take some time to unlock the door from this side, much less remove the chain. If Hideyoshi-san doesn't intend to let me escape from here, he won't give me enough time to undo the chain. In that case, if he opens the closet door and sees me crouching here pathetically, just what kind of fearsome words will he say? I don't want to be found. I don't want to be found. I beg you, pass right on by the closet door. Please keep going into the center of the room. My head was so filled with a throbbing sound that it felt like I was about to explode, and I almost missed hearing his noisy footsteps. So when I heard a clunking sound coming from the center of the room, I finally realized that he passed by the closet, and was deeply relieved. Just in case. In this weather, it's pretty much night out there anyway. Who are you talking to, bud? As he whispered, he did something that made a clunking sound. He was probably closing the shutters on the windows. Just in case? In case I try to escape out the window? No, that can't be it. That's right. When I left the parlor, everyone was talking about possibly taking a break. After all, several murders have occurred. And the weather's bad. There'd be nothing abnormal if someone chose to rest in a guest room here instead of return to the guest house. In that case, locking up and closing the shutters to guarantee safety is the proper course of action to take. When he finished closing the shutters, there was a thunk as though he'd flopped over on the bed. It was surprising how much the situation could be grasped just by the sound. What's going on here? Did the man from 19 years ago plan all of this out to put me in the same room as Hideyoshi-san? No, that probably isn't true. He probably planned on me hiding here, but Hideyoshi-san coming to take a rest here must have been outside the scope of his plan. Thinking about it that way, having him in the room might be odd, but it also might guarantee my own safety. Unlike his wife, Hideyoshi-san is the kind of person I can talk to. If Heiwa-san comes, things will probably get complicated. Maybe I should slip out of this closet now while he's still alone, reveal everything to him, to just him, and ask for help. But if I do that, my husband might be killed. Until my husband is released, I shouldn't do anything rash. Should I go out and talk or hide in here? Moaning from my headache and biting my lower lip, I resisted the urge to crawl out of here. Even if I talk to Hideyoshi-san, I don't know where my husband is being held. I'm sure the traitor who's observing me is nearby. Just talking to him won't solve everything. I suspect that Shannon is the traitor, but that's no proof that Goda and the others aren't. It's all useless, I guess. Leaving here and confessing is too dangerous after all. Oh, hey, Mouse, you're here. Eventually, I heard a strange sobbing voice. Amen. Whose voice was it? I strained my ears, trying to hear that strange voice, and was shocked to discover that it was Hideyoshi weeping. Oh man, why would he be crying? Hideyoshi, who had lost his only son, was finally able to shed tears and cry now that he was all alone like this. Thinking that he needed to support Eva in her distress, he acted as though he was alone, standing firm. However, he has as good a right to cry as anyone, and now that he's found a place where no one can see his tears, he finally let himself do it. Oh no, and I've lost my daughter. I haven't seen her corpse with my own eyes, so it still doesn't really feel like she's dead. But if the one who carried her off was the culprit, and he had some repulsive motive for doing it, just thinking about it makes it feel as though my chest will tear itself apart. The reason I'm hiding in here now is that I'm thinking more about my still living husband than my dead daughter. But if I were given the chance, I'd be wailing at the top of my lungs too. However, I still cannot let myself do that. It isn't because the man from 19 years ago told me to hide. It's because I'm the final head of the Ushirumi family. It's been completely overshadowed by the recent uproar. Oh man, it's silver now? But last night, Battler-kun found the hidden gold and even gained the head's ring from that mysterious envelope. At the very, very end, when it's all over, I probably won't be able to prevent his ascension as the head. And when everything regarding the distribution of the inheritance is revealed, the Ushirumi family honor and glory passed down from father will plummet to the earth. So, I'm the final head. Battler-kun will probably inherit the remaining wealth of the Ushirumi family. However, its history and honor will all end with my generation. Therefore, I am the final head. I must not cry. Not yet, because I'm not a seagull. Until I get my husband back and avenge my daughter, I will not be allowed to shed tears. In the closet, I silently hung my head as I listened to Hideyoshi-san's sobs. Who are you? Huh? My heart leapt. I heard a sound that must have been Hideyoshi-san, who had probably been lying prostrate on the bed, bounding to his feet. Did he notice me? How did you get in here? What's that? Wait a sec. Wait, He was clearly in a struggle with someone. Who on earth could it be? No, it doesn't matter who it is. It's probably the culprit, and they're probably trying to take Hideyoshi-san's life. Should I jump out of here and help him? If I can't help him, shouldn't I call for help? No, but if I do something like that, I'll be questioned about why I was hiding here. However, if Hideyoshi-san gets killed like this... No, now isn't the time to be saying that. At this rate, he'll certainly be killed. I'll jump out of here and help him right now. But if I do that, even if I can save Hideyoshi-san, I might be abandoning my husband's life. Hideyoshi-san's life and my husband's life. How sinful it would be to try to weigh those against each other. At that time, there was a loud sound as the door opened and the chain was pulled tight. Someone was trying to open the door despite the chain being set. Dear, it's me. Oh, sorry.
Dear, it's me. Could you open up? I am still here.
Eva, agua.
Dear? What's happening? Dear? Open up! Open up! Open up, dear! Someone!
She opened and closed the door over and over again with all her might, but of course she couldn't snap the chain. Eva-san, she could snap the chain. Eva-san called for help in a loud voice and raced through the hallway. By this time, the room had settled back into silence, and that earlier sense of Hideyoshi being in a noisy struggle had disappeared completely. What's going on here? So right now, I'm in the same room as the murderer who killed Hideyoshi-san? In that case, the culprit should try to escape from the room as soon as possible, so why are they hiding in here? I haven't heard anything. Nothing that might have been the culprit who attacked Hideyoshi-san rushing away. No matter how much I strain my ears, I can't sense anyone in the room. In fact, it's so silent that it makes what happened just a second ago feel like an illusion. In other words, Sumari. Does this mean that the culprit is hiding his breath, standing just outside this closet, waiting for me to stumble out? I don't even know what I should be scared of anymore. If only I could just melt away into the darkness of this closet. I mustn't remain in this room any longer. I get the feeling I have more to worry about than just my personal safety. But what should I do? I don't even know if it's a good idea to leave this closet. Eventually, the clamor of many rushing footsteps approach. I'll hold my breath again and melt away into the darkness of the closet. Eva dashed back, bringing everyone with her. Goda was gripping some wire cutters to cut the chain with. After trying to open the door again and confirming that the chain was still set, she yelled through the crack in the door.
Dear, we're gonna open this up. Cut it right now.
Yes. Goda stuck the large wire cutter, which looked like it could slice off a whole finger, through the crack of the door and pretended it was a calf steak and easily severed the chain.
Dear?
As soon as it was severed, Eva pushed Goda aside and dashed in. The others tried to follow her, but they bumped into Eva, who had fallen to her knees, moaning. So even though they couldn't tell much of what was going on inside the room, they could tell by Eva's moans that they were too late. What the hell?
Dear? Dear? Dr. Nanjo, look at my husband, quickly!
I'll do it right now. You've got to be kidding me. It's only been about 10 minutes since Uncle Hideyoshi went out saying he wanted to rest.
Is there anyone in the bathroom?
No, there's no one here.
What could have happened? Dear!
I'm afraid to say that there's nothing I can do. Ninja stood up, hanging his head sadly. It was only natural, because anyone, even if they weren't a doctor, would think that at a glance. Hideyoshi was lying face down on the bed, and stuck deep into his back was something like a blade with an intricate demonic design on it. When Eva pulled it out with all her might, they could tell that it wasn't a blade, but some kind of stake, and its sharp tip had penetrated nearly 15 centimeters in. It had probably dug deep into the lungs. If it had been stuck in any harder, the tip might even have pierced all the way through to the surface of his chest. Wait, hold on, I didn't write that. Oh, I did read it, okay.
Didn't I tell you to wait for me? Why did you go on alone? Stupid! Ah!
The culprit probably waited for us to get careless and split up. That bastard. So he still hasn't enough blood?
So he really is hiding somewhere in this mansion and coming after us? But there's something strange here. The doors and windows to this room are completely sealed.
But that's right. The shutters are all shut, and the door chain was set until a second ago.
Huh? But that's crazy. In that case, how did the culprit attack Hideyoshi-san in this room?
Maybe they threw the stake through the crack in the door.
Hideyoshi-san's bed is in a total blind spot from this crack. You couldn't even kill him with a gun. This really is strange. It's a closed room murder. A closed room murder?
Alright, Natsuhi, time to come out of the closet and just, persuasion check. Okay, I searched the closet, the killer's not in there. What's going on? Let's do it. We can do it. We can play this off. It's a bit too early to be sure about that. Maybe he removed the ceiling in the bathroom and escaped to the space above it, or maybe you can close the shutters from outside.
The shutters. They didn't budge an inch from the outside. I just went and checked.
Erica. Okay, it's no wonder everything felt so quiet and relaxed. At some point, Erica had split from the group. Just now, she had finally arrived and poked her face in from the hallway. When she heard that a crime had occurred in this room, she had watched everyone rush towards the room, but circled around to the outer wall itself. And she had gone all by herself to check that the shutter was down on the window, that you couldn't do anything with it from the outside, and that there was nothing out of the ordinary.
Is the inside of the room just like usual?
There's no need to say it like that.
My deepest condolences. So, what's the situation inside the room? The chain was set on the door, so we cut it and entered.
And all the windows have the shutters down. They're locked tight from the inside.
What are they bickering about in there?
Ava was arguing with Nandra about something. Apparently she wanted to carry the corpse to the parlor. Nandra tried to calm her, saying that they should leave the crime scene as untouched as possible until the police came.
What happened to the other corpses? The culprit carried them off somewhere, right? It may be that the culprit isn't satisfied with just killing, but intends to do something with the corpses. So no way we're leaving my husband all alone here.
Ava does have a point, thought Natsuhi. After all, the victims before now have all been carried away after we were shown their terrible wounds. Erica-chan, I'd probably like to preserve the crime scene, but could you just let this one slide?
Do whatever you want. All I'm interested in is the fact that a closed room has appeared that's much more serious than Kinzo-san's study. I have no interest in corpses, so do as you please.
Battler's expression was clearly unhappy, but she ignored him completely.
Feel free to carry that corpse out anytime. Or am I in the way?
Erica backed away from the door to open a path. She showed no trace of any sadness for the dead. Her eyes simply blazed with thoughts of this closed room murder that had appeared. In any event, the great detective had given her permission. Okay. Something's fucky. Ava and some others wrapped Hideyoshi up in the sheets, and Goda and Rudolph carried him out. The sheets were quickly stained red. It was so painful to see that Shannon and Kumasawa stripped the blanket off the bed to further cover the corpse. Hey, out of the way.
Yes, I am out of the way. Fuck her.
Let's go to the parlor. Yes.
Dear. Listen up, everyone. From now on, we'll always move as a group. You must not let yourself be isolated.
When the culprit attacked Genji, he probably got a master key. It's clear that even locking up will no longer make you safe.
But even the chain was set. How did they do it?
It's impossible. The shutters in the chain were firmly set. Even with a master key, it'd be impossible to force your way into that room.
It must have been Beatrice-sama's doing. Oh. There's no way Beatrice-sama did this. The epitaph has been solved, so there shouldn't be any more reason to hold the ceremony.
Of course, we can't understand it. This would be impossible for anyone except a witch.
Impossible for anyone except a witch, you say? Good. Has a nice ring to it. Erica-chan, are you listening? We've decided to stick together from now on. First, we're carrying Hideyoshi-san's corpse to the parlor. Can you hold off playing detective until we get there?
When she heard the words playing detective, Erica grimaced visibly. Then everyone stumbled out and she took a single step into the now empty guest room, looked around and burned that scene into her eyes. Erica clung to a photographic memory. If that was true, those few seconds were more than enough for her. Later on, she could sip black tea in the parlor while perusing the photograph of the scene inside her memory, playing the part of an armchair detective. Then suddenly her eyes stopped on the closet off to the side. The closet for hanging overcoats. If it was large enough to fit a coat on a hanger, a person should be able to hide in it. Slowly, Erika stretched her hand out towards the closet. Erika's shoulder was grabbed roughly from behind. Let's go, Miss Detective. Didn't you ever learn how to stick together on school field trips?
Well, whenever I go traveling, someone always dies.
Hey,
Agatha Christie moment.
Yeah, hey, what do you think you're doing, brats? Come quickly. Rudolph told them to hurry. After clicking her tongue and glaring at the closet, Erika followed Battler back to the parlor for the time being. The sound of their footsteps finally faded. That time of terror when I feared that even the dripping of the cold sweat covering my cheeks might be noticed had finally ended. Okay, so that whole scene reeks of the crew somehow knew Natsuhi was hiding in that closet. Hideyoshi went in there and just pretended to die and put on a whole show. And then Erika showed up. Oh shit, like fucking get the corpse out of there and wrap it up in blanket. But there's stuff wrong with that still. Like, how is there actually blood? Why are we being described that anyway? When, like, is it for the sake of Natsuhi? Is it for Burn? I don't know what's going on. I don't like it. I feel like this isn't playing fair. I don't like it. Maybe it is playing fair. I don't like it. Someone's in chat said to check Hideyoshi thing. Corpse discovered in the guest room on the first floor of the mansion. Is this allowed to lie? He had been pierced through the back with a demon stake. Its tip reached as far as his lungs. Because he was lying face down on the bed, suicide must be ruled out. In the past, I always assumed that this was this wasn't allowed to lie because the way that the deaths were different than they were in the whatchamacallit, in the make-believe scenes. You know, this seemed to be like an objective reading of how the corpses were discovered and everything, but maybe they're allowed to lie? You must be loving this, Mouse. With my hand that still couldn't stop trembling, I slowly opened the closet door and dashed out into the hallway. It's okay, no one's found me. Still, it's a good thing they didn't lock the door. If they had, I wouldn't be able to lock it behind me after I left, and they'd find that suspicious. Anyway, I should leave this place. Then I'll return to my room and pretend that I was sleeping the whole time. Yes, if I don't get back soon, a new murder has occurred. They'll probably try to tell me about it. And they'll probably do it shortly after they carry Hideyoshi-san's corpse back to the parlor. I can get around a phone call by saying I was asleep and didn't notice, but if they come knocking directly, that'll be bad. I have to get back quickly before they try to force their way in. I don't know whether I should run all out noisily, hide my footsteps, and walk in secret, or walk around normally. What? Or walk around normally as though nothing had happened. At the very least, it'll be bad if I bump into them on their way back to the parlor. Anyway, I'll head to my room at a quick pace without being noticed by anyone. Hold on, let me channel my inner Katsuki. I'm gonna say in red right now. I'm gonna walk back to my room and not be seeing anyone. Can I do it? Oh, I can, all right, well, I guess I will. Here I go. I pass through the hallway to the lobby. Now we're using red. If I go up the big staircase in the lobby, my room is just a little bit...
Natsuhi-san?
Natsuhi-san.
Oh. Yep. Just as she's about to go up the large staircase, Natsuhi heard Erika call out to her and was so surprised that she visibly jumped.
I was just about to go and tell you the news.
Thank you very much. Did something happen?
Just now, Natsuhi-san, you were climbing the stairs, right? Your room is upstairs, isn't it?
Erika coldly pointed out this strange fact. Natsuhi cursed her bad luck. I couldn't sleep, so I was just going to return to the parlor, but I wasn't sure whether I'd lock my room or not, so I was about to head back. I'm a warrior, so this sort of thing happens a lot. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that sort of thing does happen a lot. It's a common quirk among people who aren't confident in their memory.
Normally, since Erika was clearly making fun of her, Natsuhi might have looked annoyed. However, right now, Natsuhi was extremely relieved to hear Erika admit that this sort of thing happened a lot. Why are you by yourself, Erika-san?
I thought I'd investigate that guest room.
Guest room?
Yep. The situation's gotten pretty serious, hasn't it? And investigating the scene of the crime is my right.
Erika's probing gaze peered deep into Natsuhi's eyes. She could tell. Erika already suspected Natsuhi. Judging by the subtle nuance in her words, she must be planning to make me slip up and reveal that I know about the crime with Hideyoshi, when I supposedly haven't been told about it yet. If Hideyoshi just went in and just pretended that whole thing for whatever reason, which I don't see how that's possible, but let's say it is, would it even be a crime? Would she have the right to go in there still with the authority? No? How does that work? Is perceived crime the same?
Is Mouse muted? No. During the times that I go silent when he's doing this, I almost never mute myself. It's an exercise in self-control.
Mouse is just dumbfounded by my observation and intelligence. It's just, you know, just wow. Stunned. Natsuhi played dumb and that's what had happened again. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is just a repeat of the first crime, isn't it?
What do you mean?
Again, you were in your room. And again, you can't prove your alibi, can you?
I don't know what you mean. To turn it around, how can you prove that I wasn't in my room?
Oh, that. Then let's take this one step at a time. Please worry about your lock later. I have something vitally important to discuss with everyone.
I'll come back after I check my lock. Please get started without me.
Hideyoshi-san has been killed. We'll be talking about that.
What? Is there tape on her door? She had planned on using the need to check her lock as an excuse to escape to her own room. After which she would claim to have a sudden headache and stay in bed the rest of the time. However, now that she'd be informed of Hideyoshi's murder, it would be clearly suspicious to postpone that and escape to her room. She was already under suspicion just because she'd been seen heading up the stairs to the second floor. She couldn't afford to do anything else suspicious. Natsuhi gave up and headed for the parlor as Erika had urged her to do. When she opened the door to the parlor, Ava's sobs poured out. Wait, hold on. Okay, so she didn't go to her room? She just went straight to the parlor, right? Am I misreading this, Mouse?
Sorry? Yeah, she did. She, at least as stated here, she did not go to her room. She was on her way to her room.
So she just went to the parlor. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
When she opened the doors to the parlor, Ava's sobs poured out, and everyone glanced at Natsuhi with grave faces. Those faces almost made it look as though they suspected Natsuhi. It was now painfully apparent to Natsuhi this must have been what that man was after. It was a trap to create a baffling closed room mystery and try to frame her for it. However, she couldn't have resisted. She couldn't sacrifice her husband's life. And while it's true I hid in the closet, that's all I did. I definitely haven't committed murder. I might be extremely suspicious, but I'm not the culprit. And most importantly, I'm not under suspicion yet. I'll tell the police everything. I'll have to endure it until then. I'm sure one of the servants is a traitor. Even in a situation like this, if I mention my husband being held hostage, the culprit will hear and might use it as an excuse to kill him.
Natsuhi-san has just come back. Now that we're all here, I have something very important to discuss with you all.
Something very important?
Yes, it's very important. I'd like to lay out everything in front of you all, starting with the first crime.
Okay, so Hideyoshi's body is in here right now? Then please do that with just the others. I think we should leave that sort of thing to the police. I'm not interested.
Since I have it all laid out, this is a very important thing to discuss. Neither you nor anyone else has the right to refuse.
What? Erika used her detective's authority to proclaim that the start of an assembly. None of the pieces could disobey. Praying that she wouldn't become the topic of conversation, Natsuhi reluctantly sat on the sofa as she'd been urged to.
Oh, sorry. Could you close that door for me?
Yes. Shannon and Cannon closed the door. Since it had been decided a short while ago to lock all doors and windows carefully, Cannon locked it. That lock, which existed to protect the safety of this room, felt like a lock on a prison cell to Natsuhi, one that would hold her in place to prevent any escape. Natsuhi still hadn't noticed. Though Erika had gone into the corridor to check the crime scene in Hideyoshi's room, her goal had changed. In other words, Sumari. From Erika's point of view, the sound of that lock was truly...
Checkmate.
Erika said that suddenly. Burncastle said that suddenly.
Oh, fast. Wow, so you figured out the culprit already? We've barely gotten to any of the crimes, right? You could have just let me kill a few more and gathered a few clues yourself.
Okay,
You can take
Lambda.
her.
Gather all the pieces. Now we're getting to the most interesting part. Let's both enjoy it to the fullest.
Well, let's see. Why don't you show me what you've got? To think she'd lay down the challenge without waiting for game set at midnight. What a hasty person, that Lady Burncastle.
It's quite an early challenge. To think that she's already managed to obtain a winning hand at this stage.
Normally you can win by just claiming that a witch exists, but with Natsuhi and Kinzo, we've got a lot we need to protect this time. Sounds like this fight will be a pain. That's no problem at all. I won't let them do as they please with my Golden Island any longer. Bring it on, Lady Burncastle. Furuto Erika.
Was that the end of the chapter?
No, there's like 5 more minutes here before the end of the chapter.
All right. Is this me or you?
This is you.
Okay. In the Golden Land, the endless rain continued to fall. Battler was nowhere to be seen. It would very soon reach the time that Battler had joined in on the 5th game, and control of the pieces would be passed on to Battler. In other words, Sumari, he would only be officially added to the game now in this final stage, where Burncastle had pinpointed the culprit. So he had left the Arbor a short while ago. Now, the only ones in sight were Virgilia, who continued to knit silently, and Beato, who just sat there blankly and missed the smell of her black tea, not even putting the cup to her lips. Virgilia stopped knitting for a moment, and looked out across the vast golden rose garden that extended as far as the eye could see. I believe it's safe to say... Is this me still?
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's safe to say that at least in the game over... In the game over who the culprit is, Battler has gained such strength that he will never surrender again.
I made this scene really easy for myself.
Okay. By the 4th game, you had sent him all your messages. In other words, Sumari, at this time, Battler-kun is capable of realizing the truth at any moment. However, he is still soft in some ways, so even if the game is continued like this 100 times, he won't solve it for all eternity. He'll just wander forever like someone trying to find the blue bird. And that is you, Beatrice. It's the same for you. Even if this game continues hundreds more times, you will never reach the answer you seek for all eternity. Burncastle will abuse this game without a doubt. Lambda Delta will also churn this game about with the utmost arrogance. At a glance, that may be humiliating and appear to you and Battler as though the game has been stolen from you. However, that is something the two of you need right now, to end Battler's naive softness, to end your hesitation. And that's why you call the two of them here, to end the eternal torture between you. Those two will bring you either victory or defeat, but no matter how it goes, that result has already been filled with compassion. You should understand that as well by now. Virgilia faced Beato, whom she had come to adore as a daughter, with cold eyes that she must not have shown often. It was like the gaze of a mother who, instead of scolding, silently urges their child to recognize their mistake. Beatrice, how long do you intend to stay there, neither alive nor dead, not rising up to heaven, nor falling into hell, there on the peak of Mount Purgatory? I am Virgilia, said Virgilia. I have guided him through Purgatory and brought him to you at its peak. And you are Beatrice. You must choose whether to take his hand and rise up to heaven or grab him and fall into hell.
Congrats, Jeremiah.
Did you know that the Discord? Did you know that the Discord called Purgatory, which lies in the gap between heaven and hell, is sometimes more torturous than even hell itself? Yeah, Discord can go like that. Yeah. On the gates of hell, it is written that you must abandon all hope. A human without hope can accept their suffering and give up. However, the residents of Purgatory have hope, a hope of possibly reaching heaven, a hope that cannot be abandoned, and it tortures them, Even in the depths of hell, no greater torture device exists than the single pin known as hope. Fly. Fly from the cliffs of purgatory. Take with you the regrets caused by your fleeting, fragile but not that fragile, foolish hopes and open up Pandora's box. Are you scared? Scared of opening the box? Yato was silent, but with a single tear she nodded slightly. Is the cat in the box alive or dead? Time has now come to check. If the cat is dead, quickly hold a funeral for it and have it rise to heaven. If the cat is alive, quickly feed it and give it all of your affection. Whether it is alive or dead, your cat box eternally desecrates the cat. The key to the box that you were afraid to open has been brought to you by those two. Beatrice, it's time for you to die now. I hope that your heart is stopped by the hand of the person you desire. What the fuck is this silhouette? Whoa!
Now is break time.
That is a big jump forward. It's Kino o'clock.
It's Kino o'clock, baby.
This is a cool transition.
Yep.
Oh, 1 second. Whoa, the music. Thank you for 1,000 bits, Haydener. Suddenly a hand grips your shoulder. You glance back, only to find yourself staring up at a cartoonishly large, brutish figure. He reaches into his jacket, flashing a bit-shaped revolver handle. Use best think twice about that reading choice. We'd hate to see something happen on a fate-filled night. Use just keep reading this witch story, yeah? Thank you, Alphys_lol for the new sub. Welcome, Alphys. Alphys, the same one that owned me about anime and Undertale. Thank you, Alphys. Thank you, Mingaleg, for the giant smile. Thank you, Chiana Didh Kennedy? Not sure. Thank you, Chiana. Chiana for the new sub. Welcome, Chiana. Thank you very much. And thank you, Pouch, for the bits as well. Consider the following. This bit becomes infinitely funnier, especially if it never goes anywhere, and that you are definitely not spreading my vile Type Moon propaganda by reading the words Fate Stay Night Remastered available now on sale on Steam. 100%. Holy shit. Holy shit.
That's pretty good.
Holy shit.
That's pretty good.
All right. Are we continuing after this? Are we going to keep going?
We are continuing after
we are
this,
continuing.
yeah.
Okay, well,
we're going to do, the next chapter is really long, so we're going to do maybe like a third or half of it, maybe go for another hour or two, and then proceed to finish on Monday.
And we'll finish on Monday. Okay, all right, well, good, because I really need to use the bathroom, so I'll be back in about...
Me too.
About 5 minutes or so. Anyway, might make a tea. Anyway, see you back soon, chat. Enjoy the music.
Bye, chat.
Hello, chat.
Hello, chat. Before we start reading again, I wanted to share in Dragon's Den for you a GIF that was made by a community member whose name I can't pronounce because they're being funny. But I have this for you to save to your favorites. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I have it open on my phone.
All right, going in Dragon's Den. Here it is.
All right. As long as it's not a thank you Lambda variant, I'm cool with this.
I've only seen this one.
Good.
Oh, I see. Dalmek said all of the people in chat seem to be confused. The difference between Umineko and Fate is that Mouse likes Umineko, and therefore, through the power of her wicked puppeteering magics, can compel the weak hamster Joseph Anderson into streaming it. All Fate has is someone who makes bad financial decisions. Thank you, Dalmek.
True.
Thank you, Dalmek.
True. Okay, so we're gonna be reading for another hour or two.
Yeah, just kind of vibes based as long as we want to. As long as I feel like it. Probably do 2 max, right?
And then we'll finish on Monday. Okay.
We'll finish on Monday. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Here we
we're
go.
not. Thank you. I'm an accordion again for the bits. I'm saying your name wrong, but I don't know how else to read it. Hey Joe, loving the stream so far. I had a rough couple days where I got evicted. No worries though, that's just fate. I'm staying the night at a friend's place for the time being. There's a bit of a gas leak here though, and it's kind of worrying. Anyway, keep it up.
Oh my god, I had a mouthful of coffee.
Thank you, Cordian. Thank you so much. Thank you, No Hope for My Queer Ass, for the bits. Been ruminating on your comment that Umineko changed my life. People should read more books. I think VNing the classics would work, actually. Like a Crime and Punishment VN would go hard. I also think that, surprisingly, I think that the format, there's nothing wrong with the format. It's how it's done. Yeah, you absolutely could, like, VN a lot of those stories. Yeah, I think it would work. Yep. Probably better than a movie adaptation, even. Yeah, I would like that. I think it could work. Thank you to Jet Black J2 for the bits. I saw the poll. I feel like Joe will enjoy Fate Stay Night because it's very well written and inspired Umineko and a lot of other horror visual novels. Excuse me? Excuse me? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm just imagining Shanified Raskolnikov and I'm losing it. I'm imagining anime Raskolnikov. I can't stop. His landlady is Kumasawa. Come on. Axe-chan, no. Okay, anyway.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Autolysis for the resub as well. Okay, so no fate, but how about Suki Heimi or Mahoyo? I don't know what either of these are. Do you know what those are, Mouse?
Tsukihime is one of the visual novels that inspired a bunch of other later visual novels. Mihoyo I've seen mentioned frequently, but I think Tsukihime is an adult visual novel, isn't it? Isn't that Erige? Isn't that
Go on.
Oh. Which one did it come before? It's a Type Moon one, right? Did that come? Which one is based on Tsukihime? Which? Okay, whatever. Shut up, Hooli. I see you.
Okay, well, good. Whenever you want to start, go for it, Mouse.
All right, we're reading the. Which chat am I reading? I have two monitors, and I'm reading Umiden and Twitch chat, and it feels like my brain is melting out of my ears. Okay. I'll read this like I'm reading to a child. Okay. All of the pieces from the game board were gathered. All of the humans, furniture, witches, and the witches on an even higher level had gathered in one place. That place was like a solemn cathedral with an unbelievably high ceiling. White stonework, golden ornaments. Though there were windows, there were no entrances or exits. It was a strange, strange place. But for some reason, no one wondered where this strange place was, because they weren't given the right to think of this place as strange.
Huh.
The pieces! Have they all been gathered? We have all the pieces, Lambda Delta. Yes, they have. Well done. What a show. I wonder just how many people there are here.
Hold up, so she's controlling the pieces right now to make them not ask questions? Okay. No matter how many we see, every being outside the 18 is a phantom.
Making you acknowledge them is what my game's all about. The three witches were seated on special thrones set upon a very high balcony. In the center sat the Game Master, Lambda Delta, and on either side of the semicircular balcony sat Berncastel and Beatrice, facing each other. Below them, Erica ran forward, lifted the corners of her skirt, and bowed respectfully. Great Lady Lambda Delta, we thank you for granting our request for an assembly. And Great Lady Berncastel, my master, please look forward to it. Though it may be only for a short while, I will most certainly make my master forget about the poison that torments her.
Okay, so we skip forward. Is anyone else dead now? No. Is that just because it hasn't been brought up? Were there more deaths? So, like, she said that you're calling it before midnight, but then it did go to midnight, right? The clock spun forward, I think.
The clock did spin forward, but I don't know if it was to midnight or not.
Did more things happen after that, or did it just go forward just for like dramatic effect and it was ended maybe? I'm not sure. Let's see. Yes, I am looking forward to it. I'd expect no less from my double, my piece.
Erica and Berncastel exchanged cruel smiles that'd make anyone want to avert their gaze. Listen up, witches and humans. I hereby announce that with this assembly of witches gathered, the Court of Illusions will now begin. The commander of the game spoke with words of power. Though her words were spoken within such a vast space, they rang out with the force of a bell in a bell tower. Your lives and roles as they correspond to this game are over. The 5th game is now closed, and the midnight answer session shall begin. Well, I'd like to get started quickly, but why don't we have everyone quickly introduce themselves first? After all, there are so many people here. I am Lambda Delta, the Witch of Certainty and the new commander of this game.
Berncastel, Witch of Miracles. My goal is to penetrate Beatrice's illusion of the witch.
I am the Endless Witch, Beatrice. My goals are to claim my own existence and to protect Natsuhi and Kinzo. Battler-sama, you come next in rank.
I'm Ushiromiya Battler. I'm fighting against Beatos. No, against the witches. That's all.
As I believe you know, you joined in on this game partway through. At the time this assembly of witches opens, you have yet to participate. Do you understand?
I get it. Probably mean I don't have the right to speak for a while, right?
Thank you for understanding.
But when he does
Even though Battler held a rank near that of witches, he sat on the foremost of the benches shared with the other relatives, all by himself at one end. He met the gaze of Beato, who was up on the balcony. You might have said you were my arch enemy.
Well, you aren't necessarily my only enemy.
Let's take this game back. It belongs to us.
Yeah.
I almost said I was fighting against Beato's illusion of the witch. Since the beginning, Beato has been my only enemy. But right now, Erica and those witches who started toying around with Beato's tail are also my enemies. Who should I fight, and how? Maybe it's a good thing I don't have the right to speak for a while. I'll calm down and coolly watch over everything. I am the detective and the one who called for this assembly of witches, Furuto Erica. I will expose the culprit of the 5th game and stick a charming period on the end of this tale. Erica greeted the witches above her and the humans behind her once again. I'm also looking forward to it. Okay, remaining pieces, introduce yourselves in whatever order. Humans, introduce yourselves, all of you! When 45 urged him to introduce himself, Kinzo stood up.
I'm Ushiromiya Kinzo. I slipped out of the study window and I'm hiding somewhere in Rikinjima. Ushiromiya Kraus. Currently, I've been captured and am being confined somewhere.
I'm Ushiromiya Eva. I'm alive.
I'm Rudolph. The rest of us are all Ushiromiyas too, so I'll leave off the family name.
I'm Rosa. I was killed on the first Twilight. Jessica. I also died on the first Twilight.
I'm George. I also died on the first Twilight.
Maria. I died, but look, I'm here talking, see? Dying isn't a big deal, right?
I'm Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I am alive. Hideyoshi here. I was killed just a short while ago.
Kyrie. I'm still alive.
Nanjo. I am also hanging in there. My name is Genji. I passed away on the first Twilight.
I'm Shannon. I'm still alive.
I'm Canon. I'm also alive. I'm Goda. Pleased to meet you, everyone.
I'm Kuwasawa. Pleased to meet you. Now, on to the witches. Everyone, introduce yourselves. Mihi?
Ooh, that looks pretty.
Virgilia's group could also be seen. Unlike the floor Beato's group was on, the second floor had a balcony that looked like raised audience seating, and they sat there looking down as though they were at a theater. My name is Virgilia. I am Beatrice's teacher. I'm Gab. Making corpses disappear is my job.
Renove. I'm in charge of making black tea. Cuckoo.
I greet you in the name of the 7 Sisters of Purgatory. I served in the murder of Hideyoshi on the second Twilight. The 7 Sisters of Purgatory, right here. Yeah, great. Nailed it. Let us then have Lady Erica's furniture introduce themselves.
Gertrude. I'm an assistant inquisitor of heresy. Cornelia. I'm an assistant inquisitor of heresy.
The 2 of them could also be seen on the second floor audience seating. They sat apart from Virgilia's group. Can you imagine having only watched the first stream or something and then coming in here and this fucking roll call is happening? The 20-minute roll call. Then, Delanor, who was seated between the 2, slowly stood up. She had a presence and dignity about her, as though she was overseeing everything from that place. Delanor A. Knox is my name. I am Lady Erica's primary assistant. Battler, I expect much from you. Please don't disappoint me.
Let's just both give it all we've got.
Most of the time, there will be no need for Delanor to step forward. However, when the witch side plays around with ugly word games, I'll need to have Delanor convict them. A miracle like the one in the study won't happen again. And finally, let us introduce ourselves. We are the Chester Sisters Imperial Guards, who have been tasked with management of proceedings at this assembly of witches. Hello, everyone! Yeah. This ends the introduction of all pieces. A total of 38 people are present here. There are 38 characters in the 5th game. But if you added all the pieces from previous games too, it would probably rise even higher. This game, which has so often been likened to chess, now has 4 more pieces than a chessboard. Very well, then I guess we'll get started. Let the person who called this meeting begin. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Goat. Refill my drink.
And some popcorn for me.
Yeah, that's right. The one who decided demons ought to eat popcorn when watching a play was you, after all.
Yes, I intend to enjoy this. And could I get some black tea and mustard miso? Erica, begin. I'm already starting to get bored.
Yes, my master, leave it to me. Order, silence! At the sound of her voice, the Chester sister chorus straightened up, lifted their right knees, and stamped down hard on the floor with their heels. It became a low, deep rumble in the ground, and all chatter in the cathedral disappeared instantly, as their eyes and expressions became even more hollow and empty. The room fell back into silence, almost as though they were a collection of wax models. Amidst this heavy silence, there was the sound of footsteps, as Erica walked out into the center where she could catch everyone's attention. When she signaled with her chin, a goat attendant appeared from behind a pillar and carried a single, plain chair out into the front and center of the room. It must have been the defendant's chair. I, Furudo Erica, will make an accusation. The murderer of the 5th game is... Ushiromi and Natsuhi-san. You are the culprit. Erica pointed at Natsuhi and spoke. The Natsuhi wax doll alone shook and regained its expression. It was an expression of panic. Chester sisters, please take the defendant to her chair. Understood.
Wait, what are you doing? Let go of me.
45 and 410 both pinned Natsuhi's arms behind her back and led her to the chair in the center. Natsuhi resisted, but the Chiestra sisters were surprisingly strong, and she couldn't do anything. She turned to the relatives for help, but they just remained silent like wax models. I, Furuto Erika, will now reconstruct why the crime was only possible for Ushiromi and Natsuhi.
Beato, of course, you'll be challenging this, right?
Naturally. I am the Ushiromiya family alchemist, Beatrice the Golden. Furuto Erika, I challenge you. I'll take these false accusations you're trying to place on my master and tear them apart.
Beatrice.
Fear not, Natsuhi. You are my master, and you are the true head with the one-winged eagle engraved in your heart. Don't fear a crime you haven't committed. At those words, Natsuhi jerked back and gulped. Her panic finally disappeared and she stood up straight.
That's true. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I will confront any challenge that would disgrace the Ushiromiya family. Giggle. How can you try a bluff like that in a situation like this? You really are the bullied kid in every single fragment.
So, Burn, make your claims.
I, Burn Castell, claim that a human, Ushiromiya Natsuhi, is the culprit of this game.
And you too, Beato, okay? I, Beatrice, claim that the culprit in this game is not human. I am the culprit. Burn Castell, who smiled daringly, and Beatrice, who smiled firmly, crossed gazes. Listen, witches and humans. Two claims have appeared for a single truth. Is the culprit a human, Ushiromiya Natsuhi? Is the culprit a witch, Beatrice? If the witch wins, the truth about the fifth game will disappear into darkness. If Erika wins, the illusion of the witch will be wiped from the game board. In other words, Tsumari, for Beato alone, this is a battle that must not be lost. Are you prepared? And what am I supposed to be preparing myself for? This has always been just what I wanted. If Erika wins, the illusion of the witch will be destroyed. That means the existence of the witch will be denied. Beato was fighting for her life. However, this wasn't the only time she had been fighting for her life. It had always been a life-or-death struggle, even when she fought with Battler. Because if Battler had won and destroyed the illusion of the witch in the previous games, Beato would have been destroyed.
That's dirty. Erika alone has nothing to lose if she fails.
I wonder. Lady Burncastle is not a compassionate person. I can't imagine she'd give warm treatment to a piece that didn't perform to her expectations. It was inconceivable that the ruthless Burncastle would place no blame at all on a piece who had suffered defeat. Erika was probably fighting for her life just as much. The two claims would clash, and one would be weeded out. One would fall and would not leave this place alive. The only ones who truly had nothing to lose were those witches. Okay, no problems. Get started. In that case, I would like to go first. The murder of Hideyoshi-san is very simple. It should be impossible to suspect anyone other than Natsuhi-san. Except for the victim and Natsuhi-san, all of us were in the same room, correct? It really was simple. Except for Natsuhi, everybody had been inside the parlor. And because it was so simple, it was decisive.
No matter how you look at it, the one who killed Hideyoshi was Natsuhi. No, it's the other way around. No matter how you look at it, no one except for Natsuhi could have killed Hideyoshi. There's no room for discussion or debate. I'm telling you, that's a mistake. Maybe I don't have an alibi. However, I don't believe a lack of an alibi proves that one is the culprit.
We know that Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi. But wait. The scene of the murder was a closed room. It should have been impossible for anyone, including Natsuhi, to have committed the crime in that room. Except for me, because I could have done it with magic. I'll explain the closed room trick, the how done it, later. For the time being, I'll start with the who done it. Because of the aforementioned, it's impossible to suspect any character except Natsuhi-san regarding the murder of Hideyoshi-san.
Milady, it may be dangerous to press any further on this.
I agree. It's a fact that Natsuhi was hiding in the closet of Hideyoshi's room. When it comes to repeating things in red, they'll check to see who's in the room, and you'll be cornered. Probably. Lady Lambda Delta is the commander of this game, and if it suits her fancy, she'll set up Natsuhi as the culprit regardless of the facts. If the typhoon passes and the police come to perform a scientific investigation, perhaps the true culprit will be identified and the false accusations against Natsuhi will be lifted. However, in this closed-off Rikkenjima, the police will not arrive for all eternity. In other words, Tsumari, the real truth will not be revealed. Inside this cat box that will never be opened, false charges that everyone accepts are worth no more or less than the truth.
Their aim is most likely to use the simple murder of Hideyoshi to give the impression that Natsuhi-sama is the culprit, before moving on to the first Twilight's reconstruction, which has more uncertain elements.
It's not good at all to move forward with the Game Master suspecting us. We should take the initiative. Sure. Lady Lambda Delta, as you are well aware, a fair number of murders were committed during the 5th game, and we are skipping the rather lengthy chunk of time from midnight until the early morning. Skipping to Hideyoshi's murder and stepping backwards and forwards in time will only lead to confusion. It's my belief that we should follow events chronologically and in order, though the decision is yours, of course.
Objection. In the process of prosecuting the culprit, chronological order has no significance.
You sound like you're having a great time.
I'm doing Eeyore.
That's Eeyore? That's Eeyore for Burncastle?
That's Eeyore for Burncastle, yeah.
Objection. Kurudo Erika is trying to mix up the chronological sequence in order to create a false impression of the events. Well, I'm not a fan of confusing things myself. I accept Beata's claim. Erika, start with the first Twilight instead of jumping to the second. Shh. I definitely saw Erika click her tongue. I understand. So this is a way of telling Rikkenjima's tale. I was guided by Virgilia, met Beatrice, reached the peak from which you can see everything below you, and finally understood the truth of this world.
This is the thing you were talking about earlier, Virgilia.
Yes, that's right. Truth is very fragile in this place.
As long as each side makes its own claim, different truths can exist at the same time.
Yes, this really is a trial. Both sides put forth their own truths. This here truly is the Braun Tube trial that Virgilia once used as an analogy. You can take narration from now on. We're just going to swap off every once in a while. Okay. Then I will follow Lady Lambda Delta's orders and start from the first crime at the first Twilight. As you know, at midnight on October 4th, the first day, following a short break in the family conference, Natsuhi left on her own, saying that she was going to bed early. Therefore, her alibi is completely lost from that time until the next morning.
Oh my god. Jeez.
Boom.
Oh.
You okay?
Yeah.
Oh, is that so? I believe there are several people besides Natsuhi who have dubious alibis. Unless you can clear suspicion from all of them, I cannot allow you to call Natsuhi the culprit.
The culprit cannot be definitely said to be Natsuhi as long as there are other people without alibis. Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi between midnight and 1 o'clock. This is being used as the basis for claiming that she is the culprit. However, the culprit is sinister as well. This is not possible with the battle and the guest who committed the crime. It's not possible with the Angela, the guest who committed the crime. It's not possible with the guest who committed the crime. It's not possible with the Kusa and the guest who committed the crime. It's not possible with the Genji, the Minori, the crime. It's not possible with the Carson, the mention committed the crime. It's not possible with other people in the mention besides Natsuhi committed the crime. It's not possible that George and the others were actually just plain dead. What if the second floor is reachable without going past Erika and lunch? What if the crime was committed before midnight? What if the crime was committed after 3 o'clock in the morning? What if the crime was committed before the interval of the midnight and fucking 1 in the morning? What if someone in the mention committed the crime between midnight and 3? Oh, it wasn't timed.
It wasn't even timed.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't even timed. Okay. True. If Erika's gonna call Natsuhi suspicious so confidently, she's first gotta show that everyone else has an alibi. Right, Burn?
Yes, of course. Erika will explain that perfectly. The culprit is the Shushirimi Natsui. As we will prove, everyone else has an alibi.
Of course, my master. In that case, I would like to explain things in order. Let's forget about Genji's murder for now and focus on the crime in the guest house. For this case, you'd like to suspect the servants who were in the guest house, right? On that night, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were there. Isn't that right, you two?
When she turned to face the direction where those two were seated, those two wax models alone came back to life. They probably weren't even granted souls until they were allowed to speak. In that case, it would have been better if Natsui's soul could have disappeared as well. Natsui, who was in the defendant's chair, kept her soul the whole time and was constantly hanging her head, looking nervous. Goda hurried to his feet and answered Erika's question. Yes, that's correct. On that evening, I was alone in the guest house servant room.
Well, look at my age. Staying up all night would be a heavy burden. So I returned to the waiting room in the guest house and went to bed right away on my own. Yes, yes.
Doesn't that mean Goda and Kumasawa have lost their alibis? Kumasawa claims that she was sleeping alone in the waiting room. Goda claims he was alone in the servant room. Either of them should have had enough time to go to the cousin room and commit their murder. Shut up, Natsui! Let your witch talk! Let your lawyer talk! Nonsense! Why would you do something like that?
That's right, that's right. How could I ever kill someone?
Boom. The culprit cannot be definitely said to be Natsui. After all, it is not possible that Kumasawa in the guest house committed the crime. It is not possible that Alright.
The Goda committed the crime.
Yeah.
Natsuhi said it all. Both Kumasawa, who was sleeping alone in the waiting room, and Goda, who was alone in the servant room, are in the exact same situation as Natsuhi in her room. Both of them have lost their alibis. Have no fear. I guarantee that neither of these two are murderers. First off, following dinner, Kumasawa-san left the mansion with me and the others and went to the guest house, entered the waiting room, and slept until morning. It's the same for Goda-san. Once he finished with his job, he chatted with us in the lounge and went to sleep afterward. Neither of them had the opportunity to commit murder. So we're finally here.
I'm just imagining someone watching this on their phone in bed, like maybe in the VOD, and every 30 seconds they become that Limmy meme, where it's just like, oh, like, it's just like every single fucking time, like they don't learn their lesson, they don't turn their brightness down on their phone, they're just like, wait, hold on, it's not gonna happen again. Oh shit.
Thank you, Dolmek, for DMing me anime Raskolnikov. Really appreciate it. Also to the 5 different people who pinged me to let me know that that does exist in a game. I really appreciate it. I wanted that in my life. Thank you very much. Anyway, and Beatrice said, I see it's time for me to stand up as well. Your turn is over already, Erika. Go summon that bodyguard you rely on so much.
Beato glanced at where Delanor sat on the second floor audience seating. However, Delanor just stared back with those usual expressionless eyes.
Repeat it. We have absolute proof of Goda and Kumasawa's alibis.
We refuse. Why give a hint to an enemy? There's no way we'd answer.
Did you hear that, Lady Lambda Delta? They say they have no proof. How could they claim that Goda and Kumasawa have alibis without proof? Good point. What do you say, Burn, Erika? How can you claim that Goda and Kumasawa have alibis? Fall back, Erika. My opponent is Delanor over there. A mere human like you can be no match for a witch. No. There's no need for Delanor to step forward. In fact, it's precisely because a mere human will defeat a witch that the illusion of the witch will now be denied. So go ahead. Use the red and the blue as much as you like. I'm ready for it, okay?
In response to Erika's challenge, Beato smiled boldly yet gracefully and slowly stood up. And they glared at each other between the floor and the balcony.
Goda and Kumasawa have no alibis. The two of them were in the guest house and could have reached the cousin's room to commit murder at any time. Unless you can eliminate that possibility, you cannot treat Natsuhi as the culprit.
Yato's blue truth struck out rapidly. The curtain had finally dropped and the battle had begun.
A human like Erica can't use any red. How could she turn this around without calling Delanor?
Though Erica cannot use it, her master, Lady Berncastel, can. We mustn't let our guards down.
Blue truth, valid. Well, you do burn. Will you or Delanor step in instead? It is still not my turn, and it is not Lady Berncastel's turn either.
Yes, that's right. There's no need for us to show up for something like this. This is important precisely because of your human like Furuto. Erica will defeat you, Beato. I'm gonna eat these words in about 10 minutes because you'll be defeated by a human who will know. We'll all know that the fake witch who calls herself Beatrice the Golden is nothing more than a subhuman phantom.
If you really could do that, it'd be totally entertaining. Well, Erica, let's see what you've got. Explaining it for the first person, Kumasawa-san, is extremely simple. Kumasawa-san, stand. Yes? Kumasawa-san, from the time you went to bed last night to the time you were informed about the crime in the morning, did you ever leave the waiting room? No. I was sound asleep until morning. I really was. The truth is, after dinner last night, I had a chat with Eva-san and she told me something very interesting. I tried that out myself. And what exactly is that? You don't mean. That's right. It's what cornered and sealed Kinzo in his study. I learned that you can create a seal by putting something between the door and the frame.
Are you kidding? Did she actually do that to Kumasawa-san's waiting room?
Umineko was in the guest house, so there's no obstacle to her having been capable of that. After all, it was an unsettling night and a massive amount of gold had just been discovered. Many sorts of crimes might have occurred. Where there is a detective, there will be a crime. I foresaw that some kind of crime would take place, so I used this to seal away people whose alibis might otherwise be lost.
Erica held a small folded piece of brown paper high in the air.
After I watched Kumasawa-san, who returned to the guest house with me, say goodnight and enter the waiting room, I used this to seal the door. Then, in the morning, when the crime was discovered and caused a big uproar, I immediately went to check Kumasawa-san's waiting room, where I confirmed that the seal was still set. Therefore, I can prove Kumasawa-san's alibi.
Kumasawa has an alibi. Okay, read all this already? Oh, cool, it's gonna take them off?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
To give you a hint as to why the chapter is so fucking long.
Okay. Good. A wonderful alibi. Not a single gap. Did she confirm that Kumasawa was even in the room before she sealed the door? The door could have fell off, the seal could have fallen off, and if she put them on multiple doors, it would be more likely people would notice them and put them back. How is it guaranteed that it stayed in the same place the whole entire time? Could she have left through the window? Is there another way out? There's a lot. Are they going to address this, or are they just going to take this as just like golden or not? Kumasawa returned to the guest house with Erica, went to the waiting room to sleep, and never left the room until morning. Does the waiting room even have a window? In other words, Sumari, after Kumasawa returned to the guest house, she never went to the second floor until morning. The proof Erica had shown was elevated by Berncastel and became red truth. This truth, which had become red, could no longer be overturned, even by Beato. In other words, Sumari, in that instant, Kumasawa's perfect alibi had been absolutely guaranteed.
Ho ho! Then what about Goda? Goda-san holed up in the servant room right after reaching the guest house. I sealed him up in the same way. Then, when Rosa-san returned at 1 a.m., I happened to notice her when I stepped out into the corridor. I let Goda-san, who was still in the servant room, know this. At that moment, the seal was still in place, so from the time we arrived at the guest house until 1 a.m., Goda-san never left the servant room. And afterwards, he was with me in the lounge until 3 a.m. And after 3 a.m., I was on the second floor, so I can guarantee that Goda-san didn't come up to the second floor.
And then Battler steps forward and says, just like you called that there was going to be a murder, I called that you were going to fuss with a murder and try and set up false alibis for people. So after you put the brown things on their door, I went around and moved them and took them out. And then I got it before you in the morning, and then I put them back onto the door to make you think that they were there, but really they weren't, and they could have left at any time. Fuck you. See? I can do it too if you can do it, Erica. Erica's seal proves that Goto was holed up in the servant room until 1 a.m. And Erica has proven his alibi from then until 3 a.m. since she was passing the time in the lounge with him. And Erica has also proven that he never set foot on the second floor until the morning after. In other words, Sumori, after Goto returned to the guest house, he never went up to the second floor until morning. Goto has an alibi.
Red truth valid. Well done, Erica. The alibi due to your seal on that door has been acknowledged by Byrne and elevated to the status of red truth. Thank you very much, my master. I am the detective. I may be human, but I can use the red truth despite that and surpass humans. So now you claim to have surpassed humans? It's 1,000 years too early for you to talk like that, conceited brat.
Totally, Beato. Get him.
Conceited rat. It'll be a pain to have you try anything funny, so I'll make this clear now. In fact, I should have done this in the beginning. I apologize for being so roundabout. This is the situation around the guest house at midnight. The gold was found, an emergency family meeting was called for, and Battler's son went to the mansion with the relatives. I, the 3 cousins, Dr. Nanjo, Goto-san, and Kumasawa-san remained in the guest house. I have already explained Goto-san and Kumasawa-san's alibis. George-san, Jessica-san, and Maria-san were playing cards in the cousins' room. I actually joined them for just a little bit, and I clearly witnessed that they were alive at that time. My master, I ask that you repeat this.
Yes, I'll respond. At midnight in the guest house, George, Jessica, and Maria were alive. And they were in the second floor cousins' room. Nanjo, Goto, and Kumasawa are on the first floor. And since there's no need to hold off on it anymore, I'll confirm that all the victims so far are dead. George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji, these 5 really are dead. How could they be playing dead with their necks sliced open like that? No murder occurred before midnight. We guarantee that George's group is dead.
Thanks for repeating that, my master. If we hadn't made these things clear, you might have started going on about how they were already dead before I guaranteed everyone's alibis, or that they weren't actually dead at all. Ugh.
Unsurprisingly, Beato's side couldn't get away with the simple plan of claiming that the victims were only playing dead. But in order to overcome Goto and Kumasawa's alibis, it should have been possible to suppose that the crime occurred before those doors were sealed. However, the opponent had predicted this move perfectly. It had been shown in red that the crime did not occur before the time period covered by Erica's alibis.
Got it. That's the last time the victims are confirmed to be alive. I wish you'd said that in the beginning. This means we can ignore everything that happened before midnight.
To go even further, at midnight, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji were in a corridor on the second floor of the mansion. All the remaining people were at the family conference in the dining hall. Of course, at that point in time, no murder had occurred. Genji was also alive. Confirmation that at midnight those said to be inside the mansion were indeed inside the mansion. Addendum, it has already been shown that none of them left the mansion before 1, excluding Natsuhi.
This isn't something Erica observed, but we can't move the game forward without settling it. Very well, I'll acknowledge that red truth. Thank you very much for that red truth, my master.
Since Erica had been in the guest house, it was only natural that she could explain the situation there. However, since she hadn't been in the mansion at the time, explaining the situation over there would have been extremely difficult for her. Beato would normally have attacked there with the blue truth, saying that the people in the dining hall had all agreed to keep the same story. That someone had snuck out of the dining hall and that they might have committed the murder in the guest house. However, because Byrne had instantly settled that matter with the red text, Beato had completely lost her chance to strike back.
Damn it.
Very troublesome. To think we would be put to such a disadvantage.
This is almost the exact opposite of Riche's fights with Battler.
いや
In fact, the situation might be even worse than it was back then. At a glance, the fight between the two of them resembled our previous fights. However, there were some vital differences. This one was bullshit. The first was whether or not Beato was the game master. The Beato who fought against me was the game master, so she knew all of the truth. That's why she was able to use the red text at will. However, the current Beato isn't the game master. She's just a single piece on the game board. In other words, Sumari, even Beato, doesn't know the truth. So you could say that Beato is now in the same position I once was. Although Erika may seem to be in the same position I once was, the situation for her is totally different. She's connected to the witch called Bernkastel. Even though she isn't the game master, she's capable of elevating Erika's statements to become red truth. Because of this, Erika can use the red truth even though she's neither a witch nor the game master. Beato, who's supposed to be the witch, possesses no truth nor red she can use, and yet the detective Erika can use the red truth. The advantage is completely flipped over to the other side. Perhaps you could say that the current Beato is in a much worse position than I was when I fought with her. After I got used to the game, Beato stopped responding to my demands that she use the red, but in the beginning she had responded to almost all of them, giving me quite a few hints. That's why we were able to fight on par. However, Bernkastel is different. She fully understands the rules of this game and is prepared to corner Beato without even a hint of restraint. I'm seeing a lot of restraint actually, and because of this I knew, in the past, Beato went easy on me so that we could fight on par with each other.
This has become quite an amusing fight. I see, so I must fight from the position Battler once stood in.
Beato.
In the past, I've insulted you and called you incompetent. I can handle much, much worse than this. It's now impossible to suspect Goda and Kumasawa. You can't win by arguing that point any longer. Yes. Let's switch to a different approach.
順当に行くなら次は
Next in line would probably be Nanjo. He was also in the guest house.
Nanjo is in the lounge with Erika. However, I believe the time periods before and after that have been left open. That's right, I'll strike there. Nanjo, you were relaxing in the first floor lounge of the guest house with Erika and Goda, correct?
It is not possible that Nanjo in the guest house committed the crime. Sorry, is it not possible that Nanjo in the guest house committed the crime?
はい
Yes. I was with Erika-san the whole time.
And during what time was this?
午前1時から
From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m.
Yes, that's right. It was the period between 1 and 3. Dr. Nanjo, Goda-san, and I were relaxing in the lounge. Repeat it, my master.
I'll respond. From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., the trio of Erika, Nanjo, and Goda spent their time in the lounge on the first floor of the guest house. Though she had flat out refused to repeat what Beato told her, she responded to Erika's demand immediately. The red truth was starting to corner Beato. She grimaced as though in pain, but she still struck back with the blue truth. No, perhaps she really was in pain. Now that the characters apart from Natsuhi have had their alibis established, the illusion of the witch is also being denied. Beato perceived the denial of her existence as pain.
Even so, he shouldn't have an alibi for the time period before and after you were in the lounge. It was possible for Nanjo to commit the crime too. That's right. I get that Nanjo was in the lounge with Erika from 1 to 3, but what about before and after that? What about that, Erika? Yes. First, the alibi for before 1 a.m. This is no problem at all. I played cards with the cousins in their room until midnight, and then went downstairs to the lounge where I met Dr. Nanjo.
そうでしたね
It's kind of funny that Lambda Delta is just role-playing as someone that doesn't know what's going on. She's like, yeah. What did happen? Did she use her witch powers to give herself like temporary amnesia of the game afterwards or something? Like she's just like, I'm having a great time. What's going on? That's right. At midnight, I met Erika-san after she came down the stairs and spoke with her, learning that she was quite the connoisseur of the mystery genre. I realized that I had found a kindred spirit.
When I went into the library to solve the Epitaph's riddle, I noticed that there were several original copies of famous foreign mystery novels stored there. so I wanted to discuss them with the actual books in hand. We moved to the library and were talking the whole time, constantly, until we moved to the lounge.
Cramped though it was, that book storage room in the guest house was stocked well enough that it was fair to call it a small library. In it were several famous foreign mystery novels that Kinzo had once taken liking to. Of course, they were all originals and in English, but English was no problem for either Erika or Nanjo. For this occasion, they had borrowed the key to the library one more time from Goda in the servant room. At that point, Erika checked the seal again and, of course, reset it. Damn her. Even though she keeps it sealed for anyone else to enter or leave, she alone enters and leaves whenever she wants.
Has anyone seen Erika and Nanjo in the same room? Erikandra theory? I know. I see. So from midnight until 3 a.m. when you went to sleep, you were with Nanjo the whole time? That means Nanjo's alibi is the most rock solid of them all. Yes, that's it exactly. My master, repeat it.
I'll respond. After midnight, Erika is with Nanjo the whole time until 3 a.m. At midnight, the crime in the cousin room still hadn't occurred. So this way, an alibi had been established for the period before the time they were in the lounge.
After that, we walked out of the library and into the hallway at 1 a.m. When we did, we just happened to bump into Rosa-san as she returned. I then told Goda-san about that. I figured it was probably a servant's responsibility to welcome in a guest.
Goda asked if he should bring a towel, but Rosa refused. She quickly headed up to the second floor. At this point, Erika, Goda, and Nanjo gathered together and decided to have a drink. Their alibis in the lounge up until 3 a.m. have already been proclaimed and read, so there are no problems there.
Let's continue on to after 3 a.m. This is Dr. Nanjo's alibi after we split up. At 3 a.m., Battler-san returned and the people in the lounge went their separate ways. Dr. Nanjo, Battler-san, and I went up to the second floor. I then said goodnight to Dr. Nanjo. At this time, of course, I put a seal on the door to the doctor's room as well. And it went unchanged until the crime was discovered. I flew out of my room at the same time as Battler-san's scream and checked to see that the door to Dr. Nanjo's room was still sealed. Therefore, Dr. Nanjo's alibi is perfect both before 1 and after 3 o'clock.
Nanjo has an alibi. Smash. Splendid, Erika. Both your seal and your red truth are perfect. Nanjo had the alibi of being with Erika until 3 a.m. and he didn't leave his room until after 3 in the morning. Sorry, I read that wrong. After 3 a.m. until morning. Sorry, so he was there until morning. All right. Makes sense. Erika made use of the seals on the doors and was granted red truths from Burn Castle one after another. For me, demanding that Beato repeat something had been about maneuvering and tactics, but it's totally different for Erika. For her, it's like having a trump card that can make red whenever she wants.
This concludes the proof of alibis for all suspects in the guest house. Any problems? I do have a problem, and that problem is,
Beato racked her brains to find some point to latch onto, but Erika's red had been ruthlessly perfect. There was no point she could take issue with. Beato kept thinking hard, trying to fault Erika on something, but her expression was so wrought with desperation that anyone could tell by looking.
Beato's complaint is rejected. I can't sense any problems at all. It's totally pop, cute, and perfect. Alibis for all humans in the guest house have now been proven.
Wait a sec, Erika. Are you trying to leave me out of this? Ushimi and Battler also should have had a chance to commit the crime. After all, I was in the same room as the victims all night. I'm not going to let you skip past this part while ignoring me. Or Rosa killed everyone else and then herself, or George killed everyone else and then himself, or... At the time, an arrow twisted like a golden snake and hit me. It didn't pierce through me, but it slapped me hard on the cheek like a whip.
Battler-sama, your right to speak has not yet been recognized. Be warned.
Oh, damn it.
You're loving this. Yeah, I understand, Battler, and my apologies, forgive me. Erika, you still haven't shown an alibi for Battler. Battler is the man who was sleeping alongside the victims. Shouldn't he be placed under suspicion more than anyone else?
Is it not possible the battler in the guest house committed the crime?
Yato's right. You can't go skipping battler like that. My apologies. I had completely forgotten. After battler returned at 3 a.m., you went up to the second floor with him. And I believe you also went to your own room and slept. You may have gone to the cousin room at midnight, but I don't think you went there after 3 a.m. Will you now claim that you went to crawl into battler's bed later on? Well, if you say you were looking at battler's sleeping face all night long to confirm his alibi in the cousin room, then I'd accept it, right?
And then kill you out of jealousy.
I listened to him breathing in his sleep all night long. Got a problem with that? What? I, Furuto Erika, can prove that Battler-san returned to the cousin room at 3 a.m., that he went straight to bed afterwards, and then he went straight to sleep. And I can prove that until he woke up, noticed the gruesome situation the room was in, and let out a scream, nothing happened in that room. So you have no need to worry. Battler-san isn't the culprit. He's just the charming first discoverer who entered the murder scene without realizing it was one and slept until morning. That's insane. It shouldn't be possible for you to prove that with those seals you love so much. How can you prove this?
That's ridiculous. At that time, I entered the room alone. Erika probably went into her room too. How can she say something like that, as though she saw the whole thing?
She never said she saw it. The room Erika was assigned to... where was it located? Erika, please tell me, how can you prove so much about Battler?
Giggle, giggle. I expect no less from a true detective than to stay up all night with a glass to the wall and your ear against the bottom of the glass.
My room was right next to the cousin room. There was only a single thin wall between them. You don't mean you put your ear against the wall to check what was happening in the cousin room? Yes. My ears are perfect. Right after Battler-san entered the room, I put my ear against the wall and checked to make sure nothing strange happened. You said you could prove nothing happened until Battler let out a scream the next morning. You don't mean... Yes?
Man, I really liked Umineko. I really thought this was the one, but oh well.
I put my ear against the wall and listened in on that room until morning without sleeping a wink. Do you want to talk about it?
No, it's okay. Everyone was stunned into silence. She put her ear against the wall, and for the entire time until morning, she listened to what was going on in Battler's room. Just what would that have looked like? Until dawn, she had killed her breathing in a pitch-black room, clinging to the wall shared with the cousin room, like some kind of creepy venomous spider clinging to the wall of a darkened room.
Come on. Don't give up on it. Don't give up on Umineko.
Burncastle alone was grinning in triumph. Due to the progression of the game, I realized that Battler, the one who had received the head's ring, would be a key player. I was sure that Battler would be a victim of the first Twilight.
Yes, so just as my master told me to do, I put my ear against the wall until morning without a wink of sleep, checking to make sure nothing unusual happened.
What do you think, everyone? Erika has a photographic memory, and that counts for hearing too. And her hearing ability is on par with a tape recorder. It would have been impossible for him to deceive Erika's ears, either to kill George and the others or make those sounds on their throats.
Wounds.
Sorry, wounds. Sorry. It is impossible for Battler to have committed the crime.
It's an accepted power of the detective's authority. I have no choice but to acknowledge it. I'll confirm it in red. Ushiromiya Battler returned to the cousin's room at 3 a.m. and fell asleep. After that, until the discovery of the crime, absolutely nothing out of the ordinary happened in the room.
In other words, Sumari, it was impossible for Battler to commit murder or damage the corpses. The red from the pair forced Beato to show an expression of considerable anguish. It was only natural. Those red truths not only guaranteed Battler's alibi, but a number of other things as well. That the murders had to have occurred between midnight and 3 a.m., right? First off, it meant the murder was impossible for anyone after 3 a.m. Yeah, there we go. And since the cousins were confirmed to be alive as late as midnight, the time period of the crime automatically became between midnight and 3. That meant the alibis for all people who weren't in the guest house before 3 a.m. had also been guaranteed automatically. It is impossible for the crime to have occurred after 3. I'm really curious is this all locked in? Like, is this like for sure? Do these count as red statements or no? I'm curious about that.
That one hurts a lot.
After midnight, Erika was in the guest house the whole time, so it should have been difficult for her to prove alibis for all the people in the mansion.
It should have been almost impossible to prove alibis for Ava and the others. But now all she has to do is prove they never visited the guest house between midnight and 3. And she can prove those alibis.
It makes a lot of sense that she had her like deranged hallucinogenic crash out during breakfast, so she spent the whole night clinging to the wall like a spider with her alternating ears when her neck gets tired or whatever. Like, oh yeah, my master's gonna be so happy with me. Holy shit.
Yeah, and then she gets to the table and is just fucking speaking in tongues at the ceiling. I hate episode 5. Anyway, we'll have to construct it so that the murders are possible before 3 a.m. And we have to prove it was possible for one of the people in the mansion to do it.
The people who had been in the guest house all had alibis. The crime didn't occur before midnight. The crime couldn't have occurred after 3. In other words, sumari, there was no way for the murders to happen unless someone from the mansion committed the crime between midnight and 3. What if someone in the mansion committed the crime between midnight and 3? In order to protect Natsuhi...
Umineko is so upset. They're so upset I hate episode 5. Not like actually, but they're doom posting that I said I hate episode 5. Immediately. The immediate turn in there.
Uh-oh. It's so Jover. What's the mouse version of Jover?
They spammed the blame mouse gif.
Oh, blame mouse. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
In order to protect Natsuhi, she had to establish that it was possible for someone other than Natsuhi to commit the crime. Ironically, the witch had to prove that a human had committed the crime. Still, this is getting pretty difficult. Until 3, Erika was in the lounge, and you have to pass through there to reach the 2nd floor. In other words, Sumari is practically like a manager for the guest house's 2nd floor.
This tactic may be a bit overused, but if it was possible for someone to go up to the 2nd floor without Erika noticing, we should be able to prove that the crime was possible for anyone.
It's probably possible for a human to climb up to a 2nd-story window if they really wanted to. What if the 2nd floor was reachable without going past Erika in the lounge? Of course, Beato had also thought of striking back that way, and Berncastel must have thought this as well.
Let me know if you want me to take over narration again, by the way.
No, I'm good. I feel it's well balanced right now.
Okay. Battler, Nanjo, Goda, Kumasawa. We realized the crime was impossible for all these people in the guest house. However, what about the humans in the mansion? As I've already said, and my master has even proclaimed with the red truth, I was in the lounge on the 1st floor of the guest house. And to reach the 2nd floor, one must pass through the lounge. In other words, Tsumari, it was impossible to reach the 2nd floor without me seeing it. And what if that wasn't impossible? For example, what if someone placed a ladder against the outer wall of the guest house and snuck in through a 2nd-story window? There must be a way to reach the 2nd floor without passing through the lounge. If this is the case, it would be possible to reach the crime scene without you seeing it.
No way. When Nanjo and I were in the library, I had my ear against the wall. I was listening to him, so I could fear any vibration. I have spider senses. I could know. And if the ladder hit the outside out of the guest house, I would have felt it and rushed out. You don't get it. Beato finally struck back. Before now, she let Erika take total control and attack her with the red over and over. During that time, Beato's counterattacks with the blue truth had been few in number, even including this one.
Of course, I knew you'd try saying that. I couldn't have my lookout in the lounge become meaningless. So first I must prove that my lookout was perfect. First off, because of how the guest house is constructed, it's impossible to reach the 2nd floor without me seeing it from the lounge. There are no places undercover, nor are there any physical or mental blind spots. My master, repeat it!
It is impossible for someone to reach the 2nd floor of the guest house without anyone in the lounge noticing it. I am loving that I have to repeat all of her bullshit as far as locked in. Though, of course, this only refers to reaching the 2nd floor from inside the building.
Good, my master. So, next is Lady Beatrice's theory that there might be a way to reach the second floor from the outside. This really is a problem. After all, there are trees that could probably be climbed, and someone could have used a ladder. Even crawling up the rain gutter can't be ruled out as impossible. But I can't let you do that.
Wait, hold on. Sorry. Why can't Natsuhi had to get in there somehow? Like, if she's saying that no one could like she's right now she's kind of proving that a witch did it, because like if she's saying that there's no way anyone could have got up in the time, maybe I'm misunderstanding her point. I'm sorry. Anyway, continue.
Okay. Oh, you won't let me? And how's that? Did you stay up all night circling the guest house? No, you couldn't do that. You were in the lounge. From the lounge, you can only see a small part of the outer perimeter through the window. That's true. I couldn't prevent all methods of climbing up to the second floor from the outside. However, I was able to prevent all entry to the second floor. Prevent entry?
I'd already foreseen this move. How terrifying that she would be so persistent.
Because of how the guest house is constructed, the windows are the only method of entry from the outside to the second floor. The locks? Not important at all. I only had to prove that none of the windows or shutters were opened even once. After I witnessed the location of the hidden gold, I returned to the guest house and immediately began severing all methods of entry to the second floor of the guest house that didn't pass through the lounge. Yes, it's exactly the same. No different from the rest. Don't tell me. You used that seal of yours on all of the windows of the guest house? In that weather? Dressed like that? Well, I did have my swimsuit from when I drifted here.
You're insane. At a house where you were welcomed as a guest, you did something like that in the middle of the rain, even though nothing had happened yet.
For a normal human, it would have been an action so suspicious as to be completely impossible. However, she is the witch's piece.
Okay, I just gotta say thank you to the Umineko community. I don't know how you pulled it off all collectively to fucking like prank me like this, even on the subreddit post, to actually have me going that this was actually gonna be peak and I was wrong, but you just like have a meta crash out. Holy shit, well done everyone. Holy good, like take a bow. Wow. I cannot believe the commitment that you all had to the bit. All right. God damn. Holy shit. Okay. I've seen like so many posts, so many people pretending that episode 5 is their favorite, and here we are. Beatrix 2.0, you really got me. Fell for it again award, you really got me. Holy shit. In the middle of all that rain, Erica sealed all the windows from the outside to create an alibi showing that no one could have snuck into the guest house from the outside. She climbed up the wall herself like a fucking spider and did all that to all the windows on the first and second floor. No, to all things that could possibly have permitted entry. She had all these fucking brown paper bags and she ripped them apart with her teeth and stuck them through, and somehow they didn't get wet in the rain, so they were still able to get slotted through the thing, and with the wind and typhoon winds, they never blew out or anything. They were just there the whole time. And then right after she heard Battler scream, she rushed out and did a fucking Spider-Man theme and scuttled all over the walls and like checked them all. We're like, yes, all right, I have now limited the fucking mystery. So, sorry to scream at chat and have a tantrum. I'm sorry, my bad. Although after hearing that she'd listened to the cousin room all night long without even sleeping a wink, this new bizarre action didn't seem quite so impossible. This had probably also looked like a.
How are you? Let's do a check-in though. How are you feeling about your hypothetical recovery possibility that
I'm actually
on purpose?
I'm actually feeling more confident in it. This is like I'm actually starting to loop around and enjoy it and how fucking ridiculous it is, because there's no way that this isn't getting like called out at the end of this. Okay? Like there's no fucking way. Like it's like
you don't think that Ryukishi would call the unironic protagonist a venomous, disgusting spider?
Oh my fucking god. Here, let me tell you, Nadja. Here is the title or the thumbnail little soundbite that you want to go. This is Dangan Rompa Stupid. Okay, this is this is. I'm right back in that bullshit right now. Okay, like she's not even the killer, and look what she's doing. She didn't even know this is gonna happen. This had probably also looked like a venomous spider. A disgusting spider crawling over the outside guest house wall during a storm wearing a swimsuit.
Wearing a fucking swimsuit is so good.
You, just what do you think of the Ushiromiya family? Is this how you repay us for welcoming you as a guest?
To a detective, the Ushiromiya family is nothing more or less than the stage upon which the crime occurs. Before the outbreak of the crime, it was important for me to memorize the names of the characters, memorize the layout of the land, and prepare for the upcoming crime by devoting my time toward collecting and creating all possible alibis. From my perspective, detectives who don't prepare anything before the outbreak of the crime are pretty third-rate. After all, we all know that someone will die whenever we spend the night.
Furthermore, at the time the crime was discovered, Erica confirmed that none of those seals had been broken. That's why Erica was in the first one to reach the. I'm having a great time. Reach the cousin room when the corpses were found. Even without inspecting the corpses, she could be certain of several things thanks to the Red Truth. It was more important to check the seals and construct alibis.
My master is perfect. All I did was prove everything perfectly by following my master's orders.
Well done, Erica. My double, my piece. What do you think, Lambda? Doesn't this prove that Erica's lookout in the lounge contains absolute reliability as far as constructing alibis? There was no way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge. Seriously, how did Natsuhi do it then? Oh, we still have Genji and Kraus somehow. Someone hiding in the room? Oh.
Yep, I acknowledge it. Erica, your seal is perfect. I'll acknowledge it in red. It was impossible to reach the second floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge, and impossible to reach it at all without Erica, who was in the lounge knowing about it. Thank you very much, Lady Lambda Delta. So, you know what's coming next, Great Lady Beatrice. Therefore, the time of the crime is limited to the single hour between midnight, when they were confirmed to be alive, and 1 a.m., when our party in the lounge started. I've already said it, but at midnight, I went down to the lounge, hit it off with Dr. Nanjo, and was engrossed by a discussion of the mystery genre in the library until 1 a.m. It's a bit embarrassing, but I grew so wrapped up in that discussion that I wouldn't have noticed if anyone passed through the corridor during that period. Quite a regretful mistake for a detective.
After doing all that maneuvering and setting up seals to guarantee a perfect alibi, she became too engrossed in the mystery discussion and left an opening. Her relaxed smile was completely shameless, the total opposite of her words. It almost seems like it's the other way around. It's enough to make you think that this was an intentional trap. To make it clear to all that not only Natsuhi didn't have an alibi between midnight and 1. In other words, sorry, you. Shit.
If you want to be Erica, you can be Erica. Far be it from me to hold you back from being Erica.
I'd rather die.
In other words, Tsumari, it paradoxically means this. The only ones who could have reached the cousin room and committed the crime are those characters who have no alibi between midnight and 1. I love that she keeps calling them characters, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Her eyes clearly hinted that Natsuhi was the only one who fit this description. Meanwhile, in her head, she's just humming the Spider-Man theme 24/7. The crime was only possible between midnight and 1. The cream. Okay.
What? The cream like this stream? I don't know
Cream
about
stream.
that. Is
Cream
it?
Stream.
Is it? Is it?
Oh, it should have been a crime whose time and location were completely unknown during that long night. Because of the alibis Erica had constructed, it had been limited to the time period between midnight and 1. Erica left the cousin room at midnight. That marks the last confirmation that George and the others were alive. And after the party in the lounge started at 1, it was impossible to reach the cousin room by any method. Again, I'm sorry, chat. This is really, if it's meant to be funny, this is great. This is really funny. I just don't know if it's meant to be funny or not. I feel like it actually is meant to be funny. It's really funny. Oh my god.
Damn her. And from a mere human.
This is quite bad. The night has been sealed up into an hour, and at this rate, there won't be many suspect pieces left.
Damn it, Lady Burncastle. Nicely done.
Unlike Battler, I'm not an idiot. After watching this game 5 times, I've got more than enough cards in my hand. Including this one? Or was there like a one that we're not privy to?
Then let us continue. Let's examine the alibis of the remaining suspects, the people in the mansion. After all, we only have to worry about the single hour between midnight and 1. That shouldn't be difficult at all. Let's start with midnight. At this time, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji are in the second floor corridor, and all of the others are in the first floor dining hall. This has already been shown by my master's read.
Yeah, that's right. At midnight, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji were in the corridor on the second floor of the mansion. The rest of them were in the dining hall on the first floor. And as you know, there was a mysterious knock and a letter with the one-wing seal on it appeared. And a letter with the one... Okay, I did read that right. Sorry. The discussion surrounding that continued on until 1. I will say it with the red truth. Of all the people in the dining hall, not one of them left the dining hall until 1 a.m. It is being weirdly unspecific of the people that are in the dining hall when it is being incredibly specific with the people that were in the corridor. I wonder why that is. Why is that? Excluding Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji, none of the people in the mansion left the mansion before 1.
Glorp. Sorry, I just wanted to say glorp.
Glorp. Since the possible times of the crime had been limited to between midnight and 1, the adults in the family conference who were confirmed not to have left the mansion between... Oh my god, sorry. Chat was moving so quickly with Glorp, I thought it was Crackle E event. Sorry, the mansion between midnight and 1 all had proven alibis.
And how do you intend to prove that? Erica's in the guest house. Did someone prove it by using one of your favorite seals on the dining hall door? You have no convincing evidence or proof.
The red truth is simply truth, and there's no need to provide evidence, proof, or room for a counter-argument. There it is. You made that rule. Cackle, 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 giggle, 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 ee-hee-haw-haw.
She did make that rule.
This overbearing red truth hadn't only given alibis to the adults in the dining hall, it also gave alibis to Shannon and Cannon, who had come to serve tea, and even guaranteed that they never left the dining hall. In other words, Sumari, the only ones who didn't have proven alibis, were these 3, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji. No, there were only 2 left. If Kraus and Genji had their alibis proven, it proves that no one but Natsuhi could have been the culprit.
Let's do Genji next. He's a victim, but you can't deny the possibility that he committed the crime in the cousin room and was then killed himself. And furthermore, though he was in the second floor corridor at midnight, he then returned to the servant room to transfer the phone call for Natsuhi and was completely isolated.
Is it not possible that Genji in the mansion committed the crime? Genji would never hurt anyone. Say it in red.
Which means that it was possible for Genji to commit the...
I'll say it in red. When Genji finished transferring the call, he immediately returned to the servants' quarters. That's just a cold, hard truth without any evidence, proof, seals, or alibis. Got it?
Then, at 1 a.m., there was another break in the family conference, and Rosa returned to the guest house. At that time, I'm truly thankful for your cooperation, Ushiromiya Eva-san. Please rise.
Fucking Burncastle watching from the Velvet Room as Erica scurried around the whole guest house like a spider, knowing that she just would have said it in red anyway. She did all this shit for no reason, staying up all night, late at night, fucking with her ear pressed against the wall, completely unnecessary. How are you not feeling owned right now? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Erika-chan wasn't the only one, okay? I was also certain that something would happen that night. She's the person who taught me how to make those seals, and she helped me to check the alibis of those people under suspicion. During the break at 1 a.m., I went to Genji-san's waiting room and used the same seal as Erika-chan. In other words, Sumari, if that wasn't broken, it would mean no one entered or left that room between 1 a.m. and the next morning.
The murder of Genji is also restricted to the interval of midnight to 1.
Now, Kanon-san and Kumasawa-san, please rise.
Kanon rose expressionlessly, and Kumasawa got to her feet timidly.
In the morning, you two went to wake Genji-san because he'd slept in, right? And at that time, you noticed that the door was sealed, broke the seal, and opened the door, correct? Yes. I thought it was some kind of prank.
I didn't think deeply about it at the time.
I'm not asking for your opinions, just give us the facts. Did you break the seal and enter the room? Yes.
Yes, sorry. With the red truth, I'll guarantee that Eva, Kanon, and Kumasawa's statements just now are the truth. At 1 a.m., Eva sealed Genji's sleeping quarters, and that seal was broken by Kanon and Kumasawa in the morning when the crime was discovered. This will be a pain, so I'll add on some more. During the short break at 1 a.m., the first two to leave the dining hall were Rosa and Ava. Until Ava returned, everyone in the dining hall remained there. After seeing Rosa off, Ava went to the sleeping quarters and sealed it. Of course, she did not enter the room at all at this time. Okay, but Rosa was dead in the guest room, so she died last? So the culprit just stayed there and was there all night? And you didn't hear another person breathing in the room when you were doing your spider sense bullshit?
This is all information gathered from the people involved. It isn't a red truth without a basis. It's a truth due to proper reasoning, constructed from testimony. Not only testimony, but the limits of scientific investigation, such as collecting fingerprints, were used here. After all, Kinzo-san's study is a treasure vault with all kinds of chemicals. I obtained all sorts of results to create an ultimate truth, infinitely close to a red truth. This isn't a science mystery, so I'll spare you the details.
Oh. As Erika swaggered around the cathedral, she arrogantly touted her scientific knowledge. She had thorough knowledge of all the chemicals in Kinzo's study and had used them to conduct the scientific investigation, which had now been acknowledged and made into a red truth by Bern Castell. She didn't explain the details, but she had obtained results that were convincing even without the red truth. It didn't need to do that. Again, she just would have done it for you. Collecting fingerprints with aluminum powder. Component analysis of the mud under someone's shoe and various chemical reactions from the clinging rainwater. Erika just walked into someone else's study several times and used several chemicals however she pleased, all without asking the family's permission. However, no one could fault her for this. The pieces couldn't hinder any action the detective might take for the investigation. That's the power of the detective's authority.
You act like you own the place. From now on, I'll tell everyone I meet. If someone claims to be a detective, never welcome them into your house as a guest. That's probably a good idea. Giving shelter to a detective is just about the worst omen of misfortune out there.
Because of this, it has been proven that it was only possible to reach Genji's waiting room and commit the crime between midnight and 1 a.m. And furthermore, by Erika's investigation, it has been proven that it was impossible for Genji to reach the cousin room. It had already been made clear in red that after transferring the phone call to Natsuhi, Genji had gone straight back to the waiting room. And because of Erika's scientific investigation, further red had been added, saying Genji never left the mansion after midnight. Because of this, it's been made clear that Genji couldn't have reached the guest house, much less the cousin room. Genji has an alibi. G-E-N-J-Y, Genji has an alibi. Alright. Patchwork Chimera.
Now, only Kraus and Natsuhi remain. Everyone else has had their alibis proven, haven't they?
Impossible. Natsuhi's mouth flapped open and shut like a suffocating goldfish. And that's an accurate analogy.
Thanks for Ryukishi. Thanks, Ryukishi. Thank you. Very cool.
Obama medal meme? What the fuck? Natsuhi's mind was blank and spinning out of control, and she felt as though she really would suffocate. Ushirimi and Natsuhi, I'll give you one last chance. Confess that all of the crimes were the work of your husband. Fool! Do I look like the kind of woman who would falsely accuse her husband? Beato, Natsuhi's denied it. I'll give you the same chance. You understand, right? Or wait, don't tell me. You aren't going to take advantage of the fact that Kraus is missing and try and pull a devil's proof on me, are you? Is it not possible that Kraus in the mansion committed the crime? Beato realized that they were rapidly approaching the end of this battle. Doubt? Normally, Beato should have been able to argue against these alibis of Erica's in several ways using the blue truth. However, all of those alibis have been accepted by Burn Castell and Lambda Delta as red truth, and Beato no longer had any room to argue. It's like those witches are distorting things so that they match with the plotline Erica's drawn up.
That's right. If the Game Master, Lady Lambda Delta, accepts a truth, its authenticity will not be questioned. The world that comes after will be formed based on the final remaining truth. This happens no matter how far this final truth is from the real truth.
There's no way Uncle Kraus is the culprit. He's being held prisoner somewhere. Wait, we can't deny the possibility that Aunt Natsuhi was skillfully tricked into believing that during the phone call.
Do you suspect Natsuhi and Kraus, Battler-kun?
Well,
Erica's truth has been constructed in a cowardly fashion, but it is a proper truth. Though the witches did conspire with her, it has still been acknowledged as a red truth. In other words, Tsumari, it cannot be a fake truth built solely on lies. Tsumari, this means that even Erica's truth is supported by logic. The truth about Natsuhi and Kraus being culprits is also very possible. Even if it's a mixture of truth and lies, it makes sense logically. It's a mixture of truth and lies that is just as valuable as truth is. Which of those two truths will you believe? That is up to you to decide.
no. I'll trust Aunt Natsuhi and Uncle Kraus. I realize they're in some money trouble. But even so, I don't want to believe that they're the culprits. No, I can't believe it.
On this game board, where the red is steadily cornering Natsuhi, how do you intend to let her escape?
I don't know. However, I seriously don't want to give up. Aunt Natsuhi was just caught in a cowardly trap. Erica's reasoning has fallen for that trap completely. So whether it's intentional or she's being manipulated, Erica is aiding the true culprit. Erica has accused Aunt Natsuhi of being the culprit, but even if everyone here believes that, in fact, for that very reason, I want to be the one person who trusts Aunt Natsuhi. Based.
Contrarian.
Yep. If everyone believes it's her, will that become the truth? If everyone accepts a lie, will that become the truth? Must an honest person be dragged up to the guillotine, all alone and taunted by liars?
I'm sorry, did you just say guillotine?
It was a gift to you, actually. I wouldn't know if you
thank you.
notice. If no one else will
Appreciate
believe in Aunt Natsuhi, then I will. Flirting through pronunciation? Oh, sorry, making everyone awkward. The real truth isn't something that's determined when everyone accepts it. It's something you find after thoroughly investigating both possibilities. So this trial is a downright lie. This trial exists for no reason other than to set Aunt Natsuhi up as the culprit.
Beato is doing all she can to plead Natsuhi's case, right?
Wrong. Yato is trying to refute Erica's argument. She's just defending. You can't fight in this trial by simply resisting all of your opponent's claims. This is why Beato always cornered me in the past. She isn't going to beat Erica by finding flaws in her reasoning. She has to find a different truth and show Lambda Delta, the commander of this game, that her truth is more correct than Erica's.
Can anyone create a truth where Natsuhi isn't the culprit without violating the red truths that Lady Burncastle has shown?
I don't know. But as long as I don't believe that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit, there's got to be a different truth. I'll say it in red. She's not the culprit. There you go. Okay, done. Fuck you. It's even okay if the culprit for the crime was a witch. That's better than having Natsuhi be framed by an instant incorrect. He's still caught in this, huh? It's still like his battle. Yeah.
So, no matter how much red truth you are shown, you won't believe that Natsuhi is the culprit, correct?
Gonna deny the red? Whoa. Yeah. For all things, there should always be some people who believe and some who don't. No matter how much evidence is stacked up against her, someone has to believe that she's innocent. There must be several truths in the world that cannot be proven with evidence. I don't ever want to accept that something's true just because everyone says it is. Yeah. How can you be sure that there's nothing on the backside of the moon if you've never seen it? Kraus smiling
He's
in the
so
chat.
jodeler right now.
Is
He's
there
so
some
jodeler
reason
right
that you
now.
have to believe it? Until you see the back of the moon with your own eyes, you can deny even the possibility that nothing's there at all, nor the possibility that there's a thriving culture of space bunnies. Oh man. Crafting on the moon. You should never assume something is the truth until you actually check it. This court is a malicious thing trying to force a single interpretation on a truth that cannot be checked. I believe there was a civilization on the backside of the moon. But that was in elementary school and I was made fun of and laughed at. So I thought it was embarrassing to think that a civilization lived on the moon, and I threw away that belief. I've been told by a book my mom read me that the rabbits lived on the backside of the moon. So I believed that for a long, long time. But when everyone said it was wrong, I abandoned that truth without even trying to check it. Even without evidence, I abandoned the truth I believed in. And now everyone is starting to believe that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit. Yeah, it's the exact same thing, even though no decisive evidence has been shown. Even without evidence, Erika's words sound reasonable, so they're probably the truth? Is that why you're throwing away your belief that Aunt Natsuhi is innocent despite a lack of proof? If no one else will believe, then I will. I believe the real truth only appears if you look with both eyes, one denying and one affirming. No matter how much she tries to make us believe that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit, I believe she isn't. I won't abandon that belief.
Understood. Then I will give you just a single red truth. I will give this single bit of power to you, now that you possess the will to fight in the truest sense.
Power?
By the name of the finite witch Virgilia. No, as the former witch Beatrice, I will grant you this red truth.
Okay, what is it?
Ushiromiya Natsuhi is not the culprit.
A plea bargain. If you acknowledge that Kraus is the culprit, Erika will suspend her pursuit of Natsuhi. From then on, the investigation will proceed assuming that Kraus, whose location is unknown, is the culprit.
What do you do, Beato? At this rate, Natsuhi's in serious trouble, right? Will you accept the plea bargain? If you're willing to abandon this Ushiromiya family honor thing, Bern will be kind enough to let you get off with a draw, okay?
Kraus is currently missing, and it's unknown whether he's alive or dead. Like Kinzo, he's no different than a cat in a box that has disappeared into the mists of the island. A cat inside a box is unfixed, and no interpretation of it can be denied. Is it the root of endless interpretations? Schrodinger has done untold damage to society. You know that the true source of the endless witch's power.
Mostly visual novels, yeah.
Mostly Sumari, no matter how much Bern Castell claims that Kraus is the culprit, she can't make that the sole truth. Sumari, the cross culprit theory and the witch theory can be an almost perfect balance. It would mean making the game a draw. Bernkastel was tempting her. This was cajolery, offering her a second chance if she abandons the honor of the family she swore to protect, and consents to a fragment that stomps all over that honor. There's no room for false confidences. For Beato, to lose is to die. In this game, she should always choose a draw unless she has an overwhelming advantage. I won't allow you to treat my husband like the culprit. My husband is the successor to the Ushiromiya family headship, the only person who will inherit the glory of the Ushiromiya family. I will never let you treat him like a criminal.
Are you sure, Natsuhi? If you refuse to suspect Kraus, then you'll be the only one left. Alibis have been proven for everyone else. In other words, Temple's Raven. Even without any evidence, it will be determined that you are the culprit.
Hempel's Raven! Scoob, what are we gonna do? And if I'm the only one left, what then? I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I will not run or hide. I am innocent. And I am the representative of the noble head with the one-winged eagle engraved into my heart. If you wish to insult me, go ahead. If you wish to ridicule me, do as you please. No one can damage my honor with a mixture of truth and lies. With a dignified voice, Natsuhi stated her case openly before the witches above her. However, this response of hers might have been exactly what Bernkastel had intended. Natsuhi refuses the deal, and you, Beato? You understand, right? The instant Natsuhi is specified as the culprit, Lambda will make her verdict. As soon as that happens, the illusion of the witch will be denied, and you'll disappear into the mist. Do you plan to let Natsuhi's foolish bragging drag you down to the depths of hell?
Riche, you fought well. This is our chance. Convince Natsuhi and try to work out a compromise.
Both Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Burncastel have boredom. Not you, as their true enemy. They probably want to have this game repeat and play some more. If they see that you're willing to make a concession, they will most likely accept it gladly and move on to the next game.
My headcanon is that when I got called into jury duty and we all got sent home because all of the defendants took plea bargains, it was because they had like witches encouraging them to just take a deal and walk. That's my new truth. If we move on to the next game, then what will happen to the Natsuhi of this game? The Natsuhi of this fragment? Now isn't the time to be worrying about that, right? Natsuhi is just a piece. Even if she gets removed from this game, she'll show up again in the next one.
But that doesn't apply to you, milady. I believe you know what Lady Burncastel's plans for this game. It's a more realistic goal to make use of that and aim for victory in the next game instead. Accepting Lady Burncastel's deal might be our one and only good option right now.
Throw away that useless pride of yours. Neither Kasparov nor Deep Blue won every game. The person that wins more games wins in the end, right? If a witch gets too attached to a single match, a single life, a single piece, that witch dies. My apologies, but I cannot do that. I know the strength of a man who believed, even though everyone said he was wrong. And I know the suffering he went through when he was forced to abandon that belief. I will not abandon Natsuhi. Why? Because if everyone else suspects Natsuhi, then someone has to believe in her. Because truth can only be found in the gap between those who doubt and those who believe. I won't abandon her. Even if everyone believes that Natsuhi is the culprit, I will still claim that I, the witch, am the culprit. If I can't even make that claim, my existence isn't worth anything. I cannot lose. The truth isn't something anyone gets to deny. Only when you doubt and abandon it yourself does it disappear. Is that your answer, Beato? Yeah, of course I refuse. Ushiromiya Kraus is not the culprit.
Ushiromiya Kraus is not the culprit. Say it in red. Does this count? What? I guess so? Okay. Fool, I won't let you take that back, okay? Here's what you get for being a quick-tempered moron. By the name of Burncastel, Witch of Miracles, I speak with the red truth. Ushiromiya Kraus is not the culprit. And he was killed long ago, shortly after you heard his voice over the phone, in fact. No, dear, Burncastel's cruel and ruthless red blade gouged Natsuhi. It was totally merciless. Natsuhi had been crushed with uncertainty, not knowing whether Kraus was alive or dead, but she had still been capable of believing that he was alive. And now, that hope, that expectation had been crushed without any chance for a miracle. She had thrown herself into this trap out of concern for her husband's safety. She had now lost her daughter and husband, and everything she had gained since marrying into the Ushiromiya family. No, even after all this, one thing still remains. If her husband has been lost, then right now, she is the last person who can protect the honor of the Ushiromiya family. She still couldn't let it end here. Even wrapped up in so much sadness, Natsuhi would do all she could to protect that honor, with this final bit of strength.
Nope, it's all over. It's been determined with the red truth that none of the remaining people in the dining hall left that room until 1. In other words, Tsumari, alibis have already been proven for everyone except Natsuhi.
Excluding Natsuhi, everyone in the mansion has an alibi.
Oof. This is a decent stopping point if you want to stop today and finish later.
Oh god, is it?
I mean, we've still got a lot of trial to go, so I mean, we can stop wherever you want, basically. But
Are you streaming after this?
I'm not streaming after this.
You're not
no.
streaming after this? Okay.
No. We can keep going for a little while if you want.
How far away is the next decent stopping point?
Maybe like 15, 20 minutes is when I would say you should definitely stop. And then there's another one a bit further in, but I don't know. Chat's gonna be mad no matter when we stop.
Okay.
Yeah, don't listen to them spamming because it's gonna be wherever we stop they'll be mad.
Let's stop now then.
Okay.
And we'll finish episode 5 on Monday, and yeah. And if we have extra time on Monday, maybe we can even start a little bit of episode 6 on Monday.
Ooh, okay.
We could do that.
I like that.
We could do that.
Yeah.
It's never been done. Continuing to the next episode after the end of an episode in one stream.
Never been done.
Yeah. I'm gonna cry. We've been live for like 6 hours at this point, and there is no good stopping point unless we go for another like 2 hours, and I don't think we can do that. I don't think it's possible. Oh man. All right. Is Walrus live? Usually Walrus is live on Saturdays, right? Hypothetical Walrus. I don't know if there's going to be Umi news this week, but we have Hypothetical Walrus raid going. Did not feel like 6 hours at all. I'm surprised. Yeah, it went pretty quick today. Yeah. Cooley Gordo gave me some bits to say. Gifting Joe 100 bits for every stream where he hates on episode 5. I'm broke. Poust used some bits to say 2 bits. It's not late, Joe. Hype moments and aura are just $21 away. Wouldn't it be nice? And also, Light Yagami I've won MP4. Is that some reference I don't understand? You get that one, Mouse?
What was the? Sorry, I was.
Light Yagami.
What was that? Light Yagami? Yeah, that's the guy from Death Note I mentioned.
Oh, is that the one that sits the picture?
No, Ella's the one who sits. Light Yagami is a little freak with it.
Okay, there's someone named Light and L.
Yeah.
Is there someone named Ite?
No.
No? Oh, okay. Alright, well, fuck me then. Okay. I thought I was on someone. Okay, alright. Anyway, enjoy your raid. Thank you for watching, and enjoy your weekend, what's left of it. We'll see you on Monday for the conclusion of episode 5, and Mouse and I will be live on her channel tomorrow for Sekimea, if you're interested in that. Raid is about to go, so see you later. Be nice to Walrus.
Bye-bye. See you Monday.
Anyone stick around? See you later. Or watching on YouTube or in the VOD or anything like that. Have a good weekend.
Sucker Mary Barrels.
Sucker Mary Barrels, indeed.